Guthrie case. I don't even know if we're live. Let me try to go log into my account real quick and make sure this is set up right. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Okay, let me try to get this set up real quick, guys. If anybody can comment, man, hop in the comments. What's up, Panda? Doug. Designs by MJ. Ashley. Panda. Steve. Doug, you're a mod, right? You're a moderator, right, brother? Let me try to log in real quick. I gotta use my phone. We have a pretty long drive, so... Connect. Crack me open a Red Bull. It's an 8-hour to a 9-hour drive. Try to get there in about 7 hours. My helicopter I don't got, but that's okay. I just got me a banana nut muffin. By the way, don't buy junk food from the gas station. I spent $17 on this crap. Well, I figured whatever. No smashing buttons. Okay, let me reconnect this. That's gonna annoy me a little bit. Tammy, how you doing on your son's account? How you doing? How you doing? I'm not green here. It feels weird. It feels weird to me too, Hannah. Okay. Switch account. Okay, create, go live. Click on this. Nope, not made for kids. Will do, will do. I will definitely be looking for JLR. Okay. 3 people, Guthrie case, have been detained. Turn that off. Turn off the laptop. Laptop's on the floorboard. Charge this phone. Pull up the chat. We're not going to be able to use Facebook tonight, Well, I'll use Facebook once I get there. I will definitely be looking for JLR when I get there. Absolutely. So if I can connect this back to my phone. So, for those of you guys that are wondering, I was going to be driving out the 58. Yes, I have extra cords and stuff. I also have a very, very, very badass thingy-mabobber. So, we're going to be playing stuff on Nancy Guthrie. Who is Nancy Guthrie? What happened to her? Where is she at? Possible persons of interest? Stuff like that. We have 8 hours and 46 minutes drive time. I will probably have to get gas at least once, maybe twice while I'm on my way. We should arrive shortly after 6 a.m. If you guys want to ride along for the overnight drive, that's fine. If not, I get it. I understand. But we're going. We had 2 viewers, Michelle M, and then the other one was anonymous that donated. Oh shit, I gotta get over. What am I doing? I'm trying to go southbound. I was gonna go northbound. Ah, I'm used to trying to drive north. Sorry to that car, I almost cut off. My bad, Chody. We're gonna see how this truck does in eco mode as we drive 586 miles from Bakersfield, California. I brought plenty of extra cords. Let me see if I can find something. Is it ICMIL? JLR Investigates is out there right now.
I wanted to do anything to do to help, honestly. It's way too close to home. Same thing
He's getting all kinds of super chats. That's awesome. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, your backyard. Came right out here to see what was going on. Oh, totally. It did.
Novicity. Let's see. Let's see if he's live. One person has been detained in the Nancy Guthrie case.
Of previous investigations that we have covered, where there is, yes, some of a period of time where the media isn't informed of a situation. The media is basically put on the back burner because of a higher priority item.
Yeah, you're welcome. Neighbor, Rainey and Tommaso is out here.
So we're playing ICMIL right now.
They even got the neighbors out here.
So we're gonna just drive, guys. We had a couple viewers, 2 different viewers donated, one to help out with getting a hotel room, which I will get one tomorrow night, because I don't think I'm gonna get there in time tonight. And then the other one donated for gas.
Landing.
So we are en route right now. Then we had like a couple people sent like $20,
Top review?
$15 and stuff like that. So I'm very thankful for that. If I get tired, I got a Red Bull right now.
You need to see what's going on.
I got a Red Bull right now, guys.
Sketch earlier today.
So, like I said, we are currently en route right now. We have a long drive, almost 9 hours.
Hey, thank you, folks.
More information soon. Hopefully they'll come out.
Yeah, the recap.
So, nobody's with me, guys. I'm by myself. Perfect time to troll me because I don't have Ruger to bark at you.
Hey, what's news? What's going on? Waiting for something confirmation. Let me take you over to your bar real quick. So, whoa.
Huh.
Yeah, there's so many things upcoming.
Well.
Oh, I just was sent.
That's already a
family
bad guy.
member. A possible person.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Oh, you know what? I have you guys. You're right. What am I thinking? I have you guys. You're right. What am I thinking? Listen to myself talk. Where's the share button now? There we go. Let's see if I can pin the link tree. At least we're not as squished as we usually are. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's great. Let's see. Switch channel. Let me post my links, guys, in case you guys want to follow my socials.
Upside is the app that pays you to enjoy life's essentials like pizza, gas, and groceries.
There we go. Just got it pinned. Do I have a big supper? No Ruger. Supper, I had an alright supper. And yeah, no, Ruger's at home. I would take him. But it doesn't usually end up well when I take him to these things.
I try not to think into the future, but then when your child uses their
alibis.
we were hearing sirens, and something was going on. So we sent producer Jamie out to this location where we are here, and it did indeed prove to be something. And so we jumped in our vehicles and raced on over. It's been a very stormy evening here in Tucson, a whole lot of rain. Unclear how that is going to be impacting the investigation, or if it did in any way. But we arrived here and we saw the scene largely as it appears to you behind me here. A lot of members of the media.
Okay, so I also have scanners. Unlike a lot of people that are out there right now, I do have scanners. So I will be playing the police scanner once I get out there to help me get like locations and areas of interest to go to. Once again, this is a very long drive. It's how long of a drive for me? I have 575 miles left, and it's an 8.5 hours, 8.5. I should be there around 6:18, just after 6 a.m. in the morning.
Stations as well as national networks.
Yeah, it'd probably be about 7 a.m. their
This
time.
story has garnered immense interest
They caught the guy from the police chase hiding under a truck, a semi-truck trailer, hiding under a trailer at a truck stop.
Mother severely Guthrie. And I think that so many people really relate to this story because obviously everyone has a mom, and everyone would be absolutely heartbroken and distraught if anything happened to her mother. And so we just, our hearts really just go out to the Guthrie family, and we can't imagine what she has been going through. And neighbors in this area, they really have been shocked as well. We've seen people go to Nancy Guthrie's home to place flowers in the driveway to pray. We've seen people stringing up yellow ribbons on trees. Everyone just trying to process what has gone on here.
Well,
and over the past couple of
I
days,
looked it up.
we've had some
It said
significant developments.
only certain channels are encrypted.
Ring video released.
Only
where
certain
we
channels
saw
are
that
encrypted.
individual identified between 5'9" and 5'10" with that average build, of just terrifying video from that Ring camera to see an individual with a balaclava on.
My mom could not have watched the children. I would have loved my wife to ride with me. We actually talked about that, but my mom just had spinal surgery.
Everyone's worst nightmare.
And then my grandpa, if my kids go over there, my grandpa's the one watching them,
I think that there's a lot
which is my mom's dad. And my grandpa's, a little bit older than my mom, obviously. He's older than my mom. Not a little bit, but he is older than my mom, for sure. And it's just not feasible to leave my kids with them for 3 or 4 days.
There's a lot of hope that because
there's a possibility I might come back on Sunday, and there's a possibility I might come back next week. I don't know.
2 weeks or so.
It all depends on how this goes.
Ongoing. We have not seen any
We'll see how this goes.
And we're still waiting on any further developments. Hopefully, though, we will receive an update from the County Sheriff's Department. We're still waiting. Jonathan, back to you.
Max, really great in-depth reporting from Max Gordon there off the scene of this police activity just about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. Randy Sutton among the guests back with us. And Randy, so now we understand 3 people, obviously been reporting 3 people detained. And we've been talking about that with, I assume that is a natural result to some extent. We just see the SWAT vehicle coming back in here, interestingly enough. That is a natural result of those were the people who were there when they went to find, whether it was 1 person of interest or 2 persons of interest. You take away everybody who's in that property at the time. Would that be the way that it would work?
Well, it depends on what the search warrant is looking for. If it's looking to detain people, it would be one thing. Looking for evidence would be another thing. But once the attack. Situation was resolved. We didn't hear the flashback. The situation was resolved.
There we go.
We didn't hear the flash.
I think this might be a better video.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Right, yeah, I saw that. All right. Yeah, that's something good.
They're flying drones at another location right now.
So you're the sheriff's department?
Right now, they're flying drones at one of the locations, looking for her.
Oh, why there?
Or any.
Well, why are you there? All right. I agree with
It is fun to do this from time to time. I'm listening to a live stream right now from somebody that's at the scene right now. The sheriff's department is asking people, why are you here? What? I would assume it's because of freedom of press. She's on vital medication for her health. Her family stated that she's not able to walk that far and could maybe make it to the end of her driveway. She has a pacemaker that stopped responding to her phone around 2:30 a.m. the morning she went missing. They did confirm blood outside of her house and confirmed that it's hers. Her phone, her wallet, and her car and her meds were left at her home. SWAT is already done thorough search around Annie's house and Nancy's. I got 3 or 4 different addresses. They found DNA recently in Nancy's home that is not belonging to Nancy or anyone that she's close with. Could be a possible suspect, but it's unclear at this time. So, yeah, we'll see. My cousin's live right there right now. That's awesome, Brad. That's awesome. Maybe I'll meet your cousin. That's awesome. Kind of weird that the sheriff's department, but they never really want to give out information. They never really want to give out information anyways. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes and what happens. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. Hopefully they find her and get the family. Either she gets returned to her family or the family finds closure if something did happen to her. Obviously, we don't want anything bad to happen to her, but in case it did, I do pray that the family finds closure.
I think he was trying to go to LA at one point.
Deputy that you see there in the distance is blocking the street, but it's a
I'll play a Novice D. Holy cow, dude.
town where we know this SWAT operation happened, and where I'm told there is also a search warrant that is being executed right now. What I am being told is that when they went to this house initially, they pulled out a man and a woman, possibly a mother and a son, I'm being told. They came out willingly, so there was no need for any sort of force or flashbangs. It was very, very quiet. We were right down the street when it happened, and we didn't hear pretty much anything. It was quiet because they came out willingly, I am told, and were detained. And at the same time, interestingly, there was another male detained not far from here during a traffic stop that I am told is related. Whether that person also lives in the house, that's what I'm hearing. I haven't been able to fully confirm that yet, but there was another man detained in a traffic stop close by, and I'm told that person was going to get food, and it happened near a Culver's restaurant where that person was detained. How all of this connects back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, we don't know, but we do know that this is part of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and it is somehow connected. They're questioning these people right now. Is this going to turn into something, or is this going to be similar to what we saw several nights ago near the Mexico border when that other man, Carlos, was detained, and then they ended up letting him go? We just don't know at this point, Jesse.
And you were told that this operation is going to last quite a while. I mean, what can we expect tomorrow with this?
Yeah, I mean, based on what I'm seeing, I don't get the sense that anybody's going to be leaving anytime soon. And when we were inside the perimeter closer, when we finally got kicked out, they came up to us and said, you guys have to go, and we're going to be here pretty much. And I said, how long? And he goes, pretty much all night, which is sort of the sense that I'm getting to, that they're at least going to be there for several hours longer, especially since we just saw all of those additional FBI teams roll in.
Oh, they got the FBI out there.
Processing evidence, maybe
FBI
doing interviews with neighbors. I mean, we played an interview that was
they got FBI
on the
teams on that
ground
house.
with someone there. I have to tell you, Brian, I'm wondering what's leading them there. Today was a very interesting day when they talk about the collection of DNA, and I'll just go back to that for a second. I mean, you've been covering this from the beginning. Do you think there was something that led them there, whether it's the surveillance footage, whether it's the idea of collecting DNA, the gloves? Now there's been potential identifications of the clothing worn by the suspect. What's your gut telling you about what might have led them there? Because it seemed like, my guess has been saying, it looks like they were under surveillance for a little bit.
Yeah, it's my understanding that someone in the home was under surveillance, and I was getting, indications from my sources really starting in the late afternoon that something might be going down tonight. And then we reported when the SWAT team was staging. They staged at two different locations that we were at. They were all gathering together, and you got the sense that they were getting ready to do something. Granted, we've seen them do that other nights, and nothing has transpired, so we weren't really sure which way it was going to go tonight. And then, lo and behold, they staged at one location, they moved to a different location very close to the house, and then they moved in on the house pretty much at the same time that we know they moved in on that traffic stop, Jesse. Whether it has anything to do with the announcement by the sheriff that DNA was found inside the home, my sense is it doesn't, that this was someone who is probably already on their radar and under surveillance, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
Any idea of identities of these people?
No, we don't have names, we don't have identities, we don't, looks like there's someone else coming out here, so let me step out of the way.
We got this mountain, guys.
But we do not, looks like this is maybe one of the SWAT units now leaving, Jesse. They've been there for a long time. I actually thought maybe these SWAT units would have left earlier once everything sort of calmed down. But yeah, this is what we saw roll in earlier. There were two of these, and that's how we knew that it was serious, when you see these SWAT guys and everybody inside had their armor, and they weren't taking any chances earlier, but now they're starting to roll out, Jesse.
And that could be because they just have to make sure there's not a continuing security risk. I don't know how big this property is. I don't know what kind of complications it has. Not uncommon for a SWAT team to stay there to provide.
Pretty bad right now. Yeah, we're not.
There, it was hard to really.
Now we're charging.
No, I confirmed that night that when we were at the scene at Rio Rico, he was there. The sheriff did show up. In terms of whether he's here tonight, I haven't heard.
I did think it was interesting that he did that interview with Elizabeth Vargas just hours before this. Was a little, as he should be, not revealing a lot of information. Wouldn't even rule out suspects and say, well, I can't even rule out the family at this point when he was asked. I do wonder, I mean, you've been following this, I do wonder what information he had about this operation, because there has been a question of you nailed it perfectly. It was like at the beginning of the week, he didn't even know Savannah Guthrie was going to be making that video. He found out from his wife. I mean, do you believe that there is more coordination than we're seeing in the media right now between the FBI and Pima County?
I certainly hope so. I mean, look, we're hearing two different stories. We're hearing from FBI sources that it's been a bit of a mess when it comes to communication between the two agencies, and that they, were having issues about where to send evidence. The sheriff has now denied all that. Looks like there's another truck coming up, maybe. The sheriff has denied that there's been an issue, says that he called the FBI, the Monday after Nancy Guthrie went missing. We definitely saw FBI here tonight. I can say that for sure. Because a ton of them arrived. I don't know what this white. I don't know the significance of this white van, but it looks like it was coming from the crime scene area. So hopefully things will get better, because I've heard it for the last week or so, just among the sources here on the ground, that even 2 nights ago there was some critical information involving a car that they were looking for that just wasn't shared with the FBI. And they were sort of mind blown by that. Like, why were they not being kept in the loop?
Let me ask you about that real quick. So we had this video that was obtained of the traffic stop, and you see what appears to be a white van. I've been talking about it tonight. Why is that significant to you?
So, we've got to sort of figure out how to piece this together, and we don't have the information yet.
What's up, Gregory?
But the traffic stop happened around the same time as when they finally decided to move in on this house. And it's my understanding they were waiting for this traffic stop to happen to move in on the house. So they're connected. The people involved are connected. And how they are and all the details of that, we're going to have to wait to kind of sort that out and talk to our sources.
But about 30 seconds left. But you've heard reports about a white van in Nancy's neighborhood, if in fact that's what the video's showing.
Yeah, I did. Granted, there's so many workers in the neighborhood. I've not to discount that, but I've seen a lot of white vans in the neighborhood. I mean, there's landscapers everywhere. It's a beautiful neighborhood. People have work done on their houses constantly. So, there's a ton of white vans. I wouldn't go too far thinking that that's necessarily, a connection.
I lied. You have 20 seconds. You got you have a special coming out tomorrow.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Make a quick phone call. I'm going through my Ray-Bans, my Matus, my little headset. Where are you at? How far are you from? Dang, you're at the bar, bro? Hey. How far are you from Tucson? I'm going to Tucson right now. Yeah. The Nancy Guthrie case. Yeah. I'll be there like 6 in the morning. Alright, bro. Dang! Yeah, I'm going up the Grapevine right now. I was going to go cover the Nancy case for the weekend. I'll swing by Phoenix, bro. I'll hit you up. It's going to be early in the morning, though. I'm taking the 10. For sure. I'll call him right now. No, he will. Watch. I know. Is he what? I know. He told me about it. Alright, later. Sorry guys, I got two buddies that live like an hour away from there.
We do, yeah. We've got a special tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern, where we're gonna look at it. I mean, we've got all these developments tonight. We're gonna keep pounding the pavement tonight in the morning, and we'll have it all tomorrow night. Kind of at where everything stands. Seems like it's changing by the hour.
I will just say, Brian, on behalf of everybody here and behalf of everybody who's been following this case, you are doing an incredible job.
Make one more phone call,
in your
guys.
continued coverage.
I got
of this,
friends that live out there, so I'm gonna call them real quick, see if they're up. Hold on. I got two buddies. Oh, damn.
Part of this, I know. We're trying to get answers for the Guthrie family as quickly as possible. Brian Enton, thank you so much. Everyone out there, thank you for joining us here on News Nation for our continued coverage, our live coverage of the.
I'm gonna say this real quick. We got to be careful here. Guys. You know, when I spoke to you, remember what happened? Somebody thought it was this person and that person and that person. Be very careful where you get your information from. That's all I'm gonna say. I just checked something out. I try to verify it myself. I think I'm gonna wait and just like Brian Enton would, and Gabriella, Sarah, people on the scene. I'm gonna take my time on this. I just checked something out, and the person in the picture. I assume I want to speculate here. I wanna take my time here with this one. But I checked something out myself, and I want to be correct here. So I'm going to reverse this image because one thing that I'm looking at, right, is that I'm not. One thing I seen here, the difference between this and then another image that's being said right now, is that I'm not. One thing I seen here, the difference between this and then another image that's being said right now, I'm gonna take my time. Is that this is not the same. Now I'm not bashing the woman who was on News Nation. I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm doing. God bless your work. You did what for over 40 years? Rock on. But I don't see similarities in the eyebrows. I don't see it because
what do you guys think it is?
Of the specific color that is being brought.
Corner to house.
You have to understand.
At whose house? Hers?
When it comes to black and white imagery, the details. This is not the only image. There's another image. Now, of course, this is a long shot. This is a long shot. It is. But I am not going to be putting any names. I just want to be very sure here. It was Luigi Mangione. And actually...
Fast forward a little bit.
Taking a look at this, he's going to change. This is what he looks like. This is we got to find some color pattern. Look at the thinness here. This is thin. Now, this is what people probably, hey, no, it's probably a girl. No, I'm a man and I walk. The way he was doing all this creeping, you know what that tells me? I'm going to keep it a buck. You know what that tells me? He's not classy. That's what it tells me. I didn't get to say this on my podcast. He has no class. He's a booger. That's what we call him. Look how he walks up in the camera. Look how he does this. That means he's stupid. He's smart. He picked up some grass and went like that.
Funny.
You're an idiot.
I like it.
You're an idiot. You look at if you watch him, I'm telling you,
Nolicity.
I hope you watch him, by the way. Mr. Kidnapper Criminal, you're an idiot. The fuck you think Grass was gonna do? You walking like that with a gun tells me that you have a specific thing about you. I'm not gonna say it because there's a wrong the terminology I don't want to say is because it carries some weights to it. People twist the words. Let's just say he's a little hoodlum. Let's just say that. He's a little hoodlum. The way he walks up the backpack. You guys never seen people from the Chicago, Detroit, New York? It was close to what? You seen the jacket? He's a little hoodlum. That's what everyone's been missing. He's a hoodlum. He's a hoodlum. The way he was sagging a little bit with the thing, no one called that. He's a hoodlum. Come on now. He the type of dude that flexes the watches. He like, yeah, got the chain. He got that. The weapon. He likes status. That's what he likes status. He likes to show it off. Dumb, sophisticated. This is him. Yeah. Look at this dude. Absolutely. Now, as for this guy, people say, oh, this is Carlos, is this. We don't know who this is. We don't know who this is. All right, let's get back to these updates for me.
Isn't it strange that I remember at the beginning of this investigation when they looked at the house, they said there was no DNA, there was no forensic material leading to a suspect. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know what changed unless the FBI went back in, or it was a tip that, I know they were going in and out of houses, but that seems strange to me.
Yeah, they said a lot of things that have changed, frankly, but you're right. I mean, it's a huge development, the fact that they found DNA in the house that's not Nancy Guthrie's and not someone connected to Nancy Guthrie, so a stranger, perhaps the person who kidnapped her. And you'd have to imagine now that they have this DNA, when they get into a situation like this, where I'm told this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, right. If this is a potential suspect, what they can do right away is swab for DNA. Yes, it's going to take some time to test and to send out and see if there's a connection, but now that's obviously something that they're going to start doing now that we know they have DNA from inside the house.
Okay, Brian, stay with us. If you see anything, you let us know. We'll jump right back to you.
New video. Lock in.
Bring on John Bueller. Okay.
Lock in.
Scott Peterson.
Lock in.
Bring on John Bueller.
Lock in. New video. Credit goes to Deborah in Vegas. Deborah, you in the chat, you better announce yourself. KGUN9 says, new video, FBI speaking to the man in Culver's parking lot at First and River. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Guys, my wife just sent me a text. My wife just sent me a text, and it was like a pineapple bag thingy to mail out t-shirts. But she's like, I'm getting these next to mail out shirts. And I looked at it, it's a bunch of pineapples. And her response was, pineapple pizza, ha ha ha. Ashley, it's a bunch of pineapples and a lot of them are upside down. Those are swinger bags. you know, couples that hook up with other couples. She texts me back and says, "Oh."
But the white pants and the white sneakers? Oof.
A situation where we find ourselves, there is a...
Let's check on, I don't think WFLA, they're a little different. They're not the same as they used to be. I miss JB, but I don't know, they changed a little, you know?
There, Sullivan and Jasmine on TikTok saying, is there a medical examiner there? Yeah, so that is now circulating on, so that is now circulating online.
So they're circulating online.
Are looking into that. If somebody wants to tag me on X with a verified report that the medical examiner is on scene and not some erroneous, you know, speculation-based tweet.
Yeah, I have not seen anything about it. I've seen claims of where the source is, but I've looked and I have not seen it.
Possible medical examiner out there.
Wait a minute. Is he saying what I think he is?
Folks, you guys can tag me on X. You can use hashtag KJB, or you can at WFLAJB if you want to tag me in that. But our team is canvassing the internet for new information, and I don't see anything right now about it at me.
Possible medical examiner out there?
Brian Enton is still on scene, yes. Yeah, I'm very familiar. We've been talking about it, Laura. The Fox News drone showing tons of cars, you know, outside of the home. That's not.
Exclusively learned about this SWAT
The reports
operation.
are that there have been
Almost
a
2
lot of
miles
law
away from
enforcement
Nancy's house.
arriving
2
even
people
this
have
late.
been brought.
So one would think that is law enforcement from any agency in the general vicinity responding to the scene. FBI, Pima County.
Right now, they're just rumors.
It certainly still seems active, even if we're not getting any updates from the sheriff's department.
And you get it that the first 2 press conferences were a little chaotic, but at some point it swings the other way, where having the radio silence can lead to just a different form of chaos.
Kristen, nope. Nope.
We're certainly seeing that online.
Nope.
I think the unfortunate truth about this for officials is that because of the attention that this story is getting, because of how national it has gone and really international, we've had people from across the pond even say that they've been watching this case.
We had a comment earlier from Australia. I think we
Yes.
got pulled away from it, but
and so with how much attention this is getting, it's really kind of a
possible coroner.
catch-22 in that if you speak
Potential medical
too often
examiner.
and you don't have enough information, people will start asking why you're wasting time doing this instead of trying to solve the case.
show the
If
pressure
you don't
on
speak
the
often
bad
enough,
guys
then of course now you're seeing what that means here, where people are now beginning to have an issue with a lack of information. It's a tightrope walk.
we're going to mute mics for 10 seconds.
Possible medical examiner.
Same warrant that the FBI and involvement outside
We're
of the
buffering a
house
lot.
is connected to.
I didn't bring stuff.
Let's show that video here. The video was followed by a response.
Man, that's horrible right now.
is connected in any way. We know that earlier in the week, there have been reports that they were looking for a white van involved, or maybe possibly involved. And we don't know if that was the same van. Certainly could be, matches the description that we were given earlier.
Stand by. We'll be back in just a moment.
To be in the middle of a high-profile criminal case.
Sergeant Z's in the chat. He's also going to be our new moderator. Oh, I can't do it yet.
Damn, Fox cut that feed off, chat. If you are brand new, please hit the like, hit subscribe. We talk about true crime, breaking live coverage, and trending topics. I would appreciate that so much. Especially if you're new, you're just tuning in. I'm trying to give you guys live updates. Viewer on the scene. And I would appreciate that if you guys can. KGU.
All right, again, we're back here on stream, folks, awaiting this statement. And
Kagan 9 reporters reported that they had seen FBI agents speaking to a man at a Culver's on First and River, I believe.
Right, so this is new, right?
Yes, that is something I just got in.
So K-Gun 9, is that? Yeah, it's Tucson. It's the Tucson ABC affiliate, Channel 9.
Yes, reported that reporters had seen an FBI agent speaking to a man at the Culver's, which we can see on that exclusive video from News Nation. Though they said it is not confirmed whether it is related to the Guthrie case, we have seen other reports.
Jennifer Darby has been a member for 13 months on this channel. Thank you so much. We don't have a lot of members. I literally make less than $10 a month on this backup channel. So I'm very thankful for those of you guys that are members. Jennifer Darby, thank you so much. If anyone else is feeling froggy, if any of you guys are feeling froggy and want to become a member, it's greatly appreciated on this channel. This is a backup channel for when I go out of town on situations like this. So anything helps. I'm very thankful for it. So thank you so much, Jennifer Darby. Jennifer Darby. Also, if you guys want to check out our other links, I have my links pinned in the link tree above your comments. We are en route
an hour and a half
to Tucson, Arizona.
Told by Pima County Sheriff's Department that we would be getting a written statement forthcoming, and we are still waiting.
I haven't mentioned
I was about to pass out.
I haven't mentioned the person deceased because, guys, you have to understand something. I work different from how other people you guys watch, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like to confirmed reports, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't just...
And I agree with I agree with him.
Boom, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that happened, I believe it. That happened on some stream. I don't know what you guys...
Unconfirmed reports of possible streamers claiming there is a coroner on scene at one of the interested party locations.
I will lose a good reputation, and I want you guys to know that. You know, I just...
Unconfirmed so we're waiting to hear if that's possibly true or false. We're waiting to hear on
I don't
whether
know if
those accusations
or anything
are true
like
or
that
false.
is related to the case. I don't have that intel. I didn't see it. I looked at it. I'm not saying that it's not. That's not what I'm saying, but I don't see it.
I agree with him. I agree.
I do not see it at all.
And for me, it's also really hard for me to try to go from person accused of to, look guys, this is what's going on. And I agree. I like the way this guy looks at it.
So
very much so.
Yeah.
That's Novacity.
If you're this is a good opportunity. I would like to know where people are watching from right now. And
from Novacity!
From Novacity! That's how you say Novacity.
Let us know.
Novacity.
Is it Saturday or is it Sunday?
Yeah, what day is it? I mean,
and I'm pretty sure he's okay with me restreaming
Central
him
Time Zone,
because he's restreamed me a couple times
Happy Valentine's
Day
to you.
I didn't ask him, but I'm pretty sure he's okay with it because he's restreamed me in the past, and I'm okay with that.
Sun up on Valentine's Day, and for some of you, it's still Friday the 13th.
You know, I did not even realize it was Friday the 13th yesterday.
It's Friday the 13th for me.
I literally just learned that.
It's 10:23 at night in California.
I guess I'm not superstitious.
Oh, it is Friday the 13th. I forgot about that.
Wasn't significant for you, huh?
If you're, and if you use hashtag HAB with your comment, I can pull it up and we could show where people are currently waiting on an update from. And it's just to bring sort of The only reason to do this is just to let people understand as to how global this story is. So if you're watching from a long ways away and you want to share where you're watching from,
I just lost that picture.
Oh wow! So feeds are dropping.
For me though, I got all the coverage right here.
I'll be right back.
I got you guys covered. I got the feed. Hold on. Oh wait, they went to commercial.
Novacity, let's go!
Hold on. Let me see.
Make sure you guys go subscribe to him too. Novacity, Novesity, Novacity.
Are at a scene like that, they're on battery power, and so they're either swapping batteries at the moment, or they're powering down because they just can't stay up forever. And
I can stay up forever. I have the big battery pack. All I gotta do is walk it over there.
Samantha says that she's watching.
I can stay up for as long as I want.
Moving to. Okay, I'm sorry. Damn.
As long as I can stay awake.
Moving fast. Daisy says watching from New Zealand, and it's 7:22 p.m. On Saturday there. Wow. A lot of I see.
Let's go.
See Sarasota, Florida. I see California.
Back-to-back bands. Damn, it's crazy.
Watching from Australia.
Oh, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say Happy Valentine's Day. I know.
He wants to tell me Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you so much, Novacity.
You know, lift your spirits here.
He's wishing me a Happy Valentine's Day. No one else but me. That's his message to me. Okay? Don't get flattered, guys. It's for me, okay?
Or my second channel, No Cross. You're never alone. I did this last year. You're not alone. I love you guys. We're here as a family. Ladies, you're never alone. I'm here. Fellas, you're never alone. I'm here. Pause. Not that way, but I'm here for you. But Happy Valentine's Day. So we'll take the time to say, you know, it's a day of love and appreciation. And hug your partner, love her or him, give him a big hug and a smooch. It doesn't have to be a partner.
It's just
it could be your
holiday
mom,
to make money.
Show your mom that you love her so much. Or your
make sure you guys love each other, but
don't be hitting up your ex. Don't do that. Don't listen to that Drake song. Come right in, spend the night off with you. And the song gets you in the mood. And you're like, I gotta text him, man. Your sister's like, your sister's gonna be like,
don't do that. Don't text him. It's the music. Cut it off.
Oh hell!
Don't do that. You're gonna regret it.
And then you regret it. Oh, you start drinking and your feelings. However you spend the whole day, you just enjoy yourself. Happy Valentine's Day.
I'm riding, spend the night out with you.
Press conference was not happening, and instead we were getting a statement. And we are still waiting on that statement.
Yes, we are waiting on the statement, chat. We are waiting.
So, yeah, a lot of folks who are watching internationally now.
They are waiting.
Australia.
They're going to be waiting for a long time.
JB.
Yes.
Can we kill Mike's for 1 second?
Yes, we can. Stand by.
When I think of Pima County Sheriff, because I think of that
I have to.
Facebook and Instagram page, Fridays with Frank from Pima County Sheriff.
I have to do that. It's important. It's very important. Facts are crucial. It's you know, it's what's actually happened. I could never understand. I can't just speculate or. I mean, I can, but I can't just verify the incorrect info. You know, I would not. You guys would never trust me again. So I'm here for you guys, no matter what. Who can read lips? I can.
Hey, you guys gonna eat Taco Bell?
Oh, I don't know. Or road to some taco.
Okay, me too. Okay, we're back.
All right, and Mike's back. So, let's give everybody an update on the situation from just a news gathering standpoint. The crews that are out there at the perimeter have powered down. There's only so long that we can stare at this image. We now have a looping video here that shows the perimeter that's basically been set up. But to transmit live video to drain power, ultimately, look, the strategy from a news perspective.
No, don't do the loop.
Not all that dissimilar from having a cell phone.
Yeah, no.
Is that you don't want to get down to 2% on your iPhone battery, right? It's the same for these news crews.
Search them as
they
well,
are trying to
and then
conserve
at the
power
same
in
time,
that there is something significant that unfolds in that area. So as news crews start to really get down to their final battery power, instead of going down to 0 or getting close to 0, they're going to conserve battery power for the sudden, scenario where something arises where they need to transmit video quickly. So if something does happen from the scene,
man, I got batteries, I got chargers, I got adapters.
Pop back up on our feeds.
News stations,
but right now they are powering down.
Take note, bro. Take note.
Right.
Okay, so I got a few people that's actually falling asleep on my stream. I'm about to wake y'all up.
Scene. We're waiting on the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Their statement.
Yeah, just to give a recap for anyone who is somehow joining in.
Snap, rescue me. I got to take a look at that.
10,
Wait,
20 minutes.
Didn't you send me something in relation to the email? We were supposed to talk, rescue me. Remember, I was trying to get in contact with you. Well, you're in Discord now, so I got you, rescue me.
From Nancy Guthrie's home in Tucson. There was also a traffic stop that coincided with this nearby, and at least 2 individuals, both men, were detained for questioning at the time of the warrant's execution. It was also reported that the mother of one of those individuals was also detained. Again, to be very clear, that does not mean that they are suspects, only that they have been detained to be questioned as SWAT, FBI, Pima County Sheriff, all of the responding agencies.
Shout out to Rescue Me in the chat, guys.
And look for whatever it is they're looking for.
Yeah, and I appreciate that there are people, that there are others that do have live pictures, with their cell phone, that there are people out there that people are saying, JB, but wait, there's bring up this feed on TikTok. It's somebody's got a cell phone out there that's pointed at the area. It's not that simple. I can't just bring up any other person's TikTok. That's just not how a news station like ours operates. We do things the right way, and
the right way.
Just stealing somebody else's content is it's just not our MO. So
he's saying that he can't do that because they can get sued. They can get sued for that because they're a major program. That's what he's saying. That's why other people are saying, why can't you just look at this feed or this feed? They can't do that. They're a big company, and they have to ask permission, and all the stuff. Yeah.
Whatever it may be, anything feed related. If I see it pop up.
That's why you guys, every time I get a feed, depending on if it's not TikTok, then I have to ask permission. It all depends on the terms and conditions. Sometimes when you stream on a different platform, it's open, but depending on the platform, they can own it. It's very tricky. You just have to know your platforms and who's streaming, and make sure you're getting proper. Yeah, you got to get proper. He's not wrong, but he can get fired for it.
Time.
Make sure you're getting proper. Yeah, you got to get proper. He's not wrong, but he can get fired for it.
Time. We have some other scene video. Okay, Samantha Ward on Facebook Live saying, "Hey JB, will the FBI also make a formal statement?" No, I don't.
Okay, we're just waiting for the
written statement would be released by the agency in charge, and that would probably be if they're working with the FBI.
Right now, let me reiterate: we are waiting for the Pima County Sheriff's Department to post this tweet. So basically, an hour and a half ago, they said there is no press briefing scheduled for tonight. 2 males, mom, what happened? Everyone's wondering. So I might wait another hour, another one. So we might have to wait. So let's wait 1 more hour to see if there's going to be any update, which they said they will, but forthcoming is, I'm available anytime, and I have to share it too major for me and share it publicly, but I can.
Let's see what Novacity asked. I did just ask him publicly.
I mean, yes, I tried to get in contact with you because the email. I kept my promise to you. So you're on the cord now. You're on the cord. So now that I know you're on Discord, and you're a member, so connect your Discord. So you get that crown can show up over there. I got you. We're gonna talk on the cord. I'm gonna pull you in a private session.
Someone said watch for sex strips.
Speaking of which, here if I restream you on my backup channel, I'm on my way out right now. Oh yeah, Dad's going live, of course. Of course you can. Dad's going live, dude. Why you have to ask my permission? We had that established. Dad's Gone Live. You know, you my guy. You my guy. You don't even have to. Don't send no super chat. Don't do that. You go ahead. Go ahead. Whenever you go live, you want to restream me, be like, hey, no, I got you up, and that's it. You got my permission, bro. And I appreciate you asking though, but you don't have to don't do that, bro. You know, you good. You good. You know, it's all love, man.
Told you. You already knows who I am.
Nah.
Send him a $10 super chat to ask.
Okay, guys, let me explain what's going on. People are getting confused. Okay. Shout out to whoever. Somebody said that there was a dead person. I know you guys are coming to my stream saying they're dead. So they're dead. No one here was dead. You guys got it wrong. That's why I didn't talk about it, because I verify information. Now, I'm not saying no one died. That's not what I'm saying. But during that operation there, I didn't know what you guys were talking about. That's why you guys kept on saying, no, dead. You were getting mixed up. There was no one dead there. There was a different location that could have happened, but don't know if it's related to that. They said that it could be, potentially. There's no confirmation on anything. It could be very well related, but I want to wait for confirmation, because if I tag along with that, I'll look stupid if I'm wrong. And you could be like, I can't depend on this guy. No, we focus on verified information. We want to get it correct, because that's going to help the investigation and to help figure this out. We want to definitely have that support system there. We are that backbone. You know what I'm saying? If that person saw a dead person, for sure, whoever that was, you said you guys say, I'm so sorry he witnessed that.
He's very
whoever
right.
That was. I am.
You know, we
so
got to
sorry.
verify a lot of things,
and I hope that doesn't stick with him.
There are rumors circulating about a possible coroner or medical examiner at a
good,
location.
Brother, all love. I appreciate you.
It could be for a dog.
And,
you know, I don't know.
For real.
It could be
your hard work, man.
anything.
You do a lot of hard work out there.
Or it could also be a misinterpretation.
Keep doing good, Dad's Gone Live. All love, baby. All love.
Full and thorough canvassing of the scene before they put out a statement, so that they don't put out the statement prematurely and then make a discovery soon after that ultimately changes the equation. Okay, what's this?
I'm trying to see if we can get video of the FBI speaking with a man in a Culver's parking lot that we had previously seen on reports.
Got it.
Still looking through, trying to find anything about this written statement, but has not seen anything on it just yet.
I'm already getting much better fuel mileage on my way out right now than I was.
I'm under defense.
I'm seeing unconfirmed reports regarding a Range Rover. I can't confirm that information this time. I know that there are a lot of people who are really trying to get my attention with that one, and I cannot confirm.
Yeah, me neither. I can't do that. Good job, JB. Still doing good. I see, JB. Very good. I'm under defense speech. Is there so you can connect this name? Okay, I got you. I'll tag you up.
Folks, I do see your comments when they come.
Okay, defense speech. Got you.
I do see.
Let me lock you in.
What's coming in? Linda, has any of the family been on scene? No, and I can almost guarantee you the reason why. If a member of the Guthrie family was at any of these scenes, it would become quite the circus from a media standpoint. The amount of media there, any member of the Guthrie family showing up to any of these spots, you would imagine that Savannah Guthrie would advise
thank you so much. Yeah, there probably was it probably was, but I have no
showing up
information that it correlates to, like,
even if it wasn't
like the case, like it could be tied to one of the 3 individuals detained. That's what we're waiting for, you know what I'm saying? But I just can't confirm that it's connected, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You guys understand?
It would be highly unorthodox for a family member to just show up to one of these scenes. So, but the answer to your question, Linda, is no.
We have about 7.5 hour Drive time 508 miles, 508.
What's also interesting from this standpoint, with this being,
Carlos comment?
you know, a late Friday, early Saturday morning event, we do not have access to the same number of feeds and reporters. It's the middle of the night. So people are asking, why aren't you here? Why aren't you there? Well, it's the middle of the night. You would imagine that it would be an all hands on deck sort of situation, but there's still
no, it was like 20 minutes away. So it was a bit further, right? Time Shab. It was a bit
the time of day.
You sent like 3 or 4 super chats. You just put a crown there. I could see your comments, so you don't have to send super chats. Charles, a woman that can't cuddle. What? Yeah, seeing a deceased individual.
Yeah, I see all the reports about the Range Rover.
It's risky on your channel. So I hope
not
that
saying they're not
individual is
true.
okay.
Just saying I can't confirm them. That's all I'm saying. And the particular network that is distributing that's not something that I have access to.
Oh, I'm getting off right here.
JB.
Yeah.
Kill Mike's for a second.
Yep.
Pasadena, let's go.
Alright, this is for all the people who are literally sleeping right now. I need you to wake up. Don't this shit make a nigga wanna There you go. I blasted that a little bit. So you can
Hell
wake
yeah.
up. Somebody's like, what is that? Busta Rhymes. 2 in the morning. Oh man. Time Shab, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. And thank you for the information, Time Shab. I appreciate that so much. Let's welcome Time. Did they release the third note to the public? No, only some of the details in it. If you guys want, I can play the video for you. Let me know in the comments.
Yes, play the video.
I can definitely play the video if you
play it. I'm all for
Neighbors
that.
in that neighborhood before Nancy's disappearance. I've always wondered whether or not that is connected with the request by law enforcement to neighbors to try to look for any footage they have all the way now back to January 1st. Have they been trying to look for that van? I don't know, but that's something to consider. Now, I will let you know this. News Nation was the first
breaking news from the Stream Center. Here's
was the first reporter on the scene. He's within that perimeter.
A new report
He's
just
keeping
in
a very
from local station KVOA.
We're headed to Tucson,
News
Arizona.
4 Tucson, the NBC
We're gonna go
affiliate,
cover the Nancy Guthrie case.
claiming that a neighbor spoke to the station saying that another person,
Oh wow, Scorpio.
after 3
Well, I
people were
missed
detained,
you.
another
I
person
missed you a
shot
lot,
himself in
Fred.
the head during a SWAT operation on Friday night in Tucson, Arizona. Welcome back into the Stream Center, folks. So this is a new development coming from a local television station in Tucson, Arizona. And
this is probably the deceased person you was talking about.
this report is singular as of right now, and it is all based on the word of a resident in the area. Okay, so a Shadow Hills neighborhood resident spoke to News 4 Tucson, that's the NBC station in Tucson, saying that this person witnessed 3 people being detained, and then another person shot themselves in the head during a SWAT operation.
Oh, no.
And I believe that is the extent of the information in this report. I caution our audience here that this is from one news station right now.
One individual claims.
And this is one news station taking the word of one resident.
Yeah.
It would.
I'm kind of like, I hope that didn't happen, but I don't think it happened either.
How do I say this? The television station is putting
Unconfirmed reports.
a lot of trust in this one person to go with this report.
I've done that.
That's
And
a pretty
it messed me up.
significant thing to report
I took
based on a
somebody's
singular.
word.
Head toward East Orange Grove Road, then turn left onto East Orange.
That's not me.
You know, the semantics of how we do our job, reporting, right? You're always trying to verify things with as many with as many people as possible, right? To not make this too complicated. You learn information and you confirm it with secondary sources. Now you can go with a singular source if you are highly confident in the origin of that information. Like, let's say a law enforcement agency, right? If that comes from just one entity, you feel pretty confident that you can report that information. But when you have it from a resident who you don't know who this person is, you don't understand their credibility. We know nothing. They're not named. The report doesn't name this person. We don't know if this person is making it up or if this person is completely telling the truth. But bottom line is, this television station is putting a tremendous amount of confidence in this person's word to report out in this current news environment that a person has shot themselves in the head during the SWAT operation that unfolded here in the Shadows Hill neighborhood. But I feel like, as somebody who has done a lot of streams here in the Stream Center with a lot of breaking news situations, it would be irresponsible for me to tell our audience that this is in fact what is happening without sharing that bit of information with you, that this is based on the word of a singular resident in Shadow Hills. That's where we have it, guys.
Right. It's incredible to make the report, because the rest of the information that we have and the rest of the information that's in this report line up with what we know about what we were told by Pima County Sheriff's Department is an operation involving the Nancy Guthrie case. So it's, as you mentioned, it's just we want to be cautious about this, because this could absolutely be a real report. It could also absolutely be something that ends up being a fabrication. We don't know.
They're very right.
And you know why? This is why I'm careful. I'm not saying that this didn't happen or it did. You guys said you saw it on someone else's feed. I'm sorry that this happened. Timeshap said no, I saw it. So Timeshap was not going to lie, but at the same time, you have to understand that I have to be careful, because how would I know that this would be connected to Nancy?
Yeah, you don't.
Guthrie, if we're covering that, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, this is an 84-year-old woman that so many people are looking for her. Now, since the price raised to $100,000, imagine the amount of tips that people are pushing into the enforcement was just there because they detained, federal agents detained 3 individuals, 2 male, 1 female mother. But again, this pew-pew to the brain, don't know what that's, connected somehow. Because, because
there isn't this Shadow Hills resident shared a video with News 4 Tucson, or there isn't a secondary line in the story that says News 4 Tucson has confirmed this with a law enforcement source in the Pima County Sheriff's Department or anything like that. There's nothing else. It's just basically saying this person told us this and we're going to run with it.
Misha, please don't hit me. Please don't hit me.
Saying it's not true. I'm just saying you have to treat it for what it is, and what it is a singular report.
He just said the same thing I just said. Listen, our man JB.
This person told us this, and we're going to run with it. And so I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying you have to treat it for what it is, and what it is a singular report from a singular resident.
I have not seen that yet.
How the news industry works is all of these news networks, they have all their local affiliates in more than 200 markets across the country. All of these small newsrooms and medium and large size newsrooms that operate in various markets across the country, and they're in contact with their network. And so is NBC News going to now distribute that information based on what one of their affiliates is putting out there?
Eric Vasquez over at Twitter.
That's
not
the
I've seen, no.
One neighbor
I have
claims
seen,
that.
we had talked about this earlier,
if that's confirmed, or if the neighbor misunderstood what happened.
But there was questions from our chat asking about that SUV Range Rover. I have now seen local stations, this is from KGUN 9, saying that their FBI and Pima County sheriffs were investigating an SUV Range Rover, and they shared a video in the Culver's parking lot. So at least with that piece of information, now I am seeing video for that.
Okay, new post. Pima County put up a new post, guys. Hold on real quick. Hold on.
New post from Pima County.
Law enforcement
Novacity.
Activities underway at a residence near E. Orange. Wait, what? Related to the Guthrie case, because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI. No additional. Come on, Pete. Like, yada. Come on. Right? You could have said, you could, like. We are aware.
Never mind.
Just waiting for some info. Just waiting for some info. Just patiently waiting.
Oh gosh.
Patiently waiting. Jeez. There we go. There we go. We're gonna, yeah, guys, that's what we're gonna do on Twitter. Please, guys, don't. Pima County Sheriff's Department, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Pima County.
I don't know how the county sheriff's department's working with
Pima County. I know. Who did this? I know. Aw, Garrett. Hi, Garrett. You guys know how to cheer me on. I'm just getting a little, like, what's going on, guys? Come on. It's almost 2 a.m. in the East Coast. Something here.
Words of this post, and I'm just gonna say my gut reaction out loud, because that's what I do on stream, and people know that I don't hold back. We know that.
Right, yeah.
We the world already knows that law enforcement activity is underway at the scene. You've got tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people right now watching live coverage because we know that law enforcement activity is underway. This is a nothing update. It's
nothing update.
It's nothing.
Said.
But the most loud thing in this statement, without a doubt, is the words "at the request of the FBI," given what has transpired in the last 48 hours.
This was a nothing update. JB, thank you, brother. Nothing.
So the FBI is saying, don't release anymore.
That's crazy.
And just to remind everybody, a couple of hours ago, 2 hours ago, we were expecting a press scene to supposedly talk to the media. And then fairly abruptly after that, we got that statement that it was going to be a written statement instead. And then 2 hours later, we are now being told that at the request of the FBI, we are not going to get any additional information.
And also, whoever said it was a joint investigation? That's news.
If you want to see that map,
Denise, I got you.
Has anyone seen any report
Denise,
claiming that this is now a joint investigation? A joint investigation to me is that the two teams are running point together.
Correct.
It's a little different than...
Yeah, the dynamic is shifting. Because at one point it was even President Trump commenting, what was the comment earlier that basically indicated that
they don't want to give it up.
They didn't want to give up control of the investigation.
They didn't want to give it up.
But now the Pima County Sheriff's Office is saying that it is a joint investigation. So are they together, or is one agency assisting the other? Because there's a lot of mixed signals here as to who's in charge.
Correct.
Because now this statement reads to me that we were in charge, but now the FBI is requesting that we don't give up any more information. So we're going to say now that this is a joint investigation.
Basically what he's saying, that since the beginning, there has been, and I'm going to insert some dialogue here, there has been a little bit of tension between local law enforcement, Sheriff's Pima County, and FBI. It's been like withholding information that's not true. They're now knowing about information wasn't told to sheriffs. So this joint, which that's what we thought it was, then then it wasn't, but now it is. What's going on? Like, is everyone working together as you should be, a team, whether local, federal? It's in multiple agencies are on this case.
It's coming out regarding from a law enforcement aspect here. It's so difficult for.
Like, I literally did I not say this already? Like, come on.
I mean, I don't know about you guys. I was expecting, a press release, like an image with the Sheriff's County logo.
I was expecting a tweet.
You thought a tweet?
Yeah, I thought a 1 sentence, maybe if we were lucky, 2 to 3 sentence tweet.
I'd also like to just say KVOA.
Yeah.
We talked about that a second ago. Tweeted about 5 minutes ago as an add-on, according to an unconfirmed report by a neighbor. They are now adding unconfirmed report to their earlier report regarding the person who allegedly witnessed one person shot themselves.
All right, so this is how they reworded that. I'll read it into the entire thing. A Shadow Hills resident tells News 4 Tucson that she witnessed 3 people being detained during a SWAT operation on Friday night. According to an unconfirmed report by a neighbor, another person shot himself in the head. So they're shifting things there. And so, again, there's a reason why there's one news station reporting this right now. Whether or not it's accurate, time will tell. We will find out, I'm sure, as the situation develops and as the hours proceed. But back to the statement. Yeah.
I got the feed. Again, Wilson, thank you so much. Hold on, lock in. I got the feed. Everyone, share this. Share this to your Facebook group. Put a title on it. Lock in. Credit goes to John Petro Show. Hold on. Everyone, lock in.
Yeah, the FBI won't release the statement.
So yeah, at this point, we can't see it, but they're releasing this car.
You got muted for like 24 hours, bro. So they're claiming that somebody undid their life during one of the SWAT raids.
Look
at the tarp and look at how they're combing through the back. There's the Range Rover.
This is the Range Rover.
Share that you're watching. They have a white tarp up. The agents, they don't want us to see what is in the back of this.
Damn, I forgot my drone.
Guys, do me a favor, if you could hit the like button on this podcast, I would appreciate that. If you are brand new, I would appreciate that if you could hit the subscribe button. We cover true crime, trending topics, and breaking life coverage. We cover an assortment of cases. We cover car chases, live car chases, mass shootings, a lot of stuff all over the states, even international. So if you like stuff like that, if you watch that, definitely hit the subscribe button. I would appreciate that very much. They put that tarp over, so you know what that means.
That's a lot of FBI right there.
No, don't type that.
Stacy sent me an email.
Let's not type
I cannot check it while I'm driving, unfortunately, Stacy. I'm sorry. I'll try to check it when I get parked. Or maybe while I'm getting gas, I don't know. If you guys are new, make sure you subscribe to this backup YouTube channel.
I'm certainly interested in this vehicle. And what were they pulling out of the back of that vehicle?
Nothing graphic is being shown here. Nothing. There's nothing. Just a Range Rover and police are covering the car with a tarp. So nothing is being shown. Nothing graphic, nothing gruesome, nothing that breaks community guidelines, nothing.
This could be a unaligned.
So, yeah.
Okay, here's the statement. Law enforcement activity underway at a residence near Orange Grove Road and North First Avenue related to the Guthrie case. Because there's joint investigation request the FBI, no additional information is currently available. Now, I want to mention there's speculation that might have been someone might have
Thank you, Wilson.
someone may face the authority. But it's obviously that Range Rover is the area, the vehicle of interest. And you can see they did not want us. They put up the tarp. Now we don't know. You don't know what that means. The statement, though, put out. Let's see what Fox is reporting.
Something about a Range Rover that they're searching and they put a tarp
Man was detained during a traffic stop. He's being connection.
We got 7 hours and 9 minutes.
Questioning connection.
Should be there around 6 a.m. California time.
That Fox Digital.
Or 7 a.m. Arizona time.
Was able to get.
Yeah, that's the one that I have. Yeah, that's the one that I have.
So that's right over there.
Let me put that on screen for you guys. Give me a second. Hold on. I got you guys.
You can see him sitting down right there. He was being detained. So the statement from the sheriff's office is even more vague than we thought.
Way more vague. Way more vague. I literally said that. So he's shown that he's here. He's here. So let's lock in, all right? Let's lock in. I appreciate that very much. Tana, thank you for subscribing.
That mic was loud, brother. So I did a 20 super chat challenge. I did a challenge to get 20 super chats at $1 a piece to see if we could raise 20 bucks for this channel. I did a super chat challenge to see if we could raise $21 super chats for this channel. The super chats, they definitely help put it in the algorithm. Yes, it's obviously monetary donos for the viewers, but yeah, it's a way to help grow the channel. So if you guys want to help out with super chat, it's greatly appreciated. If not, I'll send $21 to myself. 20 super chats at $1 a piece. I'll do it. Say hello.
Again, I don't.
And for the reason I put just because.
And I don't want to speculate. But you could see the way they put up the tarp, what they were trying to move out of that. This is very bizarre. I want to show
Jennifer
you.
Jennifer Darby just came through with the $2 super chat.
It's
watch the viewers go up as the super chats come in, guys, because it helps us in the algorithm. YouTube loves it.
The sheriff's statement.
Ashley, boo!
Very vague.
Peekaboo! Peekaboo, Ashley! Peekaboo! Thank you so much to both of you guys. I can't hit the heart because I'm not watching from I'm watching from the Downtown Live account. It's not my behind the scenes. Thank you.
Look at me right there.
That's what the statement they put out. I think that's interesting to say the FBI.
Alice, get to the $2 super chat. Let's go.
Tonight.
Thank you. Told you, as soon as super chats come in, it boosts the viewership just a little bit because it helps put us in the algorithm. I'm telling you, super chats help out a lot more than you think. Perishable! Always watching, Perishable. Thank you. Let's go!
Whatsoever. That's about one of the ways.
Perishable, how you doing, my friend? God bless you.
I'm not mad at because I think I did the right thing here. Because they were like, no, it's this. I'm aware that there was a deceased individual because you guys.
Sarge! Thank you so much, Sarge.
You saw it.
$5 to make me $5. Let's go!
There's any relation to it. And people were saying,
Lisa Young came through with a super chat. Let's go!
And I'm glad that I said that.
Damn, you guys got me yelling up in here.
This moment,
thanks so much, everybody.
I think I
that is
reported
huge.
That so
we're gonna get a helicopter by morning.
There we go.
I also want to.
So guys, I plan to drive straight through. I'm gonna try to drive straight through.
There's people like saying, hey, no, this, and that. But I'm saying, guys, it's not. I want to go by verified information.
Question.
I'll do my best to stay awake because I drive slower when I'm sleeping. I don't drive very fast when I'm asleep. Thank you. Let's go, Biggie G, Biggie. Can't you see? Something's hypnotize me. Biggie. Can't you see? Way you're trying to just hypnotize me.
Not say pew pew to the
Ruger is at home.
Like, don't say.
I want to bring him, but my wife said, if you're going, you're leaving Ruger. I said, okay. She wants him. He's her guard dog.
I know, but guys, if I could create my own platform and name it, then you can say whatever you want. But this is YouTube, so try your best to use cloaking words. I would appreciate that. So instead of use pew pew because it hurts the algorithm. YouTube is, they're infringing on a lot of freedom of speech at this point. So a lot of under fire stuff. I would appreciate that. I don't want to, delete your comment.
Biggie, can't you see the way your comments just hypnotize me? Biggie, can't you see?
Let me know if you did. What did they say?
Thank you, everybody. Wow.
It's not a female. It's a male.
What do you think?
It's a male. Unconfirmed.
There go the numbers again. This is a different scene. What do you guys think? Should I start to do this more often? Take the show on the road? I think so. I mean, by all accounts, our platforms, all the coverage, it just keeps getting bigger. How about we were in front of where the mailbox was, following the FBI by foot.
Hey, Lisa just came through with a cash app. Let's go. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that, Lisa. God bless you.
I want to give a shout out to JLR. It's my first time working the case with him. Boy, he is a hardworking guy.
We don't know if it's Nancy. We don't know. It was reports that it was a male. I think it was somebody said that it was a male. Tamisha. It was a male, right? Let me know. Let me know. It was a male. Because Tamisha said she was there. So I saw if she saw it, but let me know. Because if I'm wrong, that was just what was told to me. I don't know. I wasn't watching it. It was a male. Okay. Just want to be sure. I want to be sure for you guys. Because people are saying it's not Nancy. Okay, just making sure.
First time on this backup channel. Let's go. Taboo. Make sure you subscribe, my friend. Make sure y'all subscribe to the backup channel. That's on behind the scenes.
I would appreciate that.
can't you see? Whoa, Jacob, I want you to see my emojis. I want you to read my email when you stop. Okay, safe travels. Thank you so much, Stacy. Stacy, I will definitely check it. I just have to power up my laptop. It should be easy. I just power up my laptop. I can log right in. We'll do, Stacy. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna call one of my buddies real quick. He's in Phoenix. I might stop by on the way to Phoenix, get some fuel, and say what's up to one of my buddies, if he's still up. Don't worry, I got my Meta Ray-Bans. We have a 6-hour and 57-minute drive. Never mind. Wow, he hunked up. I mean, it is like midnight out there.
Again, it's not. We don't know what's connected. It could be. Maybe. You know what this could be, and it's a possibility. I can't even confirm this nor deny this. But oh, Denise, thank you so much. This person that did this to himself, pew himself, this could be very well a person that was part of the people who did this to Nancy. I'm speculating. I don't know, chat. I don't know. But maybe this individual is somehow part of this. That's why they did this. But again, I don't know, chat. I'm speculating. I'm saying, what if that could be it? I don't know. I have no idea. Wait, there was no sound? You might check. There was no sound.
So what he's doing, he's watching another live stream of a possible vehicle being searched by the FBI and potentially the Sheriff's Department, which they're guessing might be linked or might not be linked. They don't know. But right now, anything that goes all down to Guthrie, they're going to assume it's connected.
Mic check.
For sure. Same here, Erica. I haven't really been paying a whole lot of attention to it. I know I should, but...
I understand, Kano.
Biggie, can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize. Vehicle's already been searched, yes. No, I don't know whose vehicle it is. And I don't think it's been released who that vehicle belongs to as of yet.
Brand new to the stream, I would appreciate you guys to hit that like button.
It's very hard to keep up with it all. There's a lot going on.
Check if you're subscribed. And yeah, it would say subscribed, ED with an N, meaning you already did. And I would appreciate it if you guys can. We cover true crime, breaking light coverage, and trending topics. And you guys would love the community. And I hope you guys like the new moderation in the chat. So I switched it up a little bit, you know, less trolls, right? See what I'm saying? Told you. Need help in Discord, like something serious, has to be serious. You have to claim a support ticket. Support ticket's on the top left. If you need help with something in Discord, something is wrong, it's not working, fill out a support ticket. It'll take like a quick second. Make sure you join the Discord too. I'll post a Discord link for all my people. Okay, Ozzy, I hear you.
All right, guys. This is a boring drive. I always hated driving on the 10. I am solo ETA, 6 a.m. California time, 7 a.m. Arizona time. We are about 6 hours and 50 minutes, 6 hours, 50 minutes.
This is why I love
06 hours, 50 minutes. Should arrive around 6 a.m. California time if I don't drive too slow.
I respect your opinion, bro. Don't, you know, as much as you got my back, I got your back. Wait, who's falling asleep on my stream? Oh, no, we're not doing it. No. We're not doing it.
Don't this shit make a nigga wanna...
There you go, wake up.
She makes me laugh.
We're at the Range Rover, guys. We're at the Range Rover. This is somehow... It could be, not confirmed at all, connected to Nancy Guthrie. Not confirmed yet, chat. Not confirmed yet. Yes, this is live. No, guys, there's nothing. No. Nothing is being shown. Ladies and gentlemen, we got breaking.
just hit 5,000 followers on
It was a
YouTube.
link. You good,
We just
Kano,
hit
don't worry about
5K
it.
subs.
I saw
Let's
your
go.
comment.
Check him out. What's up, Tube Sound? How you doing?
No, nothing graphics being shown, nothing crazy, none of that. It's just federal agents working on a scene right now, and we got reporters there, photography. They're trying to see what's going on. Possibly, yes.
5-minute ride from where the raid was, and from what we understand, thank you, Edward, this was a traffic stop. And again, they're not confirming anything, not telling us anything, but this is all apparently connected to the Nancy Guthrie case, and I believe that also that someone is detained. So how many people are involved in this, we don't know.
3 people detained. 3 people detained.
It's endless.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised they're not detaining any family members. I don't know if the family's involved or not, but
all I ask is that you tap the screen and follow the P.
Yeah, Kano, of course, bro. I appreciate you.
Whatever that was happening.
Yeah.
very long way to Tucson.
I would like, do I just drive by this? I was like, do I just drive by this one?
Just verbally not mean to do that.
Right inside.
So right now, Novacity is restreaming a streamer that is on scene of a Range Rover that is being looked at by FBI and Sheriff's Department in Pima County.
Right in the vehicle. As a matter of fact, I don't know if he is still making
Oh shit, this carpool only, huh? I only got over. Don't tell anybody. Get over. My bad. Ooh, a Maserati.
What a bad guy here. Like a black looking bad guy.
What a night of coverage this has been. What a night.
I think this is still the road.
Yeah. So obviously something happened here. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, everyone.
It's a sheriff's vehicle right here.
The page. Wow. What's going on?
The meteor crater, huh?
Yeah.
Let's go, meteor crater.
So, someone detained was then. And now, a couple things. Coverage tomorrow. I think they're going to stay at this house where they had the raid for quite some time. I think at some point now, you can only detain for about 24 hours, so they're going to have to charge. Something very dramatic happened here. So it sounds like someone thought that they were going to get caught, decided to check out. So a couple things. We want to be waiting and watching to see if there's going to be a briefing tomorrow. If there is, we're going to be there, right?
Well, we're all waiting for the statement. That's what we're waiting for, because there's not going to be a press conference tonight. We don't know if there's going to be one tomorrow. They have distanced themselves from the public. I'm going to be real with you at this point. That's what it seems like. Wait, you guys can hear me, right? Like,
yeah, it definitely seems like the Sheriff's Department and FBI are distancing themselves from the public and the media, and they're releasing very, very, very little info.
What the heck?
Next to none.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Alright, I still have that Super Chat challenge going. Let's go. If anybody is interested in sending a $1 Super Chat.
Processing.
Yeah, so anyway, like I was saying, we don't know. So tomorrow is we're gonna have I think that we're gonna have a better understanding. We're gonna have a better understanding tomorrow. Because now it is officially what, ladies and gentlemen? Day 14. Day 14, and it is not, statistically speaking, I am not being negative. I'm the one that's been saying, I think that Nancy Guthrie, guys, I'm going to stop that. Nancy Guthrie is alive. I truly believe that. But now, I know the recklessness of these criminals. They were not professional. Statistically speaking, it is lower odds. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. But I hope, Nancy, you're still with us.
Alice, another $1 Super Chat. Let's go!
Hours. I want to mention we're not far from the scene where ABC is actually on.
Oh, Tammy just came through the 10. Holy cow, thanks so much, Tammy and Alice. You guys are wildly crazy tonight.
Right now, we're still working to figure out what this investigation centers on and if there is, in fact, a connection to that one, because we're just about a mile away from that. You can see these FBI agents right now. We saw a number of them taking photos of a silver Range Rover that is on scene right now.
Thank you, Em.
You can also see deputies are here. Also, Miranda police are here.
I work with I understand.
See one man.
Damn it, I'm getting tired. What do I do? Chuck Red Bull? That's my lips crack, everybody.
He was being detained or investigated.
Going to bed, Lisa. Oh, man. All right. Hopefully you'll join us tomorrow morning for the live stream.
Friday night, and then lasted several hours.
Even if I have to, I will sit in the truck and take a nap while the camera is pointed at the scene. I obviously am going to get a hotel for the nighttime part, depending on how bad the scene is, or how accurate it is.
They even held up a sheet to block us from seeing
had Red Bull.
The FBI
I bought 2 small cans.
Police to try to see what this was about and if there was any connection to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. 14 coverage all day on ABC 15. Reporting here from Pima County, Nick Soletti, ABC 15, Arizona.
The worst part about traveling is leaving. No, I was kidding. No, I don't mind the adventure. I wish my wife was with me, so I can ask her to drive while I sleep with my head. I'll do that.
FBI agents on not just
judging by the street signs, no, we're not in Bakersfield, probably.
Here in Pima
for
County,
sure.
on ABC 15, Nick Soletti, as we dive deeper into the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
Also, the more comments you guys leave, the more you chat, the more likes you guys do, the more you help out the live stream.
All sides of this investigation.
I don't know how many likes we have, but it really helps out the channel when you guys hit the like, the follow, the share. Even if you share it to your own channel with no viewers, no followers, that's okay. YouTube likes that.
Now, this is about 5 minutes from the other location where 3 individuals were also detained. We're working on to see if there's a connection. We'll bring you more updates here on NVY University. Thank you. Back to you, John.
I gotta work on that chat. I gotta work on the shit.
Which we know. I gotta work on this one. I'm not sure what exactly is about.
I gotta work on that chat.
After about a mile or so away from that person. Nick Soletti here in the Catalina foothills where we spotted FBI agents right now on scene for some kind of an investigation. I want to point out we're not far away from where ABC's actually holding was and where I was until just about an hour ago for that investigation and that scene, which law enforcement did confirm to us is something.
Carlos is suing, y'all. Carlos is about to get paid. I'm telling you. Y'all keep going. Keep going with that. I'm telling you. I think Carlos is gonna get paid.
We're done now. I want to thank everybody.
Keep thinking that's a joke. I'm telling you.
Please follow the page.
Carlos is about to get paid.
It's gonna be a busy weekend ahead. So I want to thank.
I want to hear this guy.
Yes, thank you everyone. My goodness.
Can you even get paid for being detained and released? Wilson, it's how it went down, Wilson. It's how it went down.
Yeah, he's kind of right. Being detained and the release, it all depends.
If there was
it's
ever a violation of someone's constitutional right,
he's very right. Very right. What's up, Mad Dog? My brother from another mother. Mad Dog, man, we're headed to Arizona. I'm gonna go try to cover the Nancy Guthrie case.
I do apologize. Daz, you're late. You're fired.
says we're about 6.5 hours out, but I got a feeling we'll probably get there a little bit quicker than that. Because I'm definitely going over the speed limit a little bit, so I'll shave off a little bit of time.
Is my audio back? Can you guys hear me? What's going on? Yo! This is crazy.
I'm definitely gonna have to get gas.
We're good.
I'm down to almost half a tank, so I definitely gotta get some more gas. Those of you guys that helped out with the fuel bill and the expenses to come out here and stuff, I do want to say thank you. You guys,
like I was saying, yeah. So when it comes to making it worse for others that are helping the investigation, as I keep saying, like that's why this case is all eyes are on this case, and you know, it's a lot of foolery and. You know, yeah, man. He's about to get paid, man. It's looking that way. When they made a mess, the broken door, all that. They took images, photos, all that, the whole video. It ain't looking too good, man. But we'll see. We'll see, man. We will see. I even heard. What are you talking about?
Gas is definitely cheap in Arizona.
This live is acting crazy. I've been a subscriber for a while. I couldn't even comment. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I don't know what's going on.
No, I'll have to pull over and get gas. Yeah.
I don't know.
I got about 140 miles, 150 miles left. And the drive is 436 miles. So I'm definitely going to have to fuel up. I'm going to wait till I go a little bit lower.
It's just doing it now.
I'll probably top it off at least 2 or 3 more times on the way out there.
What's up? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What's going on?
Who is... Somebody sent this to me. What's your name? Somebody sent this to me. What's your name? Bad Ash. Somebody by the name of Brandon posted this. This individual. Wait a minute.
I don't know what's going on.
Hold on, real quick. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh! They look pretty close to me. Alice, get
No,
through
guys, I don't know
$5
if
towards
this is the guy.
gas. Thank you so much, Alice.
I'm checking. I can't say that this is the individual. Somebody sent this to me. That's Skechers. What the frick? Wait a minute. Give me 1 second. Everyone, hold on real quick. Hold on. Everyone, give me 1 second.
We're over here buffering.
Guys, hold on. Hold on, everybody.
Go, little Mustang. Yeah, I think we're back. We were buffering just a little bit. Yep, there goes that Mustang. It's not the guy in the ski mask. The eyebrows look pretty similar. The eyebrows look similar. You know what I think? I think the person that tears the camera down was paid by somebody to do all that, to get her out of there. I think something happened. I think there's more than one person involved. I think that's just the person that was asked to go take care of it. I think it's a big deal. I also think they're amateurs. Maybe it's their first time doing this. Because I overthink stuff. When I do stuff,
okay,
like when I was younger, I used to sneak out and
I'm trying to
do
right now.
stupid things. I overthought it.
Confirm that.
And I always try to make sure I don't get caught. Right? So, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Anybody that on blast like that, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to put any fake news out there. I don't want to do that.
They're loading up the Range Rover right now.
No, I don't use AI. No, at all. I only use AI if I use it as like a backup. So like, say I have like a bit of information, you know.
I only use AI to add overlays to my thumbnails because it's so much faster. And I'm always in a hurry every night. I do a live stream every night. That's
No,
the
the picture that I showed you, I cannot confirm that that's him, guys. I can't. Hey, General Sorrow, how are you? The video is silent, yes, it is. That picture got me thinking though, I can't lie. That picture got me thinking, Chad. I am not gonna lie. I wonder if investigators are getting fucking close. You're gonna see is Dominique E soon. Jay Wilder, it sounds like you're trying to bet me or something. You trying to put a bet on me or something? You wanna, like, what? Can you see his wrist tattoo? I do see it. I do. There's no correlation to that, but I can't see what people, like, I don't see how, like, what does it say?
No. Typically, I don't know. I haven't covered a lot of murder cases.
The shape of the head is correct. It's complex. Just remember what the specific details that was already presented to us. When you have fabric, glove, eyes. Remember the eyebrows. It can only take a visual concept and compare that to past images of said suspect. You know, I don't want to just throw up any picture, say it's him. That individual, I cannot confirm. I don't know. You know, that's him. Serious question. Do you believe we will find the truth soon? It seems like people are being detained, but limited info is being released. That's very true. All right. So that's scary, isn't it? When limited info is being released, I think what scares me the most is that the time length of limited info, because 14 days, there's no Nancy, and she doesn't. For all we know, we don't know if she has her meds, how she's being treated. Remember, stress worsens all of her pre-line conditions. A heart problem already, high blood pressure. She's vulnerable yet sensitive, and that already being said is an issue. Finding the truth soon, there's only little value in that. You understand? So finding the truth soon it becomes less valuable when 2 weeks, 3 weeks, when it's a low probability, statistically speaking.
There is a split in the freeway, so I need to stay in the left lane, brother.
She's no longer with us.
So I have to stay in the left lane to go where I'm going. If I get out of the left lane,
the one thing that hurts me the most out of all this is how late everything started.
So I get over early.
They took their sweet ass time. They didn't do proper searching. That never leaves my mind. Like, I think about this. Like, I see this right here. All this is happening. Look at this. All of this, and they were way late. We didn't talk about a day or two. They were like a good 6-7 days late. God, you put up $100,000. It took you 14 days to put $100,000 reward now? You do that now? If you could do that now, why didn't you do that at the beginning? Is it a specific person? Is it because it's an elderly, not a child? How should that be any different? Why start with $2,500? Now, I know what you guys are going to say. We shouldn't take money to get people to search. Well, too bad. This is reality. This is real life. People are influenced by large sums of money. That's realistic. So what? It is what it is, right?
People are definitely influenced by money.
Now?
Money makes everything go around. Absolutely. And it sucks, but
I
it's
think
true.
what happens is they need more than catching up. I think what we need right now at this moment, right now, results. Because the family strongly believes that their mother is still alive. Well, give them something to believe that. Results matter. You detain, Carlos. You did all this with Carlos, and then his stepmother's like, no, he's good. They checked it. They did a background check. They questioned him. They did this to later release him and be like, okay, we're done. We're sorry. I get it. When it comes to investigation, you need to do a thorough search, but you need to act accordingly in getting and detaining the people that are related to this. Just like today. Right now, you guys know that Pima County only said that we believe that they're related. We're still waiting for the fucking the thing. We're still waiting for the Twitter post. It's been hours. JB even said that it's been an hour. I don't know what's going on. I know you got to talk to one by one, but you only can detain them for 24 hours, legally speaking. When they lawyer up, you gotta. That's it. They're done after 24 hours. Get some results. Get anything. There's nothing. There's nothing. Like, you guys understand that, right? Like, there's nothing shown. Nothing given. Now, I do understand why there's no press conference. Because there's nothing. I haven't seen nothing produced, no lead. This is the only thing we have. Now, again, I'm not trying to shit on them. They're doing their job. I get that. But remember, guys, this is taxes well spent. This is occupying people's time nationwide. The eyes, the attention, you understand, right? Like, our tax dollars, all of us, are funding this, which it could have been used for other sources. So if my money is on this, please get it right. Let's work on this. Let's focus on priorities, results. It's 14 days. It's looking bad. It's looking bad. Can we just be honest for a second? It ain't looking too good. This is why, just to even think, Pima County not sharing information, nothing was being told to Pima County by the FBI. They had a research, open it, close it, open it, close it. Oh, you guys made a mistake. Oh, we should have expanded it. Get out the premises. Somebody ordered something. It shouldn't have been there. They had to close it down. They said that it was contaminated, the scene. People was there walking. What the fuck? What are we doing? Yo, I can't with this, bro. At this point, bro, I do not know. We know when someone's missing, the first 2 days, 48 hours is crucial in an investigation. It's been 14 days.
He's not lying. The first 48. Literally, it's a TV show. It's very important.
Jay, thank you so much. Really ticks me off that we fine. Oh, Jay. I hear you, Jay. I hear you, brother. Show the sketch? You want me to show the sketch? Bro. I don't even know how to do that. I don't even know. Guys, this is, I don't know if this is even legit at this point. Nah, bro, come on. I can't. I so disagree with this. I don't think I can agree with this. You want me to explain why I don't agree with this? And I respect her work. Actually, this
All right,
I can
guys.
see
It's
what
about
could be
midnight.
real. And let me explain.
You guys want me to stay out for
What
another
could be
hour?
real is
I'll stay out for $1.
Here.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Do you see the image?
Let's do a 6 a.m. challenge.
This is ear. You see this part? This is the ear, right? If you go up, it conforms here. So it's thinning of the hair, thin light hair. Like we don't see a ponytail wrapped around. We don't see that. So it has to be some sort of short. Like you see the unevenness. It's uneven. You see that? So I can kind of see that. Thin eyebrows, uneven hair, some thin weak ass mustache, light in his mouth. You know, it's yeah. I see this, but I don't know how this is possible. That thick ass beard, the goatee. This is not.
Oh,
this
shit.
is not it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that we should not, and I respect that lady.
Man.
I am nowhere trying to disrespect her at all. Like
I gotta buy a toothbrush and toothpaste, guys. I forgot
my
mine.
opinion, this is a long shot, and we should stray away a little bit. You know, I don't want to confuse the public. Let's put the suspect. Guess who game?
If the Range Rover has nothing to do with Nancy, why was the FBI on scene?
You know?
Are they working other cases at this time in Tucson? Because I don't typically see FBI.
I don't know the guy's ethnicity. I don't know. But John B keeps spamming Carlos. And it's like he wants it to be Carlos so bad. So John B, I'm going to remember your name. I'm going to remember you for sure, Ski. Because I don't know if it is or not. I mean, he's not off the hook though. But I just can't confirm that. It kind of sounds like Savannah wants to say more to the public. Savannah wants to tell us more, Chad. She does. She does. Because the more information we have, the more we can find out what is honestly going on. What is happening, Chad? Bad Ash Patriot. I appreciate you for tagging me for this information. I gotta give you I don't know if you're hearing me, but Bad Ash Patriot. Good job, Bad Ash. Very good job. I'm gonna like your status because that was good.
So wait, you're just telling me that there's
I know
multiple
you are, John B.
FBI situations in Tucson right now. Multiple FBI investigations going on where FBI are seen in the public. I never see FBI in the public in Bakersfield. I've never even live streamed them. I've done this for almost 4 years and I've never seen the FBI there. So I don't know.
I don't want to show this, man. I don't. Yo, wait a minute. I think this could be something. Could be. Could be. Yeah, Badass. Good job. I don't want to share it yet, Chad. You know, I'm not down with this, actually. I'm not. But at the same time, I got to be careful with information. No, it's not bad. It's just I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be that guy. That'd be like, you know. Okay, I am not saying that this is the suspect. Legally speaking, I am not saying that this is the suspect. I have no information on it. I'm going to show you something else, actually. Again, I'm going to be very careful with that. I am not saying that this is the suspect at all. Nope, I'm not. Just showing you an image, you guys know. Eyebrows, that can change.
Yeah, I don't think the one he's doing is it. The person he's showing right now, I don't think it's him.
Yeah, me too, Dad's Gone Live. I'm starting to think that for a sec. What really gets to me, you want me to tell you what really gets to me out of this? You want me to me out of this? You want me to tell you this right here? Let me show you something. Guys, listen up. Let me show you this. Watch this. It's like, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying this is the person. I don't know. And don't ever bring no hate, guys. Don't ever hit nobody up. Don't DM no one. Don't ever do that. If you coming from my stream and you do that, and I find out you are banned from the Vestity. I don't play that. Don't DM someone. Don't DM Savannah, Annie, or don't do that. Don't even DM people that I'm showing. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm gonna find out, because I'm gonna get told that. Either by them or your relation to the name. Don't be that individual. Like, don't do that. If you want to do investigation work properly, look at what you see and do it yourself. But don't hit up victims or suspects or detainees. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Never assume too quick. So allegedly, this is an image that's going around, right? What gets to me the most out of all this is two things specifically. And let me tell you what they are. Let me just show you something, right? What really gets to me from these two images is this right here. The thinning of the eyebrows. You see, if you guys don't know, if you pamper yourself, right? You see this thinning here? This was shaved. This is now coming back. This is coming back here. But if you erase this, right? If I erase this, look what's left. You see the thinning? And look at the thinning. So this is contacts. That's the part that's, that's not getting to me. Because you see, it looks like a little star. You see that? I don't see that, maybe from the distance, but I do see thinning of the eyebrows here. So he either shaves them or gets them plucked. But looking at this as a male perspective, it's shaved. It's shaved. But I do see thinning though. Warping a little bit, not respectfully, not a good barber. But I do see thinning. Either you used to get them plucked, but it's shaved. For sure. But I do see thinning here. See, if I show you this, that's some fake ass eyebrows, right?
No, Vestity.
Let's call him Eduardo. Eduardo here with a thick eyebrow. The thick eyebrow. See, these are different. Eduardo is very thick. See, my friend is thick. This is a thick eyebrow. But this is not thick. This is thin. A very thin eyebrow. And oh, look at that, the blackening. See that black? You see that the eyelid on top is very, could be dense. But look at that, it's prominent. You see that? You see that? So that's the. But this one extends though. Actually, the eye is a little. Yeah. Nah, because they didn't. The eye shape isn't there though. Yeah, it's not there. Yeah. the eye shape, it's not there. So, don't want to assume it's the wrong person. Well, guys, I made my board, and I have been trying so hard to, I put some work into this to try to make this make sense. It's tied to Nancy. Carlos, he was detained but let go, found no connection, the glove on the road.
You hear Nevesity talking.
The real suspect, the
police have her street blocked off right now, though he's going to his house.
The book bag tied to the ransom notes.
Over there. Okay.
Yeah. No! What's up, Ozzy? Talk to me.
We have exactly 400 miles left, everybody.
It's the stitching? I don't think so. I don't think that's the stitching, no. Because you see the stitching here? See the white stitching right there? It wraps here, look. Look at, the stitching ends. This is the end, right? Look at the bottom. So right when it ends is his eyes. Right when it ends is the eyebrows. I don't think this is not the stitching. I do not, no, I don't think so, no, Ozzy, I don't think so. It makes sense as the bottom. It would make sense. No, that's not the stitching. That's not the stitching. The stitching would have matched the bottom of it. I don't think so. No.
Once again, a hub of understanding. Help me understand what I just told people about the sequence of what you've gotten and any distinctions you see among them.
Well, I'm focused on two things. Because I agree with you. I mean, he's from the Tucson area. There's just no doubt. I am focused on two things. This ransom note is. I will put it to you this way, Chris. The FBI is keenly interested in this ransom note, and I know this. Keenly interested in it. So the question then is, you're right. How does he? They're not really showing proof of life as far as we know, and the money has not been deposited. So why is it being ignored if they seem to be acting as if this is real? I can't answer that question. I am perplexed by it. But when you take that ransom note, which I believe the FBI has good reason to think it may well be real,
that truck and trailer
then you look at these other emails we've been receiving, 3 of them this week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, from a man who says he knows who this kidnapper is. We got our
So wait, Harvey, help me understand something. The ransom note is separate. You don't believe it's from the same guy. Then you get 3 emails. You think those 3 are from the same guy.
I know the ransom note stands on its own. Separately, we have received 3 emails from the same person. And I know that because in each of those 3, there is a very specific Bitcoin address that we've been checking. So these 3 are coming from the same person. Wednesday, the person wanted $50,000 in return for the name of the kidnapper. Said it's going to be his last contact. Yesterday, he made a similar demand, got a little more specific. At about noon today Pacific time, we got a third. And the third is interesting. And I will tell you, the FBI is interested in this. I know that. And we've given it to them. So the ransom has now gone up to $100,000. And it's gone up because this person knows that the FBI has doubled the reward. The person begins by saying, look, to the FBI, I don't trust you, and you don't trust me. So I'm going to go through TMZ, because I don't really trust you at all. So he wants the $100,000, but he wants it his way. And the way he wants it is he wants a fraction of a Bitcoin worth $50,000 immediately deposited in his account. And in return, he says he will, and this is a quote, he will immediately provide the name of the main individual
How does he know,
along with his information for you to track. So I guess we can stop and talk about what does he mean by main individual, because by definition, he's suggesting more than one person is involved. That's the first time he's said something like this in any of the three notes that we've received. The second, then he goes on to say that he will not touch that initial $50,000 payment until an arrest is made, and once there is an arrest, he would expect the FBI in good faith to deposit the additional $50,000 in Bitcoin. He says, and I think this is interesting, he is gambling both for his safety and his possible freedom. When you say possible freedom, it's almost as if he's saying, I'm kind of close to the flame, and maybe they're going to try and implicate me. At least that's the way I read it. And then the last thing he says, and I'll actually read from the note, he says that the manhunt of the main individual that can give you all the answers, be prepared to go international. To me, that can only mean Mexico. So again, I am not telling you, Chris, that this is authentic, that this is actually a person who knows the identity and location of the kidnapper, but he has been persistent. He definitely has the attention of the FBI, and this is the latest what we got.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Wow. Okay.
TMZ receives something in common. No one showed proof of Nancy. That's where I get all this from. Now, well, guys, we could come up with an idea. We can obviously show proof of her because we don't have her, but maybe we can lie and say we will give up the name of the individuals. Get out of my face, please. Like, get out of my face. You guys have get a job, J-O-B, bro. What is happening? Like, what? Taking advantage of a situation like this? Let's just say these people actually know who did this. This sounds like, you know what this could also sound like? Let me tell you what this also sounds like. Let me tell you. The people who first did the ransom note, sounds like they created a second Bitcoin account and did these ransom notes because either if they originally did take Nancy and she's gone, the blood on the floor, no medication, you're desperate to get money over what you can't prove, which is Nancy. Or this is a new individual who knows how to elude authorities by cloaking the email, using a masking tool of some sort, and they're just doing the same thing, but they have nothing to prove. Who the fuck? Like, oh, you want me to go with your word? Send $50,000, $100,000, and then you're gonna tell me you could have asked me for $500,000. Why didn't you do that? You want me to settle for $50K, $100K, so you could maybe be right? You could maybe be right? The fuck out. Nah. Job.
Get a job. I agree. Oh man, it makes no sense.
Bro, what is going on with this case? What is happening? No, for real. Like that's wild. Scammers who scam for Bitcoin, literally trying to cash in on this tragedy. That's right. That's wild, bro. That's actually fucking crazy to me, bro. Pay him and track him. Stan, let me tell you something about this comment right here. Stan, Remember the first ransom note that was given on February 2nd? Did it look like they got to track them? Did it look like it was successful? Did it work? That's the one thing out of all this, I'm gonna be honest, that I am so surprised. They haven't tracked the original ransom note. They have not found those original people. That's wild. Yo. 12 days later, you never found the original ransom. You found Derek. Are you gonna find this new group that sent these 3 emails to TMZ? They haven't found them. Nothing. I know it's not that simple. I clearly know that. It's 12 days later. Also, I already explained the whole cloaking effect. Let alone the Bitcoin address, where people were trying to tell me it's trackable. It is, to a certain extent. I already explained that whole thing on how it works. I ain't going to explain that again. They changed the IP address. They did that, but the IP address is not what, that's not how they got away. You can get an IP address, but it's not going to bounce off the original source. That's not how it works neither. If it was that easy, everyone would do it. You know what I'm saying? People know what they're doing. I mean, I'm not calling them sophisticated after that video. I'm not. But I'm saying, damn, like, they seem to be more techie than carrying out the kidnapping. Does that make sense? Like, again, this shit is probably not even real at this point. It's probably not even real. Yeah. It's probably not even real. Yeah. Derek is in California. Bro, they got that dude quick. Quick. Alright guys,
here I am thinking, I'm speeding. I'm like, dude, I'm going like 6-7 miles over the speed limit. I'm gonna get a ticket. No, all these other cars are flying past me. Ain't nothing. I haven't seen a single cop pull anyone over. So let's go!
I smell fire. There's a fire somewhere close.
I gotta pull off and get gas. I'm down to a quarter tank, so.
Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. I am going to log off. I'm gonna log off. I'm gonna log off. And I gotta get ready for tomorrow. Because this case is gonna be another long one for sure ski. Tomorrow. Because this case is gonna be another long one for sure ski. It's 3 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna get out of here, but I want to thank you guys. I'm gonna continue to do I did so much research today. I caught up, guys. I'm finally caught up. I'm finally caught up, big time, big time. But it looks like I still got more research to do. You know what I'm saying? You guys really do watch me a lot, and I have to make sure that I gotta get my facts right. I gotta get some information, and I gotta figure out some shit. I got more stuff to figure out. But please, guys, on your way out, please hit the like button and subscribe and join the Discord. 3 things: hit the like button, subscribe, and join the Discord. I would appreciate that so much if you can do that. It is 3 in the morning. I'm tired. I gotta wake up early to do this all over for you guys.
I'm all alone and I'm driving.
I promise.
Listeners to no message.
I'm gonna get this right for you.
Let's go.
We have done this in many cases. Madeline Soto, Savannah Soto, Gabby Petito, Brian Kohlberger. Shit, Gabby Petito. We popped off. We called Brian's sister directly. Savannah Soto. We literally spoke to Savannah's friend directly. Madeline Soto. We spoke to the neighbor directly, who lived right from Jennifer. We are on it as always. Every single case, every single time, whether it's true crime, breaking life coverage, or trending topics. I got you guys covered. I promise you, all right? Shoot me up an email if you don't mind. Yeah, Dad's going live. Email me. Email me. Email me for sure. Shoot me it first so I know, because, dude, my emails are wild, bro. Wilson, you was here in this podcast the whole time? Sheesh. You're grounded. Go to bed. Get out of here, Wilson. Go to bed. I think there's about 12 people involved in this. There's about 4. I'm pretty sure there's a group. Remember, Remember the original, if the ransom note is not legit, they said we. Guys, you do know that, don't ever think that the ransom note isn't legit, by the way. Like, that's still up in the air. They haven't ruled that out. What did Harvey just said? They never did. They never did. And I know things prove that it doesn't look good, but remember, who did the original note? The original ransom note. Who are them to prove to bring proof that she's alive or not? That's still in the air for me. Guys, I am going to be methodical, and I'm not going to give up. I'm going to be adding more stuff to this board. Put it on the Discord if you think I'm missing anything else. I am missing 2 images, which I have, but I am going to write some context below them just to be a little more descriptive and methodical here. I'm going to try to be more, so we could be organized. Get some good rest. Yes, I am. I am going to be, dude, I got to get some rest. I think tomorrow's going to be important.
I think he's right.
Yeah. All right, guys. I hit you up on Insta. All right, copy. I got to make something to eat first. It's not good to go to bed eating. Remember, go to bed 3 hours before eating. Wait, after. So when you eat, wait 3 hours, then go to bed. Don't ever go to bed on a full stomach. Your stomach doesn't process it. The acids and the food are going to be sitting in your stomach because of the way you're laying down the shift and gravity doesn't work well. I'm trying to help you out. Don't want you to get cramped up, gassy, and especially the acids in your stomach is bad for the thinning walls of your stomach.
I gotta get off. Can I do it? Let's go! I made it!
Thank you so much. Love you guys. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you.
I gotta go take a leak.
So much. And like always, please do good, die great, and I'll see you on the next one. Feels good to be back. Bless you guys.
I gotta take a quick leak, guys. And I'm down to a quarter tank, so we're gonna top off the fuel tank. Yeah, I just want to try to get out here and back without getting a speeding ticket. That's my only... Damn! I don't want to pay no $4 a gallon for gas. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Holy cow. Fuck. That's all I can really do, huh? That's it. $4. Looks like it is what it is, man. We're driving straight through, so I'm gonna go get me a snack, top off the gas tank, and grab it one more Red Bull. That guy looks angry. Yeah, JLR is pretty cool too. He's got some, he's always on top of shit too, so if you guys want to check out some other streamers, you can go check out JLR. I'm going to run inside real quick, guys. I'm going to top off the gas tank. I'm going to run inside, and then I'll be back. I'm used to having Rugers, so I got to lock the car. Oh, shit. Also got to throw this shit away. Oopsies. Whoa, a $20 super chat from Linda. Get yourself some gas. I will. Also, they have the vanilla Red Bull in, so I got that. Hold on, guys. I might have to go across. Yeah, their pumps ain't working here, so I'm going to go across the street. I got me a pizza, a Red Bull, and a water. I got to go across the street because this ain't really working out. I'm going to go across the street. Yeah, you know what? Let me try this pump. If this one doesn't work, I'll go. Try it again. I gotta go inside, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, we should be back. I'm sorry. I forgot to put my thing on. Let me see. Somebody said, who all paid for this trip? Well, that's irrelevant. That's generous people. Sorry about that. Ari, let me mod you up. Oh, shit. I just hit you. Oh, no. No, no, no. Undo. Unhide. Whoops. My bad, Ari. Also, thank you so much, XJ, for all the super chats. Let's go. Damn, XJ, thank you so much for the supers, brother. So I bought a little thing of a little pizza bite thing. They had my favorite Red Bull, the vanilla one. So I bought it. Yeah, no, it wasn't letting me pay at the pumps, but it let me pay inside. So, whatever. Oh. Okay. 5.5 hours out. XJ just came through with another super chat. Let's go! Damn. I'm hyped up on Red Bull, aka liquid crack. 6, what the hell, XJ? Thank you. What's up with all these super chats, brother? Holy cow. Holy crap, 8 super chats from XJ. What in the hell? Nine super chats. 9 super chats now. What in the world, man? Nine freaking super chats from XJ. Wow. And there's 10. That's a 10 super chat. Let's go. Alright, we're gonna play CNN. Well, oh, that's a good idea or not. Guthrie case breaks open. Hit my 20 cool. Let's go!
It's all hands on deck. Everybody's there. And I think this feels like the next biggest break in the case since the FBI was able to do something.
And there's been thousands and thousands of tips since then. The coincidence is very apparent.
Absolutely. I mean, the crush of information that's coming in up to this point has been overwhelming for the investigators. So
FYI,
for them to actually go out,
if I get flagged for copyright, I'm on my backup channel. Not a big deal.
To be exactly what Ed said was, it's an incredible amount of information here, and it's an actionable lead. I think they have something here that really rises to the level of doing this deployment, especially after dark. So I expect something significant to come out of this. Either it's going to be some suspect information or evidence, but there'll be, I think, a pretty good announcement by the Sheriff's Department at some point here. They'll have to make a good statement on this.
What does it tell you that we're within 2 miles? And we're 14 days into disappearance. Does it surprise you the proximity of the following of this lead in that area?
Not at all, because we're getting tips from neighbors, and so this had to be a good tip from somebody who saw something, and that's usually the way these cases get broke these days. Somebody saw something, called it in, it looked like a great actionable lead, they followed up on that tip, and then saw something or learned something that created this almost crisis situation of vehicles and manpower on this one location.
There's so much information that's been coming in. We are waiting for a statement, a written statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Office,
and
who has been in Levendera today, working in connection with the FBI, joined at the hip, I think was the phrase he used. The tips have been coming in. A huge police activity as we speak. Drones show 24 or more law enforcement vehicles in a residential neighborhood 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie,
where there is a flurry of police activity happening right now. The sheriff says they are, quote, actively working a lead near Nancy
down that
Guthrie's
lonesome highway.
home.
Let's go!
The focus
420.
of intense police activity appears to be a home about 2 miles from Guthrie's home. The sheriff says a written statement will be forthcoming. They don't expect a press conference. They do expect a written statement sometime soon.
I don't know if anybody's streaming right now, but I'm in route right now myself.
Law enforcement vehicles have been seen at that location. We do know that investigators found DNA at Guthrie's home. It doesn't belong to her or those close to her. That was one of the headlines of the day. The sheriff's office says the evidence is being sent out to forensic analysis. Ed Lavendera is live in Tucson at the focus of where this investigation is happening right now. Ed.
Alex, well, everything here is still developing and has been developing shortly after 8 o'clock Mountain Time here in Tucson. We started hearing the rumblings that law enforcement vehicles were descending here on this neighborhood, in stunning fashion, not very far away from where Nancy Guthrie lives. So I'll set the scene for you here. This is the road into this particular part. We're on the northern edge of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, but down past the sheriff's vehicle, if you go down that way, the road kind of bends away to the right, and that's where we have seen just a cavalry of law enforcement vehicles arriving here on the scene. We've seen SWAT vehicles. Most of those vehicles have already left the scene. We have seen forensic trucks. We have seen unmarked cars, presumably FBI agents, arriving here at the scene. We have seen other evidence collection trucks that we have seen at other moments throughout the last 2 weeks. Now that we are entering day 14 of this search and investigation into the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. So this is still very much active. As you mentioned, the sheriff said that this is a lead. I think that's probably kind of goes without saying. Clearly something significant happening here. But remember, several days ago, there was a man detained about 50 miles south of Tucson. That person was questioned for several hours and then released, and doesn't believe to be connected to this case at this point in any way. And this is another situation that is developing. As you said, the Pima County Sheriff's Department says that they will not hold a press conference, which I think is significant, because if this was really monumental news in this, I think there would be a press conference of some kind. So that's the way I kind of read the way the statement was put out tonight. But we are expecting a written statement, and we were told by local officials that that statement was awaiting kind of being finalized in conjunction with FBI agents here on the scene. So we are waiting that. But the amount of law enforcement vehicles that have been pouring in to this section of the neighborhood has really been stunning here this evening, and it is really
so what I really think that we're going to have going for us is
so
this,
close
guys, look.
to where Nancy Guthrie lives. It's as I've described over in the reporting over the last few weeks.
It's kind of vibrating because we're flying down the freeway, but I mean,
web of roads that
look at this.
make their way through this area, and we are on
It's
kind
bouncing,
of the northern
right?
edge of
It's
this
on
neighborhood.
it's on the car.
And so the amount of vehicles here.
We have a
what
high-end
exactly brought them
camcorder
here, what exactly
that doesn't have the best
lead
image
is that the
stabilization
sheriff
while it's bouncing
is
down the highway.
alluding to. We don't
So
quite know yet.
it's
I should
hard
also
mounted to
point
the
out that
car,
we spoke
but
with
I
the
also
sheriff
think
just a
that
few
we're
hours
gonna,
ago, and he talked about how in the days
I think we'll have a little bit
since
of
the release of the
advantage
suspect
for
video from the
going down the
doorbell
hill on some highway. I
camera,
love it.
they have been, I've seen an avalanche of tips, more than I think the sheriff told me earlier today, some 30,000 tips that have poured in as they have been making calls for video evidence. We know that FBI agents have been going through this area, canvassing and recanvassing street after street in this neighborhood, talking to neighbors, looking for home video of any kind from these cameras in the neighborhood. So whether or not if it's a piece of evidence like that brought them back here, we don't know yet. Or if it was a tip that was called in. The sheriff did tell us that that video of the suspect on the front porch there has been the most monumental, the biggest key piece of evidence that they've received so far.
This freeway is a little bouncy, so
and that has sparked a great deal of feedback and tips that have been called into them. So presumably this could be something that came out of the release of that video. So again, we await here. It has been a cold, chilly night, rainy throughout most of the night. Finally, the rain has slowed down, and the sky has cleared quite a bit. But this is the scene. This is a neighborhood that kind of sits up on a bluff here in this neighborhood. You can see in the darkness and in the distance way back down there is the city lights of Tucson as we sit here on the northern edge, and we sit here waiting for investigators here to give us the latest update on what has unfolded just down the street from where we are here tonight. Alex?
Since this has happened, have we ever seen this much of a law enforcement presence descend on any home?
Not like this, especially not this close to Nancy Guthrie's home. The scene down about 50 miles south of Tucson earlier this week, where that one man was detained and questioned for several hours. That street was blocked and roped off. There was a large police presence there on this one.
Thank you, Ari. I don't know what happened, but thank you.
Of vehicles that involve forensic evidence collection, the kind of machinery that we have seen kind of working the scenes as they've collected evidence and returned to Nancy Guthrie's home several times, and also to other parts of the city looking for evidence and trying to find clues. That kind of level we have definitely not seen, Alex.
Which gives you an indication probably of the seriousness of this. Also, though, is interesting, as you pointed out, Ed, that they're not holding a press conference tonight. If they did, you would think that would be the kind of thing where they would announce, we've got our suspect at a press conference. But that is not happening, at least not anytime soon. Ed Lavandera, thank you so much.
Also,
go ahead.
Alex, I should point out, too, I was just going to say also, look, the most important part of all of this entire investigation is the fate of Nancy Guthrie. That is what people care about the most. It's obviously what the Guthrie family cares about the most.
So Novacity,
this stage without having heard
I contacted him on Instagram. He's
investigators
cool dude.
about more specific about what has unfolded.
Make sure you guys, I know we only have like 200 people watching right now, and he might have had like 2,000, that's cool, but make sure you guys go follow Novacity, Novesity. He's on Facebook, Instagram, but mostly on YouTube. His main live streams are on YouTube, so make sure you guys go follow him. Novesity.
Thank you for
he's one of the really good restreamers, and he does a great job. So I love I love working with people, networking with people, and I appreciate if you guys would check them out too.
Special agent, CNN law enforcement contributor.
Yes, we are coming up on Palm Springs,
night after night on this.
California.
Steve, what do you think's going on right now?
Well, first of all, this entire operation appears to me to be investigation-driven rather than reactive. And to give you an example, the operation the other night appeared very reactive. People were getting there as quickly as they can, pulling people out of cars, doing things as quickly as they could get there. And why I think this is investigation-driven is when you get a line of cars, 20 cars, 20 federal cars, plus all the equipment trucks, things like this, this is a pre-planned operation. You'll have somebody's written an operations plan. Otherwise, people would be just getting there when they got there. This seems to be a well-planned out operation. And so it's not reactive, it's proactive.
And what does that signify?
It signifies to me that they've got information that they think is important. They've got information that they think is important enough to get a warrant for, to get people's hopes up for, to expend lots of manpower and emotional energy on. That's a big part of this, keeping people in the game. And so they must believe it's a pretty good lead.
What do you read into the fact that this happened at night and that SWAT moved in at night?
Yeah, this is, I was on SWAT for 5 years, and I think I can count on two hands the number of ops that we didn't do between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. That's how SWAT operates. If you give us an assignment, go get this person, we're going to do it between 4 and 6 a.m.
Why is that?
Because, well, we've learned that people, that's when they're in deep REM sleep. It's not just a sleep. They're in deep REM sleep. They are less likely to have an organized thought about how to resist, things like that. And we can get in and out under cover of darkness. We don't like to go out at night, like in the early evening or mid-evening. There's a lot of cars out on the street. You're doing things like
Friday night especially.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting out on the outside of trucks, riding on the boards, coming inside, and nothing is more risky for tipping the people off than cars in the neighborhood. So you don't like to go in while people are up and around, like on a Friday night. So that tells me that this was a decision, a command decision, that they wanted this location and these people looked at right then and there.
And there's a real sense of urgency that this has to happen right now.
Yeah, for some reason they didn't want to do it in the morning. They wanted, maybe they were waiting until they got, it could be that you had all these people staged, ready to go, waiting until all the people, or the right person
check your messenger,
was in the location, and they decided to hit it then.
Or we don't know when they got the warrant to potentially do this too.
No,
right?
And I would love to see the time of the warrant versus the time they executed the warrant. And that would give you the amount of time they had to, they're going to start planning before they get the warrant.
So as we look at this live picture, we're not seeing very much, and that's on purpose, right? They're keeping the media real far away. Has been great weather. There's no chopper shots above.
Right.
What's happening most likely inside? You've been inside in these situations. What's going on?
These are grueling for the agents. First of all, for every person that's in that house, assuming there are people in the house, there's going to be an interview team. And that interview team is going to consist of 3 to 5 people, maybe only 3 talking, but 5 of them would be saying, hey, the person just said this, we need to check this out.
So and separate, right? If there are different people that are being interviewed, there's different teams.
Yes. So we are en route right now. If you guys are just tuning in, I'm en route. I got a 5-hour drive left, 357 miles. We're almost at the halfway point. It's about a 9-hour drive from Bakersfield. We are en route to Tucson, Arizona. I'm going to cover the Nancy Guthrie case as best I can. My moderators and other friends have been trying to update me on the situation.
Mapping out of the entire place. Meanwhile, you can't be stepping around just anywhere because the forensics people, it's kind of like walking around on somebody's floor that just got mopped. No. So it's very grueling, it's tense. They're going to be there all evening and into the morning, and I think Right now, they're all probably undoing their top button and saying, "Let's get some coffee."
It's going to be a long night.
Oh yeah,
You're going to be with us throughout the
it's
next
gonna be a long
couple
night.
hours
I did
as well. I got the tie going tonight. Steve, thank you. We'll get back to you in a moment. Want to bring in the conversation right now. CNN senior national security analyst Juliet Kayan joining us. Juliet, your reading of what's happening right now.
Yeah, it's obviously hard to tell. I'll agree with everything that Steve said in terms of the timing and the sort of preparation for it. Means that there was some hint, some clues to get them to this home. We're seeing this in real time. The only question I have is anyone in custody? That is the most important thing right now. It's 1, 2, 3 people. Who are they? And why did law enforcement go into this home or building? I should say that under any warrant, law enforcement is allowed to detain someone. So the fact that they got the warrant and the fact people
I'm kind of just listening to this too right now.
Doesn't
This is a news article
necessarily prove
on YouTube
that anything bad has happened, but it does mean that there was enough evidence to get law enforcement into that area. Lots of law enforcement, as we're seeing, and that the people there, if detained, that's the key question we have right now. We should be hearing relatively soon, and we'll hear from media if they see that people have been detained. If there's nothing subsequent to this raid, we may be seeing something similar as we saw a couple nights ago. Someone is taken as a person of interest. Maybe there's a clue that law enforcement is following, but it ends up being, the inability, just because of the number of clues coming in, to separate, the sort of the good noise from the bad noise. That's where we are right now. It's just ability to separate a lot of that information.
Yeah, and you mentioned the concept of people being detained. We know that there are reports on social media that there may have been some people detained. CNN has not been able to independently confirm that so far. The Sheriff's Department has not put out a written statement so far, even though they advertised that about an hour and a half ago or so.
XJ!
Not sure what the holdup is there. But some of that may be this complicated arrangement right now, Juliet, that's happening between the Sheriff's Department and the FBI, which so far seems to have not been super easy day in and day out.
Right. That's exactly right. And I will say that no confirmation here. The only question one should have right now are there people actually detained? Because then that would suggest that whatever was in the warrant, right, would be something about the people.
Hell yeah.
Who
my wife's in the chat. What's up, baby?
I will tell you that's the only thing. That's the only question I have right now. Is did this result in any detentions that are real? The second question, of course, is then what does that mean for finding Nancy Guthrie? That's all that matters tonight. The fighting that you're seeing in law enforcement, or the reporting that we're doing about some of those tensions, some of it is natural. I will tell you, almost every case you're going to see those natural tensions. The two things put a lot of pressure here on this case. One was just, it's a long time now. It really is. I mean, think about that every day for Savannah Guthrie and the family, like to sustain this kind of horror for that long. And so the tensions tend to play out over the time. The second is, of course, the interest, the media interest. I think the human interest in this, I'll tell you, I've done a lot of stories for CNN, and I don't think it's voyeurism. I don't think it's bad. I think I'm amazed at how many people who don't really follow things like this will ask me about it. What do I think? I think there's just
watch out for steel trucks.
Horrible for the family.
Hey guys,
people feel
I was gonna throw it up, but we're gonna throw it up now. I'm gonna throw up Guthrie.com.
Something like this.
So we may or may not have them up occasionally throughout the live stream tomorrows.
The focus of this also adds to a lot of tension. I wanted to say something.
So if you guys are interested in pizza in your area,
I don't know why you would ever say you're going to have
Guthrie.com is a sponsor of our live streams.
It's not like it takes hours to build up the media, and so I never like delays in any of these cases between the promise of information and when the information comes, because that either means it means that there is a story that they're trying to figure out how to tell, And I worry about that. If there was nothing there, we would have heard. So that's what we're waiting for right now.
Essentially saying, why say we're going to tell you something? Either tell us something or don't say anything, right?
It's creating
expectations that are unnecessary.
Yeah, it's a habit of I think old media, or of we're going to have a press conference, or we're going to tell you something, as if 24/7 news did not exist. And I think in that vacuum, one does worry about what is going on. The law enforcement should either say we're going to have no information tonight, or try to at least give some information, like what you were just saying. Social media now creates a news storyline that makes it very difficult to manage. It's where misinformation comes out, disinformation comes out, lack of trust.
Enforcement vehicles, including forensic trucks. Pima County Sheriff says a written statement is forthcoming. Said that an hour and a half ago. We're still waiting. We now know that DNA has been found at Guthrie's home. Now, that includes, we also know that DNA does not belong to her or those close to her. That includes her daughter, Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie. Joining us now live from New York is Scott Curtis.
All right, I think we're good now. I don't know.
A former FBI agent. Thank you for staying up late with us. Scott, what do you think's happening right now?
What the hell's up with this damn freaking lane assist, man?
Well, clearly they're executing a search warrant at this location here. We know from law enforcement statement that the individuals that resided at that location were detained and not arrested there. So the focus of law enforcement is that location and not the individuals that were living there.
And of course, we are waiting to get official confirmation in terms of the detainment or the arrest. We're hoping to get that information soon. In terms of the focus at this point, we've seen the news about the DNA. We've seen the news about the backpack today. All those things probably give clues to the FBI, right?
Yeah, well, the question I have is, how does this location fit into the investigation?
Can you guys hear me? Testing, test me.
Does this relate to the individual with the backpack that was seen on the video footage in front of Nancy Guthrie's home? Does this location fit into a tip about other perpetrators that may be involved in this crime?
Can you hear me? Testing, testing.
Or is this location related to the individual that was sending the demands to TMZ, saying that they had information about the individual with the backpack? We don't know. That's what we have to try to get answered here. How does this location fit into the larger scheme of things?
You've been involved in some very complicated procedures with the FBI, including the biggest arrest day ever, 127 arrests in one day on something you were heading up. Talk about the fact that we see so many FBI cars as part of this, that sort of the most we've seen put out on any one incident throughout this entire investigation.
Well, one key component that people need to keep in mind is that besides locating Nancy Guthrie, hopefully safely here, the next most important aspect of this is to make sure that we're collecting evidence that's going to survive all the way through a potential trial of those who will hopefully be arrested and prosecuted as part of this case. So what law enforcement is doing here is they're making sure they have all the appropriate manpower and resources at this location so they can effectively and efficiently collect all pertinent, relevant evidence that could be connected to this crime, and do it in accordance with the law and in accordance with policies and procedures there, because they don't want to face a potential suppression of any evidence connected to this crime.
What do you see as what's next for this investigation, and what do you see in terms of the next few hours at this particular location?
That's hard to forecast right now. I mean, I've been involved in, like you said, a lot of high-profile, complex investigations, and you never can really predict where they're going to go from one minute to the next sometimes. What they're going to do is they're going to collect every bit of evidence from this residence here. They're going to process it, they're going to analyze it, they're going to do it. Also, the interviews of the agent is a crime, so we're going to make sure that we can get those individuals that we can, and based on that, that may do additional search warrants. We just don't know at this point.
Scott Curtis, thank you for staying up late again with us, and thank you for your expertise.
Special edition of Live. Right now, we've learned there's some police activity about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. It's not clear what exactly is unfolding or how significant it is, but we are sending our team there to check it out, and we'll give you an update as soon as they get there. But tonight there is some major news in the case. The sheriff leading the investigation is telling CNN they've got DNA evidence.
We have DNA. So, trust me, if we knew who it was, we'd be on it. But we do have some DNA, and we'll continue to work with the lab on that DNA analysis.
And that was from the house?
I'm not telling you where it was. We have DNA.
Will it bring police any closer to finding who abducted Nancy Guthrie, who's now been missing for 13 days? In just a moment, our reporters and law enforcement experts will explain exactly what investigators are doing to find out who that DNA belongs to. The sheriff also told CNN's Ed Lavendera they are chasing down tens of thousands of leads, and I do mean literally tens of thousands. Local police got nearly 5,000 calls just in the first couple hours after the doorbell camera video was released, showing a suspect on her front porch.
That's a lot of tips. Holy cow.
The sheriff says they're running down those tips one by one, and it's led them to find multiple items that they are now testing the DNA I mentioned.
This glove was found the other day, and it was found by a search team that's their job, is to go out and search that area and expand that search. But it was 2 miles away from the house, and it was a tip, it was a lead. Today, we've gone out 5-10 miles because we found a glove. Everybody's finding gloves. We've got gloves 10 miles out.
But back at Nancy Guthrie's home, this is what got a lot of attention today. Workers carrying out maintenance on her pool. The manager of the crew says it was their first time there. And police say the cleaning, well, that was at the request of the Guthrie family. And the sheriff says the family has been nothing but cooperative during the investigation. But when he was asked point blank whether they had been cleared, this is what he said.
The evidence will take us there, if that's the case. Right now, we are working close with that family, and yeah, our hearts go out to them.
So they are not cleared as of now.
Nobody's cleared.
Can you guys hear me?
I want to start with Ed Lavendera, who is live for us in Tucson. Ed, tell me, what did that sheriff tell you about this DNA that they've recovered?
Well, you know, Laura, this is the first time we've been able to speak with the sheriff since late last week. So the development or the confirmation that some DNA evidence had been collected on the property here at the Guthrie home was rather significant. And it is significant because, you know, they've collected DNA evidence, obviously, from the Guthrie family, landscapers, people who had direct access to the home, the caretakers, that sort of thing. And this DNA does not appear to match any of those people. So it's from an unknown source. So we asked them specifically if it was DNA. Saying exactly that, because there are some scenarios where it could just be, there could be another explanation for it, but it was significant that they have some sort of DNA. So if there is someone who is taken into custody, it sounds like they have something to compare it to try to draw a connection there between any potential future suspect and what they have from evidence here on the property.
You know, the sheriff says that they've gotten a flood of tips, Ed, after the release of that doorbell video. But what about the other cameras that were inside of Nancy Guthrie's home? Any updates?
Oh, here we go. Other cameras inside Nancy's home. That's the question I've got.
Well, no, but there was a little bit of insight.
I've also got cameras in my backyard, my front yard,
you know, it took what, 10
all over
days
my home,
to access
doorbell
the video,
cameras, my
from
mailbox,
that doorbell camera, and you know, using private entities to try to resurrect that video that was kind of on a back end system, is what we were told. But we were also told that there are multiple cameras on the property. And I asked the sheriff if the similar work that was done to get the front doorbell camera video resurrected, if that was being done for the other cameras as well. And the sheriff said they're trying. So it is possible, if they're able to pull off the exact same thing that they did with the other camera, that there could be even more videos from the property or perhaps inside the home that investigators could have at some point.
Just think of how many tips are generated from the outdoor camera tips and, of course, the video. Imagine what other jigsaw piece puzzles could be coming together. And I mean, the sheriff, he's been optimistic from the very beginning, Frankie, that they will figure this out, that they will bring Nancy Guthrie home. Did you sense any change in that optimism or attitude?
I didn't. That's and I think that's probably the nature of law enforcement investigators in a situation like this. They're not going to give up hope, and they don't have any reason to believe otherwise. At this point, there's no evidence that suggests that. So I think they clearly want to do as much as they can to keep that hope going. But the sheriff did acknowledge, this investigation has been a roller coaster, many ups and downs. So kind of keeping that energy and positivity going and that hopefulness going, I would imagine, is incredibly difficult, especially for no other people than the Guthrie family themselves.
Damn, I don't have Ruger, and I just got sad, man.
And this is every day. Optimism is what people are holding on to. Yeah. Opt and hope. Thank you so much. Please stand by. I'm here to break down the latest investigative threads with me. Former members of the FBI, retired FBI Special Agent Michael Harrigan, and also former FBI counterintelligence operative Eric O'Neill joining me as well. First, let me begin with you. You heard from the top of the show that there is some police activity that's happening about 2 miles from her home. That radius, interesting, because of course 2 miles from that was where we saw there was a glove at some point that was located, DNA testing, as we know, happening. And with live pictures of what's going on right now, and you see at least one person out in the area. Any insight, you think, as to what this could portend in that radius?
Absolutely. I think what you have here, Lori, is as the case goes on, as it ages here, the case spreads out in concentric circles further and further out. So they start to consider evidence that may be as a result of tips or other information that may lead them to extend that perimeter of search. So I think that's natural in this case.
How do you know my place looks like?
Some of the gloves.
My place is lit up. How do you know that?
Likely a lot of those will be totally non-relevant. But you want the public to provide.
I don't think I want to know. Are you following me home or something?
Thinks that it's not going to be helpful. You want them to call in, provide those tips, and then law enforcement is going to give it the weight it deserves.
The concentric circles are important.
By the way, the ring cameras and stuff, they have night vision
from her home, and there's a lot that have been made
so it doesn't really matter if it's lit up or not.
Revisiting the actual home multiple times. And you heard from many people who they were really, had issues with the fact that it had been reopened crime scene, but revisiting a scene was not unheard of. The idea this is an area outside, but still looked at again, even these days later. Does that surprise you that they're revisiting or looking at areas even miles away?
No, not at all. In fact, what's happening is they're looking deeper into the neighborhood. And the neighborhood is a warren of streets. It's a complicated area, and I suspect what the FBI and law enforcement is looking for is some sort of camera, which is why they're asking people for their Ring and Home camera footage to go back in time. And there are 2 specific dates they're looking at. So they know something they're not telling us, and asking people to look for their footage because I suspect they have some sort of evidence or tip that the criminals were casing the area earlier. And so they're trying to figure out where they were in the neighborhood because getting in and out of there is really difficult. And if you're a smart criminal, you're not using your phone and GPS because the FBI can track that later using every phone pings off a cell tower, right? So it's not perfectly accurate.
Actually,
but you can
Google
get a sense of where someone was when. So they're going to have figure their way in and their way out, their ingress and egress. After they commit the crime, and that leaves a record if someone caught it on camera.
And that's important too because we've heard a lot about Ring cameras. Obviously
Google, guys, Google.
Generic way of thinking about what
they can do a geo warrant through Google Maps, and they can do a warrant to see who has been in a certain area during a certain time frame. So if Nancy went missing on a certain day between midnight and 4 in the morning, they can do a ping to see whose phones were pinging in that area during that time. me covering stabbings and murders and stuff in Bakersfield, I've actually been on the other end of the warrant. I've got emails from Google stating that the Kern County Sheriff's Department has pulled a warrant and my information is in that warrant. And I called Kern County Sheriff's Department and I was actually informed that the reason why I'm in that warrant is because my phone pinged in that area. Now, I have video evidence that I was not involved in whatever crime they were in. I actually, when I got the time, the date, and all that stuff from the Sheriff's Department, because the detective called me back and gave me the time, the date, and all that stuff for where that warrant covered, because he had to give me the info because I was, one of the people at the other end of the warrant. I said, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. I was probably there. I think I remember that scene. He's like, what? I said, yeah. I was not too far away when that call came through, so I showed up as the first cops arrived. He's like, oh, okay, that would explain why you're in the warrant, man. He's like, if you're a live streamer. That makes sense. I was like, okay. And, but yes, it's called a geo warrant. They do a geo, whatchamacallit. She also does, yes, she does have a heart monitor. So, it's not very professional. They didn't cover the faces very well for the camera. He wore a ski mask. That's not professional.
Investigators and get prioritized. Because if you're looking at 20,000 leads here, someone
I would have wanted something so much different.
You're not going to have 20,000, 20,000 investigators here. You're going to have a limited number, and they have to figure out which leads are important. So that database and the way they organize that is very important. That's what the Bureau brings.
Yeah.
The core and the point of this is still going to be the Sheriff's Department. That's their city, that's their county.
Right.
But the Bureau's there to assist.
Speaking of the Sheriff, we are learning that we may get an update from the Sheriff's Office about the activity that's happening right now. From what we're looking at, you're seeing live pictures out there right now of what's on the scene. There's the Sheriff of Pima County, obviously, truck that's there. There's some cones. We are seeing already, of course, the lights in the distance that are happening there, but also it seems to be, I think this is a residential area of some sorts we're looking at. One thing that we have noticed, and I think I'm seeing, is that rain that's happening in the area as well, which, you had mentioned, Eric, in the past, that can complicate. I mean, the terrain itself, the topography of the area, all things complex for the average person to understand how to navigate. The darkness,
right.
The vast expanse of space, and now the weather. These things can really make time of the essence.
Yeah, time was always in the essence of the case. I mean, this is a case where someone was abducted, kidnapped, and the hope is, of course, that she's still alive and out there somewhere. So this isn't a case where you can have a slow burn, you can do a lot of careful forensics, where you actually have to move quickly in order to preserve that life. And so time is an enemy here, especially when weather comes in. It can destroy trails. When you have all these different people moving through the property, the sheriff did make a mistake in opening up the crime scene, and then, of course, they quickly closed it again, I think before the FBI came in, because they wanted to do more forensics. The FBI sends drones over the property, and they find spaces that they never thought to look at, and so that's why they were back and looking at all these different places.
Mm-hmm.
So what they want to do is move quickly, and look, in the last 2 days, this case has really progressed. You've got the video footage, which gives you an impression of the person. Now you have the height, you have the approximate weight, you can do a gait analysis, you can do a facial structure analysis. We have a backpack, so now they're looking at every Walmart, I guarantee you, and pulling the transaction records from every single person who bought one of those Ozark backpacks from a local Walmart, and then tracking them down. And then, like we spoke earlier, they're using traffic cameras. There's everyone who has a Ring camera is uploading the Ring app, and Ring is sending that data to the sheriff's office. You can take data from whatever home security camera you have and upload that to the sheriff's office. That's going to the FBI's crisis management team.
Yeah.
They are probably using AI to try to cut through some of the noise there, and they've got to be close to some leads.
Well, we also are learning, I want to show everyone a map, just so you understand how close we are to the area of Nancy Guthrie's home. The law enforcement activity is not that far away. We're talking within 2 miles. And obviously, you see there's some of the meandering paths that it takes to get from the main roads that appear to be, more than, 2 or 3 lanes, all the way over to Nancy Guthrie's home. So even to enter where her home is, it is a navigation. But the fact that that area is closer to what looks to be more of a high traffic area, I saw an officer stopping someone and then putting a cone back in their place to show that they are confining whoever's supposed to be into that area. But pull up that map. We have the map on the right here, people. Looking at this map, Michael, this is not so far away as to make an exploration of this area obsolete. This is still very close.
Absolutely. It's, you look at that area and look at all the houses in there and all the streets. So there's a lot of, it seems to be a pretty dense concentration of residences and potential.
There we go. Is that better, guys?
A person could drive any which way out of here. There's many feeder roads in there. So I think what's happening here is as they get tips from the public, someone may have seen something thrown out of a vehicle, or they saw something along the side of the road that to them catches their attention.
My bad, shorties.
Well, they have to go out, take a look at that item, potentially collect the item, and then send it for processing. So considering that, and it's a major area, it's not like this is a very rural area where there's like, she didn't live on a road where there's, houses are miles apart here. There's a lot of potential avenues here for them to look. And a lot of places, evidence or instrumentalities of the crime could have been discarded along the way, anywhere in there.
And that's, especially again, we have an officer who seems to be checking who's there. He's also our law enforcement vehicles. But that discarding part, this has been really fascinating for people who have been looking at this intently. And that is, when somebody has planned what it appears to be a crime and has been able to evade authorities for as long as this person has, short of the recovery of and residual data, the surveillance footage from that camera, many would think how bizarre it would be to simply discard a glove or discard some aspect of your clothing or otherwise and not maybe have a more finite way of destroying it. But those are exactly the moments sometimes that people can become, when they're emboldened as criminals, can make those sorts of mistakes, believing, hey, I'm outside of this radius, they're never going to suspect this. And these are the kinds of mistakes or kinds of moments that law enforcement investigators are going to hone in on and wait for.
You're exactly right. And some of these cases are broken because criminals make mistakes. Criminals make mistakes. They have to do everything perfect all the time. And it's that one mistake that investigators pounce on. We are looking for mistakes. We're looking for that error they make that gives us help, like leaving DNA somewhere on the crime scene. Like the sheriff said, they found it. We don't know where he found it, but that's very useful. If it's not the family and it's not someone who worked in that home, it could be one of the perpetrators. Then you find other evidence somewhere else, like maybe one of those gloves, and if you compare it, you say, look, the glove was here, it's the same DNA evidence as what we found in the house or the garage or near the pool or wherever they found it. But all of these are great clues. Now, I mean, they did a pretty good job at getting away with it for 13 days. Do I think that as they're driving away, they threw a glove out the window? Probably not, but they could have dropped it by accident as they were trying to move Mrs. Guthrie. It's not always easy to move a person who doesn't want to be moved.
I just want to remind people that there was an incident earlier in the week, and remember, this week has been a whirlwind of activity.
The algorithm will be crazy. So many streamers down there already.
Otherwise, been excruciating.
There is. You're right.
The
You're not
Guthrie
lying.
family has experienced, where they detained somebody. They actually executed a search warrant on someone's home. That person was later released after questioning and said in interviews that he was told his eyes or his eyelashes resembled the person who was depicted, who is now a suspect inside of that video. So there are instances where even law enforcement, as diligent and optimistic and productive, cannot have a lead come to fruition. But here, the idea again that we've got this police activity underway that's 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, and this is coming after that crowdsourcing of information. Do you view the crowdsourcing, the increase of the reward, the sort of limbo that we've been seeing, is that a sign of weakness on behalf of the investigators, or do you think that the public is not privy to the underlying iceberg?
Yeah, thanks.
I think you hit the nail
I appreciate
on the head
that.
before. I think it's absolutely.
I'm sorry you can't drive anymore, but I'm glad you're watching us, going on adventures with us.
And
Sergeant Z is our new moderator. I don't know if he'll let me.
And this is the most serious of law enforcement cases.
That's gone behind the scenes account. So he'll be our moderator on the main Dad's Gone Live. When I'm not driving, he'll be the moderator on this channel.
The indication you have is she was alive. So with a life hanging in the balance, law enforcement has to go through a very quick analysis of actionable leads and aggressively pursue them.
So when you have a person who is indicated that could be connected through an eyewitness report or some data points to this person, they've been a delivery driver, you have to go heavy on that. And that includes a search warrant, obtaining of evidence, and luckily in this place, it worked. It worked. He was excluded, and they moved on. But they can't leave any stone unturned here. And that's the tough part of this. Is they have to move quick. And so there'll be a lot of dead ends here. But at one of these cul-de-sacs of information, there will be a solution at one point. That's right.
We have Ed Lavandera, who's making his way to the scene, because I want his eyes, I want his ears there to tell me exactly what that police activity is looking like. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll learn more about why the police are suddenly 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, appearing to close down parts of the road. Ed Lavandera will be on the scene to give us everything next. Let's go back to CNN's Ed Lavandera, who's at the scene of the police activity about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. Ed, what are you seeing?
Well, right now we're at a checkpoint in but we're in basically the same neighborhood as Nancy Guthrie, like less than 2 miles away. It took us just a few minutes to drive from where we last spoke to at the top of the app, like less than 2 miles away. It took us just a few minutes to drive from and questioned after being pulled over about 50 miles south of Tucson in the town of Rio Rico. So we don't know if this is going to be something similar or what kind of, but clearly law enforcement here pursuing leads in the Nancy Guthrie investigation, which authorities have been telling us throughout the day have been pouring into them. But what exactly is materializing here, we don't quite know just yet.
And are there normally security checkpoints? And is this police presence higher or lower than you're normally seeing?
This is actually in this immediate area. There's only one officer kind of blocking off the roadway. This is where Pima County authorities here just a short while ago announced that this would be a media staging area. So presumably someone will come out here shortly and let us know exactly what is going on. But from this vantage point, it's very difficult to kind of see because the road goes down and kind of bends around to the side. And so it's a little bit difficult, but right now authorities are more concerned with kind of keeping the roadways clear. There's obviously a huge amount of interest, and I don't think I can overstate that at all, Laura, with neighbors here in the area, especially given that this kind of activity is unfolding so close to where Nancy Guthrie lives. So
we got Biggie over the chat. What's up, Biggie?
Definitely, obviously something that's causing a great deal of concern for residents here in the neighborhood.
If y'all haven't done so.
We will more intense law enforcement presence as you get past that truck there that you might see in the background.
And that truck is blocking an actual roadway, a walkway? Is it a hiking trail? Are you able to see where the lights are pointed in any direction?
No, it's a roadway. It's like one of the roads in the neighborhood here, and actually from where we're standing, you actually can see we're in the foothills just north of Tucson, so you can actually see the city lights, miles down in the distance there, because we're kind of sitting up high on a bluff here, if you will. So again, it's you don't hear a lot of activity. It's hard to even see kind of police lights down there past the truck. Very serene up here where we're at for the moment, but we will continue to monitor that.
I find it very telling, Ed, also because this has been one of the areas people have been wondering about, whether Ring cameras or other neighborhood cameras would pick things up. And even from your vantage point, given where you are, you're not seeing below a certain area. The complications of being able to detect activity even for cameras that are directly across from one another. Please stand by for us. We have a lot more questions as activity may be picking up. Joining me now is Tiffany Roy. She is a forensic DNA expert who used to work at the company. Is actually the one that's processing the gloves and other evidence that's been found from the Guthrie case. And we don't have all the information as to the exact location of the gloves or from which location they were actually obtained. But Tiffany, as we're watching this law enforcement activity play out, we do know that DNA from the home was sent to this lab for processing. Why this lab in particular, and how quickly do you think they're able to turn it around?
Well, Pima County has a contract with this laboratory, and they have a long working relationship with the laboratory, so they have their own laboratory, but they also routinely send work to this lab, and through their government grants, they have a relationship, they have quality support, they believe this lab does good work. So they sent, once Pima County was done with what they could do in-house at their laboratory, then they turned to this other laboratory to do things that were above and beyond, I think.
Many people may be more familiar, as opposed to lab in Florida, with Quantico as even a concept. The sheriff is defending his decision.
We are 4 hours and 30 minutes out. 4.5 hours.
Quantico, knowing that there is FBI presence.
4 hours and 30 minutes, 309 miles.
Actually has Nancy
we've hit the
Guthrie's
exact
DNA.
halfway mark.
It has
Exactly
her
halfway.
housekeepers, it has her landscapers. Would the FBI lab that people may know more by name, would that be more effective, you think?
I don't think there's a difference in effectiveness with the laboratories that are doing the testing, because all of this stuff is being provided to these labs by the law enforcement agencies, by Pima County, by the detectives. They're providing all of the standards, we call them standards, for people that are involved, would routinely visit the Guthrie home, all of the staff, all of the people who would be expected to be there. Pima County is providing that to these laboratories that are doing the testing.
Agenda-free TV.
Superman thinks they got nothing concrete, otherwise forensics would be all over the place. You would think, you'd think if they thought there was any chance there was Nancy Guthrie related evidence there, that they would just be there, like, testing everything in the house. I just can't imagine they would just all leave after 4 hours. And there were so many vehicles that showed up. I mean, there was a huge law enforcement presence, and then we saw like 30 more vehicles show up. There were so many vehicles that showed up. Seemingly, the vehicles showed up after the people came out of the house. It was not vehicles showing up to like fight their way into the house.
We're listening to Agenda-free TV.
After they got control of the house.
No, I didn't bring my drone. It's my wife's car, I forgot.
I have not seen anything about a press conference at all. I haven't seen it anywhere. And the Sheriff's Department said that they're going to defer to the FBI. The Sheriff's Department said in their last statement, they said that because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available.
Guys, you gotta be cool. Hit the like button. There's just a little thumb up. Let's do it. I need to buy a new drone anyways. Mine's really old. Bradley, I'd probably say spike strips. I've never had a cactus pop my tires, but I had spike strips do it.
This is now a couple hours. Oh, we don't know if somebody shot these things. We have no idea.
Naomi says, I don't think this is going to end well. It's honestly taking too far along.
I wish there was gambling too.
Yeah, if you look at what's been here, what's been in the ticker, right here, right? What does it say? It says that a local outlet, KVOA, said that there was a neighbor said that somebody had shot themselves. That doesn't mean it's true. It says KVOA said that a neighbor said that. Doesn't say it definitely happened.
Biggie, biggie, can't you see?
It's too bad we can't even confirm that they've left. Yeah, again, a CNN producer says roads have since reopened and law enforcement vehicles have left the site, according to a CNN producer. They just posted them.
Huh.
Said it on their broadcast. They've posted it multiple times now.
Damn. Some people, hey, 300 miles even, guys. Let's go.
Simon says maybe they got all they needed. Again, I would have to imagine if they thought like this was it, they wouldn't be leaving. Owen said the road didn't say that they had all left.
I tried sending him a super chat, but whatever.
See.
Oh man, 2 a.m.
Is when I don't know that
hopefully we're good.
The press is going to be able to track them down very easily. What happened, we found out at least because guy after he got released. That's where it came from. I don't even know that we were releasing something.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Service is bad right now. Oh, if you guys can hear me or not. 3. What? should have hooked up the Starlink. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, it's just in and out. Yeah, my tablet has no service, so it's showing me I have no service right now on the tablet, so I don't know how to fix that. But hey, at least this phone's connected. Whatever. There we go. Tech, thank you so much. Coffee fun. I've done this drive hundreds of times. Be safe out there on the Interstate 10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Make sure you guys go check out pizzuti.com also. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go. It's extremely spotty, guys. I do apologize. Service.
And is there some urgency behind it? Does it look like you're moving very urgently?
That SWAT to there, by SWAT to there goes. That could be a coming in.
Check out the service is not
Tell me,
good.
your point?
My point is that it's interesting that the street is closed.
Cell reception is not working out
I would
too well.
suspect is that there was a good tip, or they received some information from the camera footage that people are uploading, and the only reason they would bring SWAT into a residential street like that is if they had a specialized team to help support the agents or the officers that are actually contacted. So there is more to this, and it'll be interesting to see what comes out of this and what they're able to share with us.
So that statement for will not be a there's an active SWAT situation 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. Stand by. More information. I see more cars coming in the area as before. Remember, there was a very slow pace. The phones are broken out now. A dozen vehicles now going into a particular zone, including a SWAT vehicle and others going in. You know what? One of Nancy Guthrie's neighbors, Marla Handler, who's right now. Marla, everyone's trying to understand this area. You are familiar with Nancy. A dozen vehicles going into that area. It's been blocked off from media access. Do you know that general vicinity? Is that residential? Is it some sort of trail?
Holy cow.
This area near Nancy Guthrie's home is residential. They're all. So, when you're looking at what's going on, basically they are doing an amazing job. They are just on every street asking, trying to inquire, where Nancy is, trying to gather evidence. We really feel like, the investigators, the FBI, all of the security personnel in the neighborhood is really doing a job and really just turning over every rock to find something. That's very comforting, I'm sure, for the family and all who are just deeply invested in the safe return of Nancy Guthrie. Have you been able to do any videos, films that you may have and have turned anything over that might be helpful? Yeah, we have not. We have looked at our security cameras. We have very extensive security on our home as well as our street. It's very extensive. We have outdoor cameras, we have motion detective cameras, we have sensor lights, smart locks, we have door and window sensors, we have ring cameras, 24/7 security, and wireless outdoor cameras that face the street. So we are fully equipped, and it's just incredible. Cameras are a lifesaver.
Do you have all of that because of a concern or proactively? Is there a concern about your safety in the area more broadly, or was that something you have done proactively to ensure your safety?
Yeah, I think just from the neighborhood, from our HOA, we feel like it's very vigilant over the years to have security. It's very important. Cameras are really important, so it's just a neighborhood, an HOA thing that we all feel is really important.
Yeah.
If I could just add a quick little conversation, a little story.
We're headed to Arizona.
About 6 months ago, I installed a Ring camera in my elderly father's home, and it immediately alerted to me that my father fell under the coffee table. And I was able to contact the paramedics to save my father's life by using a Ring camera. So I have to say that the real benefit of cameras is to protect the ones we love. And by having a camera, you're doing the diligence that you're going to make sure that your loved ones are safe and sound and that you feel comfortable. We have a lot of elderly people that live in this neighborhood, and it's very difficult. The homes are not right next to each other. They're really spread out in the Catalina foothills, not like other cities. So it's very difficult to see if there's a disappearance, a kidnapping in one home, the next house would not even know about it.
Oh my God.
That's how we're so separate. So that's how Tucson, Arizona is. We're 500,000 people. We're a very small, close-knit family, community. University of Arizona is here, full of vibes and sports, but the homes are separate.
Marla, you offered
very difficult to know what's going on.
A very good public service announcement. I certainly hope for safety for others as well. Thank you for your really astute observations here. We're watching. There is major breaking news. We've got police activity happening about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. SWAT is involved. Forensics involved. The sheriff's office says they will soon release a written statement about just what is going on. I'm going to get straight to CNN's Ed Lavandera, who's on the scene. Ed, there was a whole caravan of vehicles that drove right past an area that had previously been closed, including SWAT.
Sign the sign for Nancy. Sure, I don't know where it's at, but I don't.
Oh wait, I'm hearing he's reporting out there. He's talking. All right, let me tell you what I'm seeing. First of all, as we talk to Ed in a second. Ed, can you hear me?
Hey, Laura, apologies. We were trying to kind of figure out some things to do here to get some better reporting for you tonight. But right now, as I think you guys watched on camera just a short while ago, you saw a long line of vehicles. Some of those trucks from the sheriff's department had forensic teams going in. It was a really long line of cars, more than a dozen cars that went in. And a lot of those vehicles and those types of trucks that Pima County has, we have seen in some other locations and some other scenes where they have been collecting evidence and that sort of thing. So clearly that kind of work is going on here tonight. And we should also point out, and I think you might have mentioned this a little while ago, but bears repeating, is that Pima County authorities say that there will be no press conference tonight, but that they will issue a written statement. So, you can kind of parse what you will from that. Ultimately, what it means, I think, will be at least some sort of clarity and update on exactly what was found here. Now, how much clarity we get on the reasons or what brought them here, what kind of investigative leads brought them here is not exactly clear. But we do know that there have been tens of thousands of tips that have been called into investigators in the last few days, especially after the video was released of the front doorbell camera and that haunting images of the suspect approaching Nancy Guthrie's front door. And that has triggered an avalanche of tips for investigators. We've been told that they've been pouring through those as much as possible. and obviously they've been prioritizing those that they think are the most the best quality tips. They've been prioritizing that and going after that. But what remains just really striking about this particular scene is that this is all happening within the same neighborhood of Nancy Guthrie. Remember, we've spent a lot of time trying to figure out how this suspect got into the neighborhood, got out of the neighborhood, and I don't want to suggest in any way that this is whatever is happening here leads us to the person. I don't want to get that far ahead of ourselves, but if you will, this is the back of my phone. Kind of imagine this neighborhood that Nancy Guthrie lives in is almost like a rectangle. There are 4 major intersections around here, so we've spent a lot of time kind of trying to figure out how. The roads are so windy, it's kind of like a spider web. You have to be pretty knowledgeable of the area, or at least have studied it to kind of figure out how to get to her home. And that's what's been so perplexing about all of this is how does someone reach this particular home if you didn't have a reason to be on the street where she lives? So it's what's really striking at this moment as we watch all of this unfold, just a few roads away from where she lives.
Ed Levendare, I'm going to stick with you. Come back to me when you have something. I know you were reporting and you're trying to get more information. I want to tell our audience what we know so far. Okay. So tonight we have seen an increase of police activity. Remember, earlier in the week, you had law enforcement who executed a search warrant, detained somebody from a vehicle 50 miles south of this area, in an area called Rio Rico. We know that person was questioned over several hours, was ultimately released as well. There's been thousands of tips coming in. There's been a lot of activity trying to figure out whether surveillance footage was captured from different homes in the area, including the intersections that Ed Levendare rightly pointed out. Now we are 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. We learned from a neighbor just moments ago that this is a residential area, that this is an area where the homes are not very close together. The Catalina Hills, they're more spread out. This topography has been a challenge already. Within that same 2-mile radius, we're learning, or 2 mile radius of the home, a glove was found. It has been sent down to Florida to be processed. I spoke to a woman who is very familiar with the lab that they chose as opposed to Quantico, did not question the effectiveness of that lab. And of course, there are questions about what that DNA would ultimately reveal. And now, just moments ago, we saw a caravan of over a dozen vehicles where there's no access points for the media to go. We're talking about SWAT, forensics, and other vans as well that were in the area that's residential. This is striking because up till now, the sheriff and the sheriff's office has been criticized about having the crime scene, his words, of Nancy Guthrie's home opened up, reopened, the media, different people who were influencers, others including pool cleaners, able to go on the premises. Now within 2 miles, they're looking at this area. I want to go back to a retired FBI special agent, Michael Harrigan, as well as an FBI counterintelligence operative, Eric O'Neill, to help me break this down because this is very significant. Describe for people who are watching that caravan and people going through. Begin with the SWAT team.
This is really interesting.
Have a SWAT team on location.
Driving to Arizona.
What does that tell you about what type of situation they may have expected to confront, even in a residential area?
Yes, certainly. So whether this is a serious situation or not, whether it becomes something that's a major break in the case or not, the FBI and the Sheriff's Department are taking it very seriously. They close off the street, and you close off the street because you want to isolate the situation. You don't want citizens to come through in cars. You know that it is potentially dangerous, and so you send in SWAT. And SWAT are the experts. They know how to handle a hostile situation and control the situation as well.
And we don't know if they are identifying a suspect in that area. We don't have a lot of daylight into what's beyond that barrier. But we do know from the video that the person who they are calling a suspect is armed. There were questions about whether that person was familiar with having a weapon, the type of holster, the placement of it in the waistband suggested to some firearms experts this person did not have a facility with guns, otherwise they wouldn't place it in a precarious position. But the fact that SWAT is involved, to his larger point, and they are normally confronting dangerous situations, you were a member of SWAT. What would you have been trained to do in an area like this?
Well, I think what you're seeing here, Laura, is that the SWAT was there first. So normally what will happen is SWAT will make entry into a residence or into a building or actually affect the detention of someone, a suspect.
And this is local law enforcement, or is it the FBI? We have SWAT. Got it.
It would be the same. And I was on both a local and a federal SWAT team. And they operate on the same principles.
But they come in first.
They come in first, they breach a residence, they go in, they secure it, and then...
What does that mean, secure it? Are they going room to room? What are they doing?
It depends on the nature of the search warrant that they have.
Damn it.
But normally they'll go in, when they secure it, if it's an armed dangerous person, like you astutely pointed out, that the individual seen on camera had a firearm. So you have to assume that everybody that is a suspect is going to be armed. So they're going to go in, they're going to breach the residence, potentially, if that's what they're doing. And then they go room to room, make sure there's nobody there. Or if they're after somebody, they'll go ahead and detain them, hold them there,
we're good now.
and then the forensics and the investigators will come in right behind them. And the investigators will be the ones then they pass off the detained person to, who will do the interview, do the handling of the person.
We actually see some from local news. There's a drone footage showing over 24 or more presence of law enforcement in the area. This is not just a small amount of police activity happening. I mean, we're showing you live pictures and views right now. You see somebody with a truck and a couple cones. What's beyond that barrier is far different. It is very significant. So walk me through. You secured the area, you delivered the person, now what's happening?
Well, now
let me see,
so
272
there was
miles.
a tip, or there could be any
watch out, local.
a dozen different ways that they decided that they're going to move in the situation, which is probably a residence. It's a very residential area. It's probably not the side of the road. It's probably a residence. And if you remember what happened in the prior HRT, hostage rescue team, SWAT action against the delivery driver, I mean, they came in through the back and the front, both those doors, which, someone's going to have to pay for. And it turned out he had an alibi. But so they're taking it incredibly seriously. Now,
so no warrant would be needed. When you have a SWAT team coming in, this is exigent enough that the warrant situation is not the issue any longer.
Yeah, you have to have a warrant. Yes.
Right. But even if a SWAT team is called, Guardians,
yes, you have the warrant. So either
I'm going there to cover the Nancy Guthrie case.
And if they detain the person,
but we're going to see what we can do.
They control the person, and then the forensics will come in on a warrant to search for something.
So forensics, though, okay, let's break this down. Because when people think about forensics, they might think to themselves, okay, I've got some fingerprints, I have to go to the lab, I have DNA I want to put over. It might not occur to them that there is an immediacy or an urgency of having a forensic truck come in. What exactly is their role? It's not purely sort of research based. It's proactively accumulating and acquiring evidence from the scene, right?
So they could be searching for something, or they could be retrieving something, right? And so we don't know which. Or maybe it's a person of interest, and they're going to go see what they can find. But they're the specialists who can look over a crime scene without disturbing evidence, who collect evidence and do it all legally so that it can be used in the future.
When you say not disturbing evidence, there's probably a daunting proposition, not knowing what you're looking for.
Well, they're able to go through and catalog, so maybe they find that backpack, right? And so, what you bring up the disturbing there is you close a crime scene, then you
nobody knows why they moved to the next location.
Nancy Guthrie is now nearing the 2-week mark. Her neighbors in Tucson are continuing to rally in support of her safe return. A Tucson news station where Savannah Guthrie had one of her first journalism jobs put up a massive banner reading "Bring her home." There's also a memorial of candles, roses, ribbons outside of her home. Of course, as you can see here, it's teeming with yellow. It represents hope. As the Guthrie family is so anxiously awaiting answers, my next guest understands their anguish and pain all too well. Ed Smart's daughter, Elizabeth, was kidnapped from her Utah home in 2002, and she was just 14 years old. She was held captive for 9 months before police were able to rescue her, reunite her with her family, and Ed joins me now. And Ed, I'm just so grateful to have you here, because I can't even imagine the memories, awful memories this brings back for you and your family. I wonder, though, given your rare perspective, what you make of what you've seen and heard in the circumstances of this case, as everyone is just, heartbroken for what the Guthrie family is going through tonight.
I'm sure that they are in survival mode at the moment. There were so many ups and downs during the course of the investigation, and moments of hope, and you get to a point where you try to protect yourself from that roller coaster, because the ups are wonderful, the downs are really bad. And so the roller coaster of emotion is really a difficult thing to deal with. I'm hoping that they're really taking care of themselves, getting enough rest. I went on an antidepressant during mine initially, and it just affected me. It just made me go crazy. So I'm hoping that they're really taking care of themselves. I think hope is such an important thing to have at this point. In so many cases, the majority of cases, an abduction occurs within a 25-mile radius of the home, and so I feel like there's still a very good chance that she's around, and I'm certainly hoping for the best for their family.
Yeah, we're all praying for that every single day. Saying anyone who has information should call in. I wonder what you make of what it's like of this happening now in this day and age, because one thing someone was saying to me the other day is there's got to be just a surplus of footage of Ring cameras, Nest cameras that people have so commonly on their homes these days to
about
show
265 miles out, guys.
or hopefully some
265
kind of
miles.
clue. Compared to what this moment was like for you and your family in 2002.
I think back at our time, ours was the first Amber Alert to go out in Utah, and there were, things that law enforcement tried to do, but, most law enforcement agencies are not equipped to deal with an abduction. It's usually something that happens very rarely, so they're not prepared, and I'm glad to see that the FBI seems to be working together. I think that is really critical to have all the law enforcement agencies come to bear on this case, because they need everyone, and to not have everyone on the same page is very difficult for the family. To hear that the community is supporting the Guthries, I think, is a huge point of importance. It's not only keeping your eyes out, but also being there. Lois and I had, when we would go down and we would see all these people that were volunteering, it gave us the greatest hope that Elizabeth would be found and she would be brought home. And I'm sure seeing the support that they have garnered gives them great hope, and I'm just hoping that things move forward and this comes to an end for the family.
Being in the Tucson area, not far from this, where all this is happening, I wonder what that's like for you in this moment.
That's a stupid question.
I'm glad to be here. I tried to be of help, and I'm
not really a fan of this news station.
It's not a big issue for me.
I think they're garbage.
I might double check the doors a little bit more than usual.
I might double check the doors.
I think to have an abduction of this sort, I'm just blown away that anyone would think of taking an elderly woman, and certainly one that's in her condition. Elizabeth was in fairly good health, but your mind focuses on what could they be going through, how are they surviving, why did the captors do this? All of those questions just keep going over and over in your mind, and many, many sleepless nights. So I'm really hoping their families doing something to help themselves on that.
Day 13 in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, and the sheriff is saying they are working hard, his words, to reunite her with her family. Tomorrow night marks 2 full weeks since she vanished from her home outside Tucson, not long after an armed man with a backpack was seen on her doorbell camera. Her daughter Savannah, of course, as you know, taking time away from NBC's Today Show to be closer to the investigation at home, and as seen as Brian Stelter reports, her NBC family is following along and right there with her.
New developments in the disappearance of Savannah's mom.
In the long and dramatic history of morning TV, there's never been a crisis like this.
Good Monday morning with all eyes on Arizona.
All week long.
Good Friday morning, key new developments in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie.
For the second week in a row, the Today Show led every day with the search for Savannah Guthrie's mom.
Hoda with us again while Savannah remains with her family in Arizona.
And that is where we begin with
former co-host Hoda Kotb now back on the show and filling in for Savannah as the show takes things one day at a time, according to an NBC source.
You know what, Craig? We always talk about our show as a family. We are a family. Yes. I'm part of the family. I'm happy to be with you because we show up for each other. So,
not a fan of the Today Show. That's just a loop, anyways. That's why I don't like mainstream media. That's why I do what I do, because the news stations will put on a loop to keep you watching their stuff, and it's just a repeat. 30 minute, 30 minute, 30 minute. I don't agree with that. CNN. I don't really agree with that. Oh my gosh, what do I listen to now, man? It says do not follow trucks. Well, where do I go? bet you a couple of these semi-trucks have loose steering and they're white knuckling this lane. By white knuckle, I mean they're gripping that steering wheel hard. Some semi-trucks have really bad, like, loose steering because they don't fix their stuff very well. Man, I love the sound of that turbo. Listen. Little baby turbo. It'll bitty baby turbo. Itty bitty turbo with a baby turbo. Can I give Sergeant Mod? Yes. Let me see if I can do that real quick without driving off the road. Sergeant Z!
How many subscriptions are you paying for? Rocket Money helps find forgotten subscriptions and makes canceling them as easy as a few taps. On average, Rocket Money users save up to $740 a year. Here's how it works.
Now? We're about to cross over the Arizona border. The land where they don't have ass gaskets for the toilets. You know, we're going to play agenda-free TV. Hopefully Steve doesn't get mad at me.
So, let's hope somehow Nancy can be found soon, alive. But I just don't know what's happening. We'll have to see. So I'm sorry if something happens in 5 minutes or there's an announcement we missed it, but I have no idea when they're going to announce anything, and it is 3:16 a.m. local time right now.
We're about to cross over to Arizona.
All right. So that is it for now. Again, thank you for watching. More updates soon. And we'll see you soon with more. And thanks again to our moderators. Really appreciate it. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.
Let's go! Shout out to Agenda Free TV. Steve is awesome. Hopefully, you don't give me copyright for this.
Welcome to Arizona.
Thank you. My truck just told me welcome to Arizona.
Who it is that is taking the lead on this investigation?
Why hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator? Do you have any updates on how that's going?
Well, they took it over originally. You know, it was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made.
And CNN's Ed Lavandera joins me now from Tucson. And Ed, obviously, you were asking all the right questions, all the questions that everyone has about this case to the sheriff earlier. What else did he tell you about the state of this investigation?
Well, one of the reasons I think the sheriff came out and spoke today is because of these reports suggesting that his office had withheld key evidence from the FBI, specifically that DNA evidence, and the sheriff really strongly pushing back on all of that. We've heard from one source who confirmed the reports of the withholding evidence. We also heard from another source who said that all of these stories were simply overblown in this situation. But the sheriff insists that from the very beginning, FBI agents have been working alongside sheriff's deputies in this investigation, and we asked him more about that today.
The story that, the FBI wasn't plugged in right away. They were plugged in right away that morning. We knew what their capabilities were. Why? Because we've always worked with them. We had people assigned way before this case. We've had people assigned to work at their office, at their building. And that's been for years. And it's because we have a good working relationship. We are going to work this case as a team with our partners. There is no egos. Nobody's the lead. It is financing.
So, Kayla, we really wanted to kind of keep the focus on what is ultimately the most important thing here, and that is finding Nancy Guthrie. And because the video that was released several days ago of this suspect at that front door, it's generated, as you mentioned off the top, tens of thousands of leads, and the sheriff did say that they have some good ones to go on there, but they continue to work all that, and it's not clear how close they are. We really couldn't get any clear indication or kind of a peek into just how close they might be to finding where she might be, and more importantly, who the suspect is in this case.
Yeah. Ed Lavandera, appreciate that interview and at least trying to ask these questions, finding out what they do know with the authorities over there. My legal and investigative sources are also here tonight to help break all of this down, what you heard from the sheriff there. Joey Jackson, Honig, former federal prosecutor, and of course John Miller, our chief of law enforcement and intelligence analyst. John, what else do you make of what not only we heard from the sheriff there, but how this is playing out today and what we've heard from today?
Well, having DNA collected from people who have a reason to be there, people who are expected to be there around the house, family members, maintenance workers, gives you a good bank to start with elimination. Having DNA from an unknown subject, that's another plus, which is you run it through CODIS. Obviously it's not a hit or they would have a name. But if you get a suspect, now you have something to compare against them, especially if it's a suspect who said, I never touched that or I was never in that house. As far as this, who should be the lead investigator? This is right now a state violation, not a federal crime. This is a case where the FBI is there for the express purpose of assisting local law enforcement. And until the moment comes where they say these kidnappers crossed state lines or took the victim across state lines, when it becomes a federal crime, The sheriff's office is technically in the lead. Now, that doesn't mean anything. The FBI is bringing everything they have, and the sheriff is bringing everything they have. And there'll always be discussions about where certain evidence should go or being handled, but I don't see any split or divide.
Oh, man.
So these reports, in case people have seen
250 miles, 3.3 hours.
The question the president was asked of the division of FBI or state or who's kind of running
The sheriff said it very well. We're running it together, and they are. And I've spoken to people on the FBI side and said, how's that going? And they've said it's going fine. There's always these things. I've been in these investigations where we've had these disagreements. You work through them, but it's not a thing where there's some divide that's affecting the case going forward.
Yeah, and Ellie, I know you're familiar with how the DNA databases kind of work. I mean, there's not just one grand database that has everyone's DNA, obviously. How does that work in terms of this? Because Nancy Guthrie lived in this house for a long time. I think people might hear that and say, oh, well, they've got DNA, but we don't really know exactly who it could be.
Yeah, so we learned a lot of really important information just now. The fact that they have recovered DNA in the house, that they don't know whose it is, so it's not Nancy Guthrie's, it's not some other known person, is really significant. Now, the first thing you're going to do, John referenced CODIS. That is the combined DNA system for across the country. And what it does is it brings together all 50 states' DNA database. Now, who's in there? Mostly arrestees. There are laws in most states saying if you're arrested for certain crimes, violent crimes, you have to get DNA swabbed on the way in. You also can put yourself in there voluntarily, put a child in there for security reasons. There's about 25 million or so profiles in CODIS, in that system. So that's a lot, but it's also less than 10% of the entire population. The other thing that law enforcement can do, and John, I don't know if they've done this, is there are genealogy companies out there that are very popular. Right?
Did they find blood at the crime
scene?
scene?
They have different policies that
True.
They will share your DNA or not. But law enforcement has made cases.
They found Nancy's blood at the crime
scene. And then finally, if they get a suspect,
what's up, Michelle M? How you doing?
Ask for a voluntary sample, but if the person declines, you go get a search warrant and you force them again. It's a
pot of coffee. Let's go.
So there's still important steps.
Well, 3 Red Bulls, man.
To figure out if that DNA sample is a hit with anybody.
If I had 3 beers, I'd be hammered.
Now we have the ability to do it by family relations. So you might be able to say, this is not a direct hit, but we know that this is the son of the person who's in the database or the brother. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what happens though, Joey, if they're not in any database?
So then you have a problem. I think there's a couple of things that are significant. And when you talk about DNA, it's the search warrants, obviously, those are very important. But a lot of times, and John Ellie knows this too, police, law enforcement will sit on a location, right? There are things, there are trash, there are other things where you could obtain DNA. So it's not necessarily
the trash thing.
Correct. Very important, right? Or the
Red Bull gives you buffering.
Have some water, and they'll get it that way. But DNA, obviously critical. CSI Miami, it's the, coup de grace, what you are going to determine and detect who it is. But surveillance is very important too, right? That's why there was a request made for accompanying really locations, neighbors, etc. to submit. Look at those Ring doorbells, because you can get the surveillance video and determine from the surveillance video who it might be. Additionally, remember we talked about that backpack. Remember when we had Stephen Moore here, he was talking about, hey, there are these barcodes, and the barcodes are going to reflect, did you get it at Walmart, did you get it from Amazon, how did you actually get this? And then you could identify that to the specific store. You look at the surveillance video and bingo, there's the individual that's there. So DNA, very important, but there are other measures which are significant, and I think that surveillance that they're asking for, very important.
If I can just add to that, you'd be amazed what manufacturers can track. I had a case once where someone had put the remains of a person in a garbage bag, a big black garbage bag, and we figured out, I forget what company, Hefty or something. They were able to tell us where that lot was shipped to. So you can do a lot with information like that about the backpack.
What do you mean where the lot was shipped to?
Where
it was produced, where it was sold?
Yeah, that lot was in a shipment that went to somewhere in central Jersey, which was around the area where you expected it to be.
Yeah, but I mean, the biggest thing that we've gotten this week were the pictures of this person at Nancy Guthrie's door. I know that they've said Google and Nest are trying to recover anything else they can from other cameras at her house.
That's a big deal.
Is that likely? What do you think? How are you reading into that?
Most households that have a Nest system are not limited to one camera at the door. There's going to be a camera inside the garage or outside the garage, one attached to maybe that floodlight. There may be interior cameras. the same techniques that they used to unearth this deleted material, which wasn't supposed to be saved.
Yeah, we're
it was just
buffering a lot
supposed to
of
be
it.
recorded
Just a lot
over.
of it.
If they can apply that to other cameras, they can learn, first of all, we may see inside the house during the crime. That's one possibility. You may see whether a second offender was let in from the back or another entrance. That's another possibility. You may see if somebody sneezed on something, touched something, removed a glove. There may be other opportunities from that to recover other DNA or evidence inside. And we may not ever see that picture unless
Make sure you guys go follow my main
authorities
channel.
determine there's something
Dad's
in here
Gone
that people
Live.
could
This is my
recognize.
backup channel for
If
when
it's
I'm
just
on
more
road
stuff of the
trips.
same guy in the same
The other
mask,
channel I
maybe
live
not.
stream at the
But
scenes.
the idea
This one I
that
do
it
so I
was
don't get a
recovered in
copyright.
this case, and more could be recovered
My other
from
channel
the
is
other
much
sensors,
larger than this one.
could be really important.
Yeah, I mean, the sheriff seemed to kind of downplay the gloves. I mean, it's hard to read into it. He was just saying we have a lot of stuff that
I'm
we're
getting
looking
car
through.
sick.
He was
Hey, me
saying
too, brother.
some of these gloves were
And
found
I'm
2 miles
driving.
away. Some were being
Now
called
quit
out,
your
were found
bitching and
10
get in my
miles
back
away.
seat. No, I'm just kidding.
That's one question, I think, in terms of how significant that was in terms of how we saw it yesterday.
I think so, Caitlin. I think a couple of things, right? The first thing is you manage expectations. Certainly gloves, the finding of them, very significant, very relevant, right? John Miller has talked about how they broaden the investigation to look at other places, what they can unearth. Now, are those gloves related in any way? Well, that's going to be determined because they'll do the DNA analysis and they'll say, hey, there's either going to be a determination made that they're connected or they're not. So I think a lot of that is managing expectations, but, you know, gloves are critical and could be a very critical source of information in the event that, you know, they're tested, which they are, and that they reveal other.
Ed Levendare did a great job in that interview.
He had so many good questions that I think are all the questions that we
Absolutely, but I'm going to be a little bit critical of the sheriff here. I don't like the sheriff saying, essentially, we know nothing about the vehicle, we know nothing about various things, because then whoever did this may get a sense of complacency, a sense of, okay, I don't need to do anything. There's a technique called churning the water sometimes, right? You go out there and you hope that somebody gets panicky and jumpy, maybe does something, maybe tries something, maybe someone turns them in. But if someone's watching this and saying, you can easily watch that interview and conclude there's a lot they don't know, you're more likely to just sit tight and hope it blows. It's not going to blow over, but just sit tight and not make a scene. So I don't love that technique by the sheriff.
What do you think, John?
I think it cuts both ways. I think if, you know, you get a tip about the vehicle and the person thinks, I don't need to dump this car, they don't know anything about it, that works in your favor. It's just these investigations ebb and flow and can turn on a dime. You can wake up Monday morning with nothing and at 1:45 p.m. get the clue that tips the whole thing. Or it can be a long, torturous process where one leads to another, and the picture comes together. They go the way they go.
Yeah.
I believe she'll be found. And I believe that we are working as hard as we can to do that as fast as we can. Sometimes it just doesn't work that way, but we are working hard.
Pima County Sheriff this afternoon on the nearly 2-week search for Nancy Guthrie in an interview with CNN's Ed Levendare. The sheriff also saying that Google is working to see if they can get any more video from the cameras around Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona. Joining us now is a longtime friend and colleague of Ms. Guthrie's, Jacqueline Sharkey. Jacqueline, I appreciate you joining us. I'm so sorry we are talking under these circumstances. You said that Mrs. Guthrie really is an integral part of the community. Can you just talk about what your work together has been like?
Yes, Nancy is one of those quiet leaders in a community, part of the fabric of the community. Every organization that she belonged to, every issue that she embraced, she was the person who was insightful, strategic, organized people, organized information, got out effective messages. So when we hear about this, everyone who's worked with Nancy, who's known Nancy, who's shared her faith in her church, feels this tremendous tear in the fabric of the community.
This is interesting.
I understand Savannah Guthrie was a student in your journalism class at the University of Arizona, and that's how you first met Mrs. Guthrie, is that right?
That's correct. I first met Nancy because Savannah was a student in our classes. And later when I became director of the journalism school, she became part of our Journalism Advisory Council, which is made up of alumni and colleagues who help with curriculum development and community outreach, fundraising, that sort of thing. Nancy was a very important part of that group. We leaned on her for guidance. We leaned on her for her diverse perspectives and viewpoints, for the depth of her knowledge about journalism and about education. And she drove many of the most successful initiatives that we had. And I also worked with Nancy on another very important community initiative that very few people know about, because Nancy regarded her role as being in the background, supporting people, guiding people, but the focus was never on herself.
Oh crap!
Back
It's
in the
3:30 in the morning now.
The University of Arizona was going to close the Poison Information Center
another
hotline.
time zone.
The hotline that people all over southern Arizona would call if they ingested something that was toxic, if their children inhaled something that was poisonous. The university was going to close that because of budget cuts. I learned about that, and I gathered a very small group of people. Nancy was the central person in that group. She helped us gather data. She helped us do brochures. She helped us with public relations releases. This is way before the internet. I mean, back in those days, in the mid-90s, there were no social media. There was no internet.
Were you able to get that turned around?
We did. With Nancy's help, we designed brochures, petitions, got 20,000 signatures, took them to the governor's office, and the decision to close the center was reversed. That center is still open today. And the thousands of people...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say the thousands of people who called into that center in the 30 years since it's been saved, they owe a huge debt to Nancy Guthrie.
When you heard about her disappearance, what went through your mind? I mean, you're a journalist, a journalism professor, and yet you know her so well.
It's pretty interesting, though. Dang, that kind of just worked.
When I first learned about this, I was heartbroken. For Nancy, for Savannah, for every member of her family. Because if everything works out perfectly and she comes home as soon as possible, the stress and the trauma is so heart-wrenching. And to see this family and to think about Nancy going through this ordeal, when she is a person who was such a role model to so many of us. When I think of Nancy, I think of someone who lives a life based on values. She was devoted to her faith. She was devoted to the truth. She was devoted to justice. She was devoted to kindness. And our hope is that when Nancy comes back, she can continue to show us how to live a life that's meaningful. So we're hoping she comes back as soon as possible, because there's this phrase in the Bible that says, you know, Jesus said, by your deeds you shall know them. And by Nancy's deeds, that's how we know her.
Thank you for tonight with the search for Nancy Guthrie. Tomorrow night marks 2 full weeks since she vanished from her home outside Tucson. 2 weeks. Today, the local sheriff delivered what could be significant news.
We have DNA. So, trust me, if we knew who it was, we'd be on it. But we do have some DNA, and we're continuing to work with the lab on that DNA analysis.
Well, the sheriff did not say where the DNA was
Guys,
found.
I just had a crazy dream.
Ed Lavandera, that the investigators also have DNA from Ms. Guthrie, her family, her landscapers, and housekeepers. Now, on the question of gloves, he said that several have been recovered as far as 10 miles from the Guthrie home. They're being checked for DNA and presumably any connection to the crime scene. Also today, pool workers were spotted at the Guthrie home, which initially drew interest. The pool service later said their visit was for routine maintenance. CNN's Nick Watt joins us now from Tucson. Nick?
Well, Anderson, 2 major strands in this investigation, the DNA, as you just discussed, and also the video. Investigators want more video, so today we took a look at where that might come from. That haunting doorbell cam footage of the suspect gave investigators a physical description. What about his vehicle? Investigators have put out a call for video of anything suspicious within this 2-mile radius around Nancy Guthrie's home. My colleague Ed Lavandera just interviewed the sheriff.
And do you believe
we all live in
the
a yellow
suspect's car has been captured on some
submarine? A
video
yellow submarine.
We hope so, but
We all live in a
we
yellow
are still
submarine.
piecing together all those leads.
A lot of these houses around here do have security cameras, but local zoning laws mean every house has got to
I
be
don't
at
know
least
what Trump has to
30
do with
feet
this
back
case,
from
to
the
be honest
road,
with you. I'm
and
sorry.
there's a lot of vegetation. So it's unclear what those cameras might have picked up. Also, there are no street lights here, and also multiple ways in and out of this neighborhood.
Have you been able to figure out what route the suspect drove through the neighborhood to get to Nancy Guthrie's house?
No. All those things and possibilities are looked at, but I couldn't tell you.
There are some traffic cameras operated by the county on the more major roads that surround Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. But the
I've said
county
it a
says
million times.
they're not available
You do
at all
politics,
intersections
F this,
and not
F
always
that.
archived.
Political
So
crap,
in addition to
you're
those cameras run
muted.
by the county, there are also cameras run by the state
Nice.
and the
Propane
city
tank
of
baked
Tucson.
like a submarine.
Could have been an option.
Yellow submarine.
Here's the issue. About 10 years ago, the people of Tucson voted to outlaw the use of traffic cameras for red light infractions or speeding. So this camera here on a major road just a few miles from Nancy Guthrie's house, it only monitors traffic conditions. It doesn't record. So nothing on tape from the night Nancy Guthrie was taken.
If you have any information, whether it's from your Ring camera or it's just you've seen something that is of concern to you, please share it with us.
Nick is back. Nick, what's the latest on any law enforcement activity near the home or surrounding areas?
I mean, today, Anderson, it was just the sheriff department supervising those pool maintenance workers and making sure that no one enters the crime scene. But we have heard that they are working now on other cameras that were inside that home. Now, you remember that porch camera? It took engineers a long time to extract that video. They are now trying to do the same with other cameras that were inside the home. The sheriff said they're working on it. They don't know if they'll be able to get it, but the sheriff certainly hopes that they can. That might give, I don't know, a vehicle, another angle of the suspect, maybe an accomplice, whatever. They want to try and get that video if they possibly can, and they hope it'll come through. Anderson.
All right. Nick, thanks very much. We're joined now by our law enforcement team, former NYPD Detective David Sarney, CNN Chief Law Enforcement Intelligence Analyst John Miller, and former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. John, you heard the sheriff say the DNA has been found, not clear who it belongs to. Why does DNA take often so long?
Well, it's a lengthy process, and there's always
That's a good question,
somewhat
Ari.
of
I
a
also wondered
backlog.
that too.
Now, this case is going to be
What if
getting
the guy
top
on the security
priority
camera was a paid
in
person
likely the
to
private
do that,
lab. The sheriff
to
uses
be an alibi
certainly at
for,
the FBI at Quantico because it's a
or to
kidnap or
divert
ransom
the
case,
actual
which puts it ahead of other unsolved crimes because there's a victim,
whatever from the
at bay
kidnappers.
here. But it's significant in that they have a set of known contributors, people who are in and out of the house that they can document that belong there.
And that they can quickly check it against.
Exactly, which they can run those people against their own DNA. In this case, you have an unknown contributor, which is significant, potentially. You can run it against CODIS. Have they been arrested for a felony? Have they been in prison? That will pop in the national database, but it hasn't. So now what you have is, you have an unknown contributor where if you get a suspect, you have something to run against that suspect, particularly if the suspect says, I was never on that road, I never wore that glove, I was never in that house, depending on where it was found. It could be useful, it could be nothing.
And Andrew, does the FBI have other databases besides people with prior criminal records that they could run through?
You know, the basic law enforcement database is what John just referred to as CODIS. There's also ways to do what we call rapid DNA. So they can do the processing of the sample pretty quickly, but you're held up at the point where you don't have an existing sample in that data set. There is some work that cold case squads and other investigators have done with commercially available DNA data sets. It's not clear to me whether or not they are going to rely on those data sets here. That's a very different approach. You would take your unknown sample and run it against the samples contained in that commercial data set to see if there are relatives, people who are connected to the same DNA in that data set. And if there are, then you have to do some genealogy research to try to figure out who your unknown person is. But again, it's not clear to me that that's happening in this case yet.
So, David, when the authorities say they have DNA that's different from Nancy Guthrie's and from the other known people, does that give you a lot of confidence that may lead to something, or could there just be other people who were in the house that nobody knew about? And that's the thing. You have to, when you talk about DNA and recovery, where the location of the DNA is recovered. And not only that, you've done the elimination. If you have elimination from, like we would do fingerprints, elimination prints from the family, that's fine. But what you have to do now is, we had responding officers that see where were they at in that house at the time, and is the DNA that's recovered in the area where they've been at. So that's another thing. I don't know if they've done elimination DNA on substrates on the responding officers, anybody else in the house, because that's what you have to really look at is, could it be a contributor that was there as law enforcement? And not only that, you're still going to have to find out through the analysis. We have DNA. Is it a mixture? Do we and matches come through CODIS? Is it match which is no one known, no names, but a hit would be a name to a name. So in other words, if they got DNA and they tested it, analyzed it, and they found it matched someone with no name, that's something different. But when you get the hit, that means you have a definitive name of the person. And John, I mean, the FBI they're looking at potential, obviously any potential leads. There's this other doorbell camera video from a house roughly 6.5 miles away from Mrs. Guthrie's. We're seen as blurring the man's face. We don't know who this is or if it's anything nefarious. It shows someone holding some items of clothing, bending over. It's from January 23rd, which is not a date authorities have cited as necessarily important. What would authorities do with something like this?
Well, what you're looking for is, and I mean, when you're working on a case like this, you're doing everything at once. You're focused on what about those ransom notes, what about these other letters, but you're also focused on residential burglaries, home invasions. One of the things they asked the public to say is, check your cameras and see, did anybody approach your door? Is this somebody who has been targeting houses in the neighborhood? Could this case be very different?
I mean, it certainly looks like potentially suspicious.
Right, and I mean, in a case like this, you could have somebody who is contemplating a burglary, trying to avoid that camera. In a case like this, you could also have somebody who's looking for those Amazon packages that people go on at front doors and take. It's one of the main things that Ring doorbell cameras are really good at catching. But it's good that people found it. It's good that they posted it. It's good that law enforcement is looking at it.
Andrew, the sheriff said that his department, the FBI, are joined at the hip. He also denied reports that he blocked the FBI from accessing key evidence. When two law enforcement entities are investigating a case like this, I mean, who takes the lead? Who's in the lead right now? Who's running this?
Yeah, I think as a result of
I'm just listening to
these things on television, people have a sense that there's always conflict between the feds and the locals. It's really not the case. And particularly in the post 9/11
I don't know about that, bud. I don't know about that one. I'd be breaking into a crime scene.
And so consistent.
I'd be on national television if I did that.
We bring local officers into the FBI. We deputize them as federal marshals. We work together. We all have the same legal authorities, things like that. So I have no doubt that the sheriff's department has worked and is working closely with the FBI. And there's no animosity.
No, I'm still serious.
Where you have problems is when communication isn't very clear, or logistically something happens in an awkward way that shouldn't have happened, unintentional, but maybe evidence sits in one place when it should be analyzed someplace else. That could have happened here. That's pretty standard. At the end of the day, I think it'll be fair to look back at both entities, both the sheriff's department and the FBI, to look at like the urgency of the response. How quickly did they call in the FBI and all their resources? Was it a couple of hours? Was it half a day? Was it a day or several days? And there may be lessons to be learned in the aftermath. But right now, everybody's very focused on getting Ms. Guthrie back, and that's absolutely what they should be thinking of.
We have more breaking developments in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff telling CNN this afternoon we have more breaking developments in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff telling CNN this afternoon this door cam video has triggered the greatest number of leads for investigators. He says they got about 5,000 tips within just hours of releasing it on Tuesday. Tonight, almost 2 weeks into the search, still
shout out to Alex. What's up?
Make no mistake, as this case nears its third week with no signs of Nancy Guthrie, her alleged abductor not identified,
and the media scrutiny unrelenting, the law enforcement teams in Arizona are feeling the heat.
There's enormous pressure whenever you have a case like this, especially when it's not quickly resolved.
Charles Ramsey was the D.C. police chief during the D.C. sniper case in 2002 and was part of the task force hunting the suspects. The case dragged on for more than 3 weeks. 10 people were killed. Then Montgomery County, Maryland Police Chief Charles Moose was the official leading the investigation and was its public face. The pressure on Moose as the hunt intensified was physically noticeable, especially when a child was shot and wounded.
But stepping over the line, shooting a kid, I guess it's getting to be really, really personal now.
I certainly can't speak for Chuck Moose, but you could see the stress, you could see the pressure, and everybody felt it, and I can only imagine what it had to be for him.
Former FBI Special Agent Steve Moore recalls one instance when tension inside a high-profile investigation he was involved in got personal.
I was thrown out of a police chief's office one day.
We are 3 hours out.
It was the first FBI agent to arrive to assist in a kidnapping. Turns out that the kidnapping victim was his secretary, and he was personally offended that someone else would come in and try to help him solve the kidnapping of his own secretary. And I was forcefully asked to leave the building.
Fueling the tension in the Guthrie case, the celebrity factor. It's not just that a nationally renowned network anchor is at the center of it. The fact that President Trump has weighed in repeatedly, experts say, puts more pressure on investigators.
Ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made.
When the President of the United States is involved in your case, you have entered a new level of hell.
How to deal with that pressure and the internal tension in a case like this? Both Charles Ramsey and Steve Moore say it's crucial for the leaders in the case to sit down and talk through whatever issues they have, and to keep all of that away from the on-the-ground investigators so they can focus on the job. Brian Todd, CNN, Washington.
Thanks, Brian. Back now with our panel, David Sarney, John Miller, Andrew McCabe. We're also joined by the retired FBI Special Agent and Crisis Negotiator Richard Kolko. John Miller, just in terms of the cooperation, just the lead agency on this case is which one, FBI or the local?
So the sheriff said, there's no lead agency, we're working together. The simple fact is that right now, this is a state violation, and the FBI is there assisting local law enforcement. Now make no mistake, the FBI brings tremendous resources that can't be matched by any other agency.
It's just another loop. We just listened to 30 minutes of a loop, man.
Is being detained in connection with the Guthrie case, but it sure raises a lot of questions. More in just a moment.
I don't like the loops, man.
Little by little, age-related macular degeneration tries to take away your vision. You're not the type to sit back and do nothing, so now's the time to take action and make a plan with your doctor that includes Preservision. It contains the clinically proven formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced EMD progression. Preservision is backed by over 20 years of clinical studies, and it's right here in the palm of your hand.
You've spent a lifetime becoming who you are. Don't let AMD take that away.
It's your vision. Take action. Choose Preservision.
Be my Valentine. Diamond Hearts just $79. Half-carat Diamond Hearts $199. 2-carat uranite pendants $899. 5-carat tennis bracelets $899. 1-carat natural studs $349. All guaranteed to embrace for double the jewelry exchange direct.
Then I realized when you bundle and when you save on insurance with Liberty Group.
It's like you're talking my love language.
I've been taking word classes
It is currently 4 a.m. almost. Arizona time, 4 a.m. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of all this stretch part.
It sneaks up on you, but don't worry, there's always the old-fashioned way. People used to try anything, from homemade dye made of egg yolks, juice that stains everything but your grays, to chemical dyes that leave you miserable. Or you could skip the messy, outdated methods and go straight to particle anti-gray serum. Helps restore natural hair tone from the root. Just a few sprays and you're done. No mess, no artificial colors or dyes, no stains, no harsh chemicals. Just gradual, natural results. Get rid of gray the easy way.
Almost 6 in Florida. Holy cow. How do we have 300 people watching? This is insane. On this channel?
Enjoy free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Just a spray a day keeps the gray away. Go to antigray.com.
Yes, Rigger's at home asleep.
Bring up the truth about processed foods. We need to start eating real food. Laura's All-Star panel breaks down their mission to fight obesity tonight on Live View. And obesity tonight on Live View.
Let's share something of my own. I haven't read a book since middle school.
And I can't even read. I'm not really caring. You just paid me to be here. Sharing Red Baron pizza can be more sharing. Oh my cheese. It's the new OM cheeseburger from Applebee's. Our juicy bacon cheeseburger served on a skillet of cheesy deliciousness. Too much cheese. Applebee's new OM cheeseburger for $11.99. Also on our 2 for $25.
A lot to ask of Ruger. We're time travelers. Let's go! I don't know where Nancy's at. I don't know where she has to be or where she ought to be. All I know is she's missing. And all the information that's been released.
Movement that inspires.
With investing options from Navy Federal Credit Union, Rob feels financially at ease, which means he can worry about other things like landing this fish. What if the fish is really big? What if it's not a fish? What if it's treasure? What if the treasure is cursed? Rob has a lot of things to worry about, but as a member of Navy Federal, his finances aren't one of them. Become a member today. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Developments seem to be moving quickly tonight in Pima County, Arizona. At least 3 people have been
I was joking.
in connection to...
You only... Okay, look, Cherry. You only watched like the first 10 seconds of that video. I was live streaming out of my buddy's Porsche. My buddy has a really nice Porsche.
House, maybe a bit less.
There we go.
Not much else is known about the events of Friday. There's also been a car that has been impounded, a Range Rover SUV, impounded from a Culver's parking lot. The driver also taken away. Senior legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Zach Smith, joins us again for his thoughts. Zach, I'm fascinated especially by this car. Now, they haven't said that it's connected to the Guthrie case, but they took photos of the inside. They blocked the view of whatever it was that was inside that they were taking photos of, and then they impounded it. They took the driver away and they took the car away. It sure seems like with the FBI involved, it's got to have a connection. Why not release more information about it right now?
Well, I suspect this investigation is ongoing. The FBI, local law enforcement want to be sure that they don't pollute the investigation by releasing too much information too soon. But what's really interesting, John, is I think we're all learning a lot about search and seizure law as police officers, as law enforcement officers, search these different properties,
I don't know what to think, whether she's alive or not.
Vehicles. And what's interesting to note is that there are
obviously, I hope she's alive, but I have no idea.
Rules for searching a car versus searching a home. There's what's known as the automobile exception to the warrant requirement. Police officers generally have some more leeway to search vehicles if they have probable cause to believe that evidence of a crime or contraband are found in vehicles. They can go ahead and search that vehicle without a warrant. That's because cars, trucks, other vehicles are inherently more mobile. There's a greater risk that evidence could be lost. Now, we don't know why this particular vehicle was stopped. I suspect law enforcement probably got a warrant out of an abundance of caution. But again, all of this is developing very quickly, and so law enforcement would have some more leeway to act without a warrant if needed when it comes to searching that vehicle.
You also have to wonder why that vehicle. I mean, they didn't just show up in the Culver's parking lot and grab that vehicle. They must have had some information about a license plate.
It's unconfirmed.
Or perhaps the owner
whether there's
or the
a person
driver.
in that car or not. It's 100%
we don't
unconfirmed.
know why that vehicle was stopped at this point. I suspect we will find out more again as the investigation.
The sheriff's department has not confirmed or denied anything, so it's unconfirmed at this time.
Releasing more information.
No, I'm on my way out right now. I've not been out there today.
Is that
I'm driving out there from Bakersfield, California. It's a 9-hour drive.
The FBI
we have 3 hours
law
left.
enforcement believe that evidence of a crime will likely be found within them.
Perhaps we'll have some answers by morning. No, by daylight at least. Zach Smith, Heritage Foundation, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us on this night of fast-moving developments in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Thanks to my fellow anchor here, Chanley Painter, who's been providing her expertise. I'm John Scott in New York.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to get you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you.
Appreciate it, Donna.
If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now.
Call 1-800-602-2900. Call now.
This channel is nothing but a freaking ad spam.
New developments in the search for Nancy Guthrie. At this hour, there is a search underway at a home not far from the Guthrie house, where she was last seen nearly 2 weeks ago. It is unclear who that home belongs to and what investigators are looking for, but there are a number of law enforcement vehicles at that scene, and they do not appear to be leaving anytime soon. NBC Bay Area's Jocelyn Moran is closely following this latest turn of events. What have you learned so far, Jocelyn?
Jess, Audrey, we have been following this closely all night as we reach nearly 2 weeks since Nancy Guthrie was last seen. Video just into our newsroom shows several law enforcement vehicles on a street just minutes away from Nancy Guthrie's home. Officials have confirmed this scene is related to the Guthrie investigation. There's also a large media presence in this area too. Our NBC team is there watching what's going on and waiting for answers. We were expecting a statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Department tonight, but they just said no additional information is currently available. We also know the FBI is involved. The FBI has provided new details about the suspect seen in those chilling surveillance videos from the porch of Nancy Guthrie's home the morning she disappeared. You see someone masked and armed. The FBI has described the person as a man of average build between 5'9" and 5'10". He was also seen wearing a black 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack backpack. That backpack is only sold at Walmart. Another new development today, the sheriff said authorities are working to figure out who DNA collected from Guthrie's property belongs to. The sheriff said it was not from Nancy Guthrie or someone in close contact to her. Thousands of leads are being chased down by sheriff's investigators and the FBI. The Pima County Sheriff fired back against claims of tension between his office and the FBI. President Trump also weighed in.
There's so many leads. They generated 14,000 in the first 10 days. We generated 18,000. We need each other. And that's really, so there's no ego here as to who's leading it. Right now, it is a state case. We're handling it, but we can't do this by ourselves. We know that.
It was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made.
And again, the Pima County Sheriff's Office saying just minutes ago that no additional information is currently available, but there continues to be a heavy police presence at a location not far from Nancy Guthrie's home.
Let's try CNN again.
Such as screen to sliders, sliding glass doors, and also, I don't know, regular doors. She might have had a regular door garage, I'm not sure. But a lot of people have sliding glass doors. Of course, there's always windows, and that's just an observation. But that front door, to me, isn't one that you're going to break into easily.
And you were familiar, you say, with the fact that where she would have been, as we understand, which is sleeping, would have been in her bedroom on the left side of the house.
Yes, I believe that that's the case, and And I think that may have been where they went, around the side of the house. Looking at the videos, you can see that on the left side there are bushes, and you can't see that very well from the street. And on the right side, you can see the garage, and you can very clearly see the driveway and the side of the house. So that would be a natural potential direction that he would have gone. But I don't know that. I'm just looking at the house from the front and having been there.
Well, I mean, it's obviously having been there and just the information that you have. I think front this evening, a major development in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. The Pima County Sheriff confirming that investigators have DNA evidence. Now, the sheriff is not saying exactly where that DNA is found, but they are calling it significant. And the sheriff is also telling CNN that investigators have the DNA from Guthrie, her family, her landscapers, and her housekeepers, okay? And they don't know who the DNA belongs to, right? So obviously you would presume they've run all those checks and it wasn't this DNA. And while there is still no indication of where Guthrie could be, the sheriff did tell CNN, quote, "We got some good leads. We remain hopeful."
So we're just chasing down leads. I've got 400 cops out there chasing down 30-some thousand leads.
This is the same one we just played.
And those 30-some thousand leads he refers to have been pouring in.
They're on another freaking loop, man. Why is he... I can't stand mainstream media. They're a joke. Mainstream media is a joke. They have live streams on YouTube, and all they do is play their loops overnight. They're not updating you. They're hoping you just rewatch their loop. That's crazy, man. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. That's why I like independent media. So I don't think anybody is live right now covering this.
I think we go straight into this top story because this is what so many people are following locally, but all around the country, even the world now, because it is making national news. It is the Nancy Guthrie search. It is continuing, and TMZ just a little bit ago posted some new video. Right. Now, this is not video. I think it's important to point out, this is not video from Nancy's front door. It is surveillance video from a doorbell camera from about 6.5 miles away from Nancy's home. But this is weird. It is a guy. He backs up to the front door. He clearly does not want to be seen on the camera. Now, there is one little shot that you're going to see. Yeah. Now, he winds up getting chased away. We should go ahead and bring in TMZ.
Absolutely.
Brandon Cork joins us with some more details. I saw this video, and immediately I thought, oh, is this Nancy's house? Not Nancy's house, but it's not too far away. And they're having people go through their cameras over the last month and just look for anything like this dude right here, right?
Right, the FBI is asking anyone and everybody in the area to be looking at their cameras, whether that be their Ring doorbell camera, the Nest camera from January 1st to January, or all the way to February 1st, the early morning hours, obviously, when Nancy Guthrie was taken. This new specific video that's come out, obviously you see the face and the head blurred in the video, but this is 6.5 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home, and this specific video was posted on the Ring Neighbors app on January 23rd, so that's about 7 days before Nancy Guthrie was taken in the early morning of February 1st. And we talked to a high-ranking official in the FBI, and they tell us that this is absolutely being looked at right now. We know that the person that was inside of the home said that this man came up to the home, rang the doorbell, obviously saw the camera, unclear if that's what he was doing when he saw the camera, but then backed away immediately upon being seen, and then he fled the scene with the dogs barking and everything. Again, a week before, they're looking at everything. You really can't put it past them right now.
So here's my question for you, Branson. Why is his face blurred? This guy's clearly up to no good. He does look like he has dark hair and a dark goatee, which is kind of what they said they were looking for. But why did they put this video out with his face blurred?
Well, you have to be very careful, obviously, with identification purposes, because if someone is not involved in the case whatsoever, it could be a conflict of interest. It could be very dangerous for that person. We know that the last video that we got sent to us yesterday, the second video of this other man going up to the gate, this was just, I believe, 20 minutes before Nancy Guthrie was believed to be taken on the timeline. This other video, not far from her as well, they also blurred it because this person
nobody really
cleared
knows
at some point. Right now, we're told by FBI that person as well is still being looked at. The video is still in play,
knows the truth,
as well as this one.
We only know what's been
the
said.
Other person who was
nobody knows the truth.
Detained
Law
for several
enforcement's being
hours
very,
and released
very
after questioning
quiet.
the delivery driver recently, which they had a lead on apparently. He, they have to be very careful with identification purposes.
I think I understand that if like the other guy was, I think he was throwing trash away or something like that. Like that would make sense. For me, this guy's clearly up to no good. So, I'm just curious in that case.
So everything right now is
as far as what happened yesterday,
nobody knows
we were
any
on the
facts.
post, we saw that huge white tarp go up in front of the family, the tent right here that you see. And then it later came down. What did we learn about that? What was going on?
Well, I think if they pay the ransom, then law enforcement's not going to help.
Right, so they put up this tent above the porch area for a temporary time during the day. It is believed that they were doing some testing, forensic testing, under that tent. I can't say everything they were doing under there because we don't have that information right now, but it's believed that they were testing the blood that was on that porch area in the front. As we know, they found blood on the inside of the home and on the outside of the home, and there is footage of that blood on the front of the home, and it was confirmed that it was that it belonged to Nancy. I don't know exactly why they were looking at that area again, but when it comes to forensic testing, they have to create that environment, and that's why that tent came up and then came up shortly after that. But they are also looking at that glove that is shortly down the road, the black latex glove that is still pending DNA testing right now as well.
I have scanners for Pima County. Yes, I do. That's the other thing I think that puts me apart
with the glove
from
the Sheriff's Department and the
most
FBI
people that are out there right now. I do have scanners mounted in my vehicle. Yes, I do.
Right, so the disagreement that we know about in terms of details is that the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff District are completely clashing right now over how this testing of DNA is being handled. We know the FBI wants to send it to their offices for testing, and the Pima County Sheriff District wanted to send it off to Florida for testing. So there's a clash among the investigation in terms of how each department feels this should be handled. We were talking about it this morning in terms of the FBI. You know, in movies, when the FBI shows up, you've seen it, they come in, they kind of just take over the investigation. That's how it usually works. And usually the Sheriff Department and the FBI, it's very possible to come to heads, to clash over this, because there are so many people working on this that they all have different opinions on where things should go in terms of the investigation.
Well, and they all want to be the one to solve the case, so much so that the FBI has now increased the reward, and maybe that's helping because they're getting a ton of leads right now.
Right, and yesterday they actually released a statement, the FBI, giving a detailed description, confirmed description of the alleged suspect in that first video that went around of the masked man walking up to Nancy Guthrie's home. They said that it's believed to be 5'9" to 5'10" in terms of height. And I meant to say that as well with the tent they were also testing. They believe to be the height of the person by using the porch. And again, 5'9" to 5'10". A male is the gender they are saying right now. And as well, they were able to confirm the backpack that was on his person. We know they were looking at the items on him, 3 items specifically: the backpack, the clothing, and then also the holster on his body as well.
Also, I'm missing you in my chat on YouTube, man.
Each item can lead them to another
I'm missing you in the chat on my main YouTube channel, Meg LinkedIn. I hope to have you back soon.
Only sold at Walmart, right?
I miss you a lot.
A Walmart Ozark hiking trail backpack, yes.
Yeah, that reward now increased to $100,000 by the FBI. I know you guys have been in contact, well, it's that somebody's been contacting you and has been asking. It's not the person who took Nancy, but it is someone who says they know who took Nancy, who basically is asking for one Bitcoin, which is about what, 60?
Usually, I might get there, take a little nap, and then go live. I don't know. We'll see. I might even take a little nap in Phoenix.
Yeah, they basically want to be the person who's saying, if you give us that, we'll tell you who took Nancy. Any more developments in that?
Well, we got two notes
yes,
this
I have
week.
professional
One on Wednesday, which is the first one from this person that claims to know information about the suspect, claims to know the identity
I have 3
of the
different
suspect,
professional scanners in my vehicle right now.
We give them 1 Bitcoin, they will reveal the identity of the suspect. And then on Thursday morning, just after 8 o'clock,
just ignore the mess on the floorboard.
They sent us another note saying, through our tip line, saying I am not being taken seriously. That's the
There's
quote.
one of my scanners.
And then gave reasons as to why they're asking for the Bitcoin, and also alluded to the fact that the situation has changed from Wednesday to Thursday. I can't give too many details about that specifically. The FBI has all of this. They are investigating it, but they did
just the one I showed you was like $700
for them to lay low, in case they need to hide back.
Way too much money on
fear
scanners.
of
Thankfully,
potential
my viewers actually ordered one of them,
the suspect by revealing their identity.
You know, Branson, you guys cover a lot of these stories. Is it weird to be part of the story? Like to have these, to be watching your emails and watching, having to talk with the FBI. Like, I mean,
kind of behind the scenes.
It seems very, very different in this case.
Let me tell you, I mean, I'm glued to my computer screen just in the last week or so. You never know what's going to come through day in, day out. But my time being here at TMZ, I've been here almost 4 years, and I've never seen something like this come into us. Consistently, getting these tips, working with the FBI. I mean, we spoke directly with the FBI. We are helping the FBI, giving them everything that we have. And it's really interesting, the fact that this was sent to us first. 2 other stations in Arizona and Tucson area were sent that first initial alleged ransom note. But the fact that they keep sending it to us, we are doing everything that we can to help the investigation.
Well, thank you so much for keeping us updated. We appreciate it, and we'll continue to follow.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Rick.
You now do want to get right back into your headlines here as we are just past the top of the hour. Take a look. Of course, we do have the latest developments on the kidnapping of Nancy.
Wow, service is horrible right now. Nice. That's cool, Chaos. I am having a hard time with service right now. I have no idea how we're uploading this. My personal cell phone is not doing well. Roll call! Snowkeeper wants to know where everyone's watching from. Where are you watching from? Roll call! Where are you guys watching from? trying to get the... What's going on with this phone? It's not really working out too well right now. There, I just reset it. Let's see if this works. I need to bring Starlink next time. I did not know that I was going to have internet issues like this. For some reason, one phone works, one phone doesn't. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels... I'm just kidding, guys. Alright, I think I got it. If you guys want to see more stuff like this, make sure you follow us and subscribe. Subscribe on this channel. If you don't subscribe right now, I'm going to end the live stream. Seriously, subscribe or I'm dipping out. Also, make sure you go subscribe to my other YouTube channel called Dad's Gone Live. It's my main channel where I do my main live streams. I normally do police activity stuff in Bakersfield, California, and I chase whatever stuff I can chase. If it's news, I'm on it. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Thanks for subbing. I mean, I'm not really going to end the live stream, but come on, subscribe, guys. We just got 4 people that subscribe. One more person subscribes, will be a 5.1K. One more person hits that subscribe, will be a 5.1 thousand followers on this channel. My other channel is at like 96,000, which is awesome. We just hit 5,100 followers on this channel. Let's go! Everybody. Dad's Gone Live is the best streamer. Thank you so much, Chaos. JLR has been having issues with service. Ooh, I hope I don't. It's 4:18 in the morning. 3:18 in California. I also have memberships on this channel if you feel like going the extra mile and making your name green. It really helps out a lot because this channel doesn't really do much and you help keep it going. You help out a lot if you become a member or anything like that. And I don't know how expensive they are, but I try keeping them pretty cheap as best I could. So if you guys want to become a member on this channel, it's greatly appreciated, and it definitely helps us out a lot. One membership goes a long ways.
Guthrie. As we near the 2-week mark of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, Fox News Digital now reporting another glove was found inside of her Tucson area home. Fox News Digital's Michael Ruiz reporting friction between the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the FBI as he says Sheriff Chris Manos sent that glove to a private lab in Florida rather than to the FBI's lab in Quantico. That means the FBI will likely have to retest it themselves, adding time to this process. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, appearing on Fox News Channel earlier today, was asked about that situation.
If the friction indeed exists between the FBI and locals, is there anything the president could do to try to get the FBI in front, or is that just something out of this jurisdiction?
Whoa, the
FBI to take over the investigation would, of course, need the local authorities to hand it over to them. And I spoke with Director Patel late last night, and he assured me the FBI has been on the ground. In fact, Director Patel himself was on the ground in Arizona this week, and that we are offering the full resources and weight of the federal government to help local authorities bring this case to an end, to bring Nancy Guthrie home. President Trump immediately offered that when this case was first heard about, when this news broke, and our hearts break every day that this goes on. And again, the FBI is on the ground wanting to assist in any way that they can, and they have. You saw last night, Director Patel and the FBI released additional information and photo evidence.
I don't know how much the memberships are on this channel. How much are they?
For anyone who comes
how much are the memberships on this channel? I tried keeping them cheap when I first started.
And of course, they have the FBI tip line, which they are actively working to work through any credible tips that can lead to a closure in this horrific case.
Caroline, I know the president spoke with Savannah Guthrie think it was last week, and we were just curious, has he talked to her since, and how is she doing? I know she's heartbroken, obviously, but
$1.49 a month for
what was
membership.
that conversation like?
Hey, let's
it
go!
was, of course, a very sad and solemn conversation.
At that price,
for
I
the
might as well
president,
become a
but
member
of course
too.
for Savannah as well. It was an important call for the president to make, and he made it right away upon learning of Nancy's disappearance. And in that phone call, he assured Savannah and the Guthrie family that, again, the White House and the entire Trump administration, including and especially the FBI, are on the ground to help local authorities in any way possible to bring Nancy home.
And that was Caroline Levitt there, the White House press secretary.
We are about 2 hours and 30 minutes out, guys.
Earlier on today.
I do have to get gas here in a little bit. I'm at quarter tank again.
The person seen
so I'll pull into the next gas
surveillance
station I
video
see.
tampering with the doorbell camera at her Tucson area home. Through forensics, the agency determined that person is a man about 5'9" to 5'10" with an average build. Investigators
99 cents a
add
month
the
for you.
backpack
That's
seen
awesome.
on the
Let's
suspect
go.
is a black 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack backpack. And for seemingly the first time,
what does my main channel do? I'm an independent journalist. I live stream usually for like 5 hours to 9 hours a night, and I chase all the police scanner calls in Bakersfield, California. I do independent journalism. I show you guys what's going on: car crashes, fires, murders, stabbing, all kinds of things. True crime stuff. I show it to you in real time as it happens in my hometown, and then I also do stuff like this and chase major stories like the Nancy Guthrie case. We covered the flooding in Texas, in Kerrville, Texas. We covered the New Mexico flooding in Reduce, New Mexico. We covered the Border Patrol stuff going on in Eagle Pass. We covered the LA riots. Let me rephrase it. I'm sorry, not riots. The LA protesting, the King's protest, all that stuff. So I try to show you guys big stories I'll drive to, small stories I'll cover in my hometown. Oh, peekaboo! Peekaboo, Ashley! Peekaboo! Boom! Ashley just became a member. Let's go!
Elderly woman who is not very mobile. She's got medical issues.
So I try to cover as much as I can.
Medication. Clearly.
My other channel is much larger than this one, so make sure you go check it out. Dad's Gone Live.
You know, quite a long time now into the investigation. Now, as far as these investigations go, it's not been that long, but still, when you have this an elderly woman kind of hanging in the wings on this, it's an issue. And so, what this critical time loss, what this could happen.
Sheriff Nanos seemed corrupt. I don't know who Sheriff Nanos is.
To the lab in Florida.
Is that the sheriff out there where we're going? Is that his name?
Because we have potential issues here.
Is that the sheriff where we're going?
Trial. So after they catch the guy, the defense attorney is going to have a heyday on the evidence.
I do like live streams more than TV.
Collection, the evidence.
And I don't even like watching TV or live streams.
Processing,
I don't like
the chain of custody, things like this. If you have multiple laboratory technicians saying multiple things, so you want to try to keep it, in one laboratory. And the FBI laboratory is accredited, and it is well known.
I don't know if the
best labs in the world.
sheriff is corrupt or not. That's your own decision to make, not mine.
I would probably say that the other issue is kind of tied into this. Is the fact
I do have a respect for law enforcement, but I also have a respect for transparency. So I would hope that this sheriff is being transparent with
after the
what's
case
going
broke.
on.
And although this doesn't seem like a lot of time, it's a 36-hour kind of head start that the suspects had to maybe take Nancy somewhere else in Tucson, maybe to Mexico, maybe other places. We don't know where she's at. And so basically it was a 36-hour delay for federal resources.
And I want to pop this up because it goes to what you're talking about right there. This is from Michael Ruiz over at Fox News Digital saying, new on the apparent friction between the Pima County Sheriff's Department and federal agencies. According to a federal law enforcement source, the sheriff didn't request help from the FBI on Nancy Guthrie's abduction until after the feds reached out first. Quote, they never even reached out. So that, of course, goes to what you're talking about there. Now, the Pima County Sheriff's Office did release kind of a statement asking for video all the way back from January 1st within a 2-mile radius. Does
gas station up ahead? We're going to go to that.
The net really tell us anything about maybe where the investigation stands?
Well, I think this is like the second time that they asked to go backwards. I think around January 11th was the first request, going 3 weeks back. So it tells me that they've got, other potential suspects, other potential, maybe some video evidence, something to say that we need to go back a little bit further. January 1 is an easy date to remember. It was New Year's Day, so people will remember New Year's Day. It kind of helps in memory. Also, it's possible, again, these guys I don't believe are so sophisticated, but if January 1st you're going to have a lot of people visiting.
Let's not talk about other streamers, please.
It's cold in other countries.
I don't want to bash other streamers or have other streamers get upset
during the holidays. There's more people down there.
So let's not bring up other streamers.
Possibly the suspect a more kind of a better chance of blending in case they're doing
we can talk about a little bit
operational
surveillance.
surveillance. So there's something that they've come up with.
Novicity, I've talked to tonight. Califield Lives, I've talked to tonight.
Caused them to maybe go back
I've
a week or so further back than they
Eric Shot 661, I've talked to tonight. If I'm not talking to him
one thing
right now,
I want to bring up to kind of close out our discussion on
there's no reason I'm not talking to anybody. I just
conflict with the sheriff's department
with a lot of people today.
Is there is some news out there that in 2015
please don't bring up other streamers in my chat.
A RICO investigation.
It's just you got to remember that, especially if I'm going out there,
current
it'll start
sheriff
drama.
The deputy
the last thing I
want to
do is disrespect somebody and start drama.
The former sheriff, according to
don't think that you're like being singled out
articles
because it happens all the time. I have to say this at least once or twice a night on my normal live stream, so you're good.
Of funds, of federal funds, and I'm just wondering if that may have been part of. Talk about the
everything
egos
in chat reflects me. Yes, absolutely.
Conflict. And
one
maybe
bad thing about one person that said in my chat
that certainly
can cause more drama.
And it's also interesting because one thing that was mentioned, and I talked about this also off the top, is the fact that for the first time, I believe, we've actually heard authorities refer to this person in the video here, captured on doorbell, as a suspect, a quote-unquote suspect. Does that say anything to you? Because again, the first guy that was detained was referred to as really not even a person of interest. He was called a quote-unquote subject. So to hear them use the word suspect, what does that say to you?
Well, that loosely correlates to reasonable suspicion versus probable cause, right? And so probable cause means that there's enough information there to support a crime that's been committed, right, or that a person's part of that. So like, so the guy that they stopped, I think it was yesterday, and they released him. They're just basically looking at potential leads, and so obviously he kind of had kind of a similar look to the guy, even though it really was quite different if you really get down to the details. It kind of goes back to the stop of the delivery driver that was released. I think he was either DoorDash or FedEx delivery guy, the one that lives south of Tucson. So they're basically looking at every single lead, right? And so you'll have an initial stop of a car or stop of a person. You'll detain them, and then you will run the facts, check the evidence, interview them, and then if nothing is there, you release them. I think clearly that the guy that was at the video trying to get in it has much more of a probable cause situation.
We're not trying to live like ballers. We're just trying to make it happen.
Trying to just run out all the leads. I think we'll probably find out, and we may not know to the extent, but there is going to be a lot of people detained, a lot of people stopped, a lot of people questioned that may or may not get into the news just as part of the investigation because they have to be able to clear every lead.
Oh man!
How difficult can it be talking about leads specifically when
I have the FBI saying they
efficient
car.
At least 13,000
Not the best, but not the worst.
County Sheriff's Office
Last time I went on a trip like this was in my diesel, and it was not cheap. It was very expensive, and I was not happy with how much money I spent. Okay, I want to show you guys why I think I would be good to go to this call. If I go far away to live stream, I have a really good zoom on my camera. That's just one of my cameras. I have 2 more in the back. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and you guys watch me walk in and out. Alright, I'm back. I got another Red Bull just in case I get sleepy. Let's see. Oh. I'm trying to open this at the wrong side. My bad. No, jerkies. This one's honey and pepper. It's okay. I got gas. We're good.
To see whether it can develop the video from the rest of the security cameras around Nancy Guthrie's home in an effort to recover additional footage from the overnight hours when she disappeared.
Those cameras were given to the same company, I believe it's Google Nest, to say, look, what can you do for us?
I mean, the jerky's kind of good.
That one. It was
$10.
They, at that time, they said.
Plus, these Red Bulls on the road are expensive,
Same thing
man.
with the rest of it. They don't know, but they're working on it.
Joining me now, the former Fort Worth Police Chief, Jeff Halstead, who's worked a number of major cases. I really appreciate you joining us this hour. So, as we know, it was a tough process to recover that video. The sheriff says the images that the FBI shared the other day generated though more than 5,000 tips. The idea that they could get additional video, what do you think that could change here?
It could drastically change, and kudos to the investigators and the leadership, and especially our private technology partners for stepping up, because just look at how critical that doorbell camera, the images, and the enhancements have proven to be in just 2 days. Now, if the same success comes from other exterior and or interior cameras, it's a massive break in this case. So it's going to be very, very valuable, not just to the investigators, but to make sure that the quality of the tips are correctly related to the technology they're getting from inside or around the perimeter of the residence.
Yeah, we talk about the residents. We were all a little struck here when we learned this from our CNN colleagues on the ground. They saw pool workers at Nancy Guthrie's home today with equipment that appeared to be what one would use for regular maintenance of a pool. Law enforcement was still on the scene there. As I noted, you have managed major crime scenes. Should a pool maintenance or a cleaning service be working at the site of an active crime scene investigation? Why or why not?
Boy, every crime scene is different, so let me explain. They do a controlled access in an area that we consider out of play most of the time. We have had some major crime scenes where an electrical issue happened within the home, and actual contractors, electricians, or fire department personnel had to come right into our scene. So they are secured access. They make sure they monitor everything they're doing, and then the officer that is supervising those types of maintenance work, they have to complete a supplement for the investigation to prove who came in, how they came in, what part of the, the yard they did to gain access. But more than likely, the pool was out of play, and they thought supervised access would be okay.
I also want to ask about the sheriff denying reports that the department in Pima County and the FBI are clashing at all when it comes to this investigation. Here's what he just told my colleague at Lavendera.
Who's in charge of this investigation right now?
I got
we are. We means
we just heard this like 3 times.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department, along with our partners,
all these stations are playing the same shit.
Activity in the search for Nancy Guthrie and possibly someone being detained in the case. Investigators have blocked off a street in her neighborhood tonight. They're bringing in forensics and even a SWAT tactical vehicle. mother of TV host Savannah Guthrie was kidnapped from her Tucson, Arizona home nearly 2 weeks ago. Eyewitness News reporter Michelle Fisher live in our newsroom now with the breaking details. Michelle?
Mark, the Pima County Sheriff tonight confirming the flurry of activity tonight in Tucson is related to the case. Investigators seen at multiple locations with word from media on the ground that multiple people may have been detained tonight. A Pima County Sheriff SWAT Bearcat was one of many law enforcement vehicles that converged on a neighborhood about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home Friday night. 2 sheriff's forensic vehicles also spotted among the convoy of more than a dozen cars and trucks that entered the blocked-off neighborhood shortly before 10 Arizona time. News media on the ground reporting that 2 people may have been pulled from a home in the neighborhood as part of the SWAT operation. Law enforcement working as steady rain soaked the area.
This is about staying focused
157.
on finding Nancy. 400 cops are out there right now doing work, hard work.
In an interview with ABC affiliate K-Gun, the Pima County Sheriff Thursday expressed optimism with the strength of this surveillance image showing a mystery man on Guthrie's front step.
Somebody out there knows who this guy is. Somebody out there doesn't. We need that person to tell us, because I think we're getting closer.
Investigators zeroing in on the man's backpack, a 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack, sold at a Tucson Walmart for $11. A recent purchase, if captured on store security video, could offer new leads. Several black latex gloves like this one captured by the New York Post have now been discovered near Guthrie's home and are now being tested for DNA, while results from DNA found inside Guthrie's house that were not hers or someone she knows are now back from the lab.
We submitted all our evidence and we have got back results with DNA. If we get a suspect, we hope that we'll get a swab.
Yeah, we should be hitting Phoenix in the near future.
Validate it with the DNA.
And this new video here just into our newsroom from the Tucson affiliate K-Gun TV shows FBI agents and Pima County Sheriff's investigators taking a very close look at a Range Rover in the parking lot of a Culver's restaurant in the Tucson area. K-Gun also reporting that federal agents were speaking with a man connected to that Range Rover. Now, as we all wait to learn more about the latest activity in Tucson, the Pima County Sheriff did say in a post to X tonight that no press briefing is scheduled, but says a written statement is forthcoming. Reporting live tonight in the newsroom, I'm Michelle Fisher, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Breaking news here at 10, SWAT vehicles, forensics trucks, and dozens of deputies, law enforcement swarming a home in Tucson tonight. Could this be the break we've all been waiting for since Nancy Guthrie was abducted 13 days ago?
That's right. Hunter Sowards is here, and Hunter, it's been a very busy night of breaking developments in this case.
I think everybody is asking that question. Is this the break that we have been waiting for? There has been rapidly evolving situations right now. The Pima County Sheriff saying they are actively working a lead, and SWAT is on the scene. We want to get right to that video showing you just how much law enforcement activity has been there tonight. This is just 2 miles from Nancy's home, so technically still within her neighborhood. Now, I've been monitoring the feed here for the last hour or so, and we've seen a wide range of personnel. Of course, we saw SWAT, we saw forensics, as you're seeing, enter the barricades there. Obviously, the Sheriff's Department is on scene, along with the FBI. Now, the Pima County Sheriff in the last hour said they are, quote, actively working a lead and could not say anything else about the situation. CBS Tucson reporter Sean Mahoney is on the scene. We monitored his latest report there from the scene. Take a listen.
The big thing here, guys, is that this scene is just under 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's residence. It seems that the scene is about a quarter mile down the road of North Camino del Michael. We can't get a good vantage point of exactly what is happening, but we, as the Pima County Sheriff's Department does have the road blocked off. But as you can see here, with even Oro Valley Police showing up, there is more law enforcement presence as we speak, and this is developing by the second. I mean, just 10 minutes ago, like you mentioned, we got confirmation that this was connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. There's just still a lot of questions about what is happening, but it is a very active scene that is developing by the minute. We'll be sure to bring you the updates as they come in.
Again, Sean Mahoney there with our CBS affiliate. Now, the biggest developments from earlier in the day is the discovery of DNA at Guthrie's home, but who it belongs to, no one knows tonight. Bring her home. It's the message echoing across the nation as tonight investigators continue to comb through thousands of tips.
We have DNA. So if Trust me, if we knew who it was, we'd be on it.
The Pima County Sheriff weighing in on forensic evidence now at the center of the investigation, saying they have DNA, but tests reveal it does not match anyone close to the Guthries, and they don't know who it belongs to.
Why hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator?
The president asked to weigh in on rumors of a rift between the FBI and local law enforcement.
They didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community.
Pima County Sheriff denying reports they were withholding evidence by using a lab in Florida and not an FBI lab.
We are going to work this case as a team with our partners. There is no egos. Nobody's the lead. It is find Nancy.
Authorities in the Tucson area asking residents who live within 2 miles of the Guthries' home to share video that seems out of the ordinary. One retired FBI agent questions why they waited so long to make that request.
Should have been done a long time ago. Look, I know it seems like I'm armchair quarterbacking, but that is just 101.
Authorities narrowing down a description this week, saying the suspect is male, 5'9" to 5'10", with an average build. The jacket has been identified as an Aero Hex windbreaker, sold in stores in Tucson. The ski mask and gloves on the video can be purchased at the Walmart in Tucson, along with the Ozark Trail Hiker backpack, sold exclusively at Walmart. The sheriff remaining optimistic.
Yes, I believe she'll be found. And I believe that we are working as hard as we can to do that as fast as we can.
So we were hoping for a press briefing, but the sheriff late tonight saying that actually wouldn't be happening, that they would be issuing a statement. I can say I've been right by my phone waiting for that update. We, of course, get the notifications as soon as they send it. They have not given us any update, but we're going to monitor that SWAT situation happening right now as well.
Sure, monitoring at the moment.
That's it.
Hunter, thank you very much. And be sure to stay with us. Our breaking news coverage in the Nancy Guthrie case will continue throughout the hour here on CBS.
All right, Sergeant. Good night, brother.
Yeah, we just have got now a very short statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. They have just posted on X at 11:47 p.m. That was literally 1 minute ago here in Tucson, and quote, law enforcement activity is underway at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North First Avenue related to the Guthrie case. Because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available. So that appears to put a button on it for tonight as far as the Pima County Sheriff's Department. They are not going to give us any further information at the request of the FBI. So let's get to our FBI veteran, Maureen O'Connell. Maureen, the FBI seems to be running the information highway here. Does that make sense to you, Maureen?
It does. I mean, we just have unbelievable tools, and there are so many FBI personnel there. And
don't forget to remind me to add you as a mod tomorrow.
So many different
Shout out to Sergeant Z, he's a new mod for Gatsby Live. I appreciate you, man.
The sheriff's deputies are tied in with them now, and they're all working together and just producing great work. They've been chasing that vehicle, and you know what a lot of people don't understand is there's literally probably 25 different investigations going on. Some are chasing the vehicle, some are working with the DNA, some are looking at the fingerprints, some are comparing, I mean, and there's just people comparing everything to everything, and it's just quite a bustling scene, and it's really something to behold, and even a greater thing to be part of when you're blessed to work a case like this and get to a point where people are in handcuffs, you're getting to the end of it, and of course the main goal is to find Nancy Guthrie and hope that she's okay.
Yeah. Paul, let me bring you back in. So nothing further from the Sheriff's Department tonight. It seems at the request of the FBI. Your reaction to that, Paul?
I don't know that I would make too much out of it, because it was the Sheriff's Department that put out the statement. It's not like the FBI. If the FBI put out the statement, then I would make that a pretty clear tell that this was going federal. I'd also be very interested in who wrote the search warrants. If it was the state attorney, the Pima County prosecutor's office, then I would say, okay, this looks like, at least for now, that it's staying at the state level. And it's interesting, you haven't really heard much about any of the attorney's offices in this case, despite the fact that a lot of legal process has been undertaken. So we haven't heard from the Pima County Sheriff's Office or even the U.S. Attorney's Office, but assuming that this was the Pima County Sheriff's Office that got the tip, because this is very a localized thing. It feels like a local thing, right? So I would imagine it was the Pima County Sheriff, and this is just speculation, that wrote the warrants. That means right now the case stays with Pima County, but they were careful to name check the FBI to signal cooperation and make sure everybody understands that everybody is doing this thing together. The stakes are too high, but we do have to remember that there is a dedicated, specific federal kidnapping statute. You don't have to mess around too much with the kind of stuff that we've seen with Mangione, and they're trying to back into a certain charge. You got a kidnapping statute that's right on the books. All you need to show is that they used the internet, they used a phone, even sometimes just they used a car on the road can get you interstate commerce, that gets you federal jurisdiction, and that means the case goes federal. And I don't want to get ahead of our skis here because we don't know what's going on in terms of charges and whatnot, but I would just say that federal charges certainly have to be in the picture here potentially.
Yeah. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
That's really interesting.
Fox News alert, SWAT team bomb squad.
Play the TMZ.
A couple of new things. There is a new video on Ring's Neighbors app, which is really interesting to authorities in this investigation. We spoke with a high-up official in this investigation who said they are, and this is a quote, absolutely looking at this video. It shows a man skulking around the front porch of a house 8 days before the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. It is 6.5 miles away from
Phoenix, Arizona.
Interestingly, this man, we blurred his face, but he has a goatee and a mustache. And if you look at the video on Nancy Guthrie's porch, the man seen there appears to have the same. So again, we don't know if the two are connected, but the authorities are, as was put to us, absolutely looking at this video. A couple of other things. One is, we have been told by multiple sources connected to this investigation that they have been frustrated over not being able to identify a vehicle tied to the person at Nancy Guthrie's front porch. They have looked everywhere, and it's one of the reasons they are putting out this APB, if you will, asking people in that area if they've seen anything over the month before Nancy was kidnapped. But the vehicle is going to be key, and the wider net they cast, the more likely it is that they're going to get a lead. So it's something that they really want. Now, finally, I want to talk about these ransom notes. We have received one. There are two of them, and it is now going on 2 weeks since Nancy's kidnapping. The note we received demand $6 million. And I can tell you, we check this Bitcoin account regularly, and the money is not there. $6 million, not there. And it's been 2 weeks. Savannah had said they were going to present the money through the Bitcoin account. It has not yet happened. I will tell you this. I know, and when I say I know, I am positive
much past Phoenix from
that authorities,
I've driven all the way
including
through
the
Texas
FBI,
before. It's just a lot of Red
are
Bulls.
vitally interested.
I've had
in
4 or
that
5 Red Bulls
ransom
now,
note.
so my heart might fly through my
I know
chest.
this
Hopefully
to
it
be
doesn't.
true, and I can't say the specifics because I promised I wouldn't. But I can tell you they are absolutely still vitally interested in this ransom note. So it doesn't seem like they've been able to connect the dots. And again, we have received 2 emails from somebody who says he knows who the kidnapper is, but he wants a Bitcoin because he says he needs the money because he's going to have to lay low for a while and because he fears retaliation. And he said he also just doesn't want to be called a rat. So that money has not been deposited either. That's $67,000, which is the value of a Bitcoin right now. But that money hasn't been deposited either. I cannot tell you that that person actually knows who the kidnapper is because we don't know who that person is. And my understanding, and I have a pretty good understanding, the authorities don't know either. But I will tell you, they are still really interested in that ransom note.
Let's bring in TMZ co-executive producer Charles Lonabodier now. Charles has been on several times as you've gotten these emails from a person claiming to know something. So what did this latest email say?
Yeah, do that, Nancy.
Yeah, you know, Elizabeth, this latest email is interesting because the guy, if he has information, it seems like he's looking to make a deal now with authorities, and it's all based on the fact that he, like the rest of the country, has observed that the FBI has doubled the reward from $50,000 to $100,000. He seems to think that they did that to discredit him because he was only asking for 1 Bitcoin, which is about $66,000. So he's saying now it's very clear that you, law enforcement, don't trust me. You don't believe that I have the information because you haven't given me the Bitcoin yet. And I don't trust you, he's saying, because I need to protect my anonymity because he fears retribution from someone, I would presume the kidnapper, if he gives up this information. So now the deal that he's offering is to get, he wants the full 100,000. He said, forget about 1 Bitcoin. I want that $100,000 reward that you're offering, and here's how we can do it in a way that we can have some trust. He's asking for $50,000 now in Bitcoin deposited into his Bitcoin account, and he will leave it there, he says, until an arrest is made. Once an arrest is made from the information that he gives them, so the order of operations here, you put in $50,000, I'll give you the information. Once you make an arrest with that information, then you put in the other $50,000, and only at that point would he take the money out, and that is the way he thinks that this should all play out. He says, look, you know I said the last time would be the last time you hear from me. This is it. He says, in fact, it says 3 strikes and you're out. So
3 strikes and you're out?
Yes.
This is his 3rd email.
Yes, and this is his 3rd email. He's basically saying to the police, I've contacted you now 3 times through by emailing us, and this will be the last time. If you don't give me the money this time, then you're never going to, what he's insinuating is you'll never hear from me, and therefore I'm never going to give you the information you need to solve this case.
And apparently he also refers to the current state of Nancy Guthrie. What does he say?
He does, and you know, again, we have shared this this email, the full context of it, and I'm not quoting directly here, but we've shared it with the FBI. There are things that we're not at liberty to say right now, but except to say that he does make a reference to her current status.
That she's
can't
alive?
say anything more than that. I can't say what they've described here, just out of respect for the FBI and the ongoing investigation.
And the reason this person isn't calling the FBI tip line to collect the $100,000 is what?
He says it's about his, there are three things: his safety, his name, and possibly his freedom. He basically says, I'm not going to get out there publicly in order to get your $100,000 reward. This is the way it has to be done because I have to protect my anonymity. He's clearly worried about retribution from the kidnapper, right, if he gives up the information. But he also, this part where he says, possibly my freedom. I think that's a reference to, look, if I go and talk to the police, the FBI, they're going to ask me a bunch of questions. They may think that I'm somehow involved in the kidnapping, and therefore I'm going to be arrested. We remember in the second note he said that he didn't want to end up like Carlos, who Brian was just referring to, the delivery guy who was detained the other night and then released. So he doesn't want to end up like that. And then the other thing, Elizabeth, that is really interesting is that he says, I will give you the name of the main individual, meaning that insinuating that there are accomplices here. He doesn't make any note about how many accomplices, but the fact that he said the main individual certainly hits at several people being involved here.
I have to ask, Charles, first of all, this came in the same way the first two came in, and the same way the ransom note came in, which is through your anonymous tip line, yes?
Right, yes.
And do you have the capacity, can you communicate back to people who reach out via this tip line?
We can if they include in their email an actual email, and an actual phone number.
But this person
several times people do. This person has used a different name every time, slightly different change in the name, and always a different made-up email. So there's no way to contact them. There's no phone number either. So they clearly don't want us to contact them. They don't want the police to contact them. And that is, the standoff that we're all in right now.
So all four notes that you have received on your tip line, the first ransom note and the three tip notes that basically say, I'll give you information if you give me money, are all from different emails, are all with different names assigned to them.
I appreciate that.
Yes, different, and the way we know that
Super Chat is just like sending stars on Facebook.
The ones asking for saying that they have information,
Facebook, but it's a Super Chat.
It's the same person, is because it has the same Bitcoin address in it, in all three of them.
Content creator,
but not the ransom note. That was a different Bitcoin.
The ransom note is a different Bitcoin address. Yes.
Does it sound like the last three you've gotten are written by a different person than the ransom note?
Sounds like exactly the same person. I mean, they're referring to their previous emails also.
Or here, just became a member. Let's go.
I guess there could be more than one person who knows of that Bitcoin account, but clearly they would be affiliated if they, if they know the numbers for that Bitcoin account.
I have to ask you, are you at all concerned? You deal with a lot of people. That we're all getting punked in all this. That some sicko who's not only demanding money for information, but getting kicks out of seeing his ransom notes read on TV.
Yeah, I think there is a possibility of that, and I would have to say that the FBI thinks there's a possibility of that because we've been monitoring it, and to this point they have not deposited a single penny in that account. So, I think that is definitely a concern that they have, that this is someone who's punking. I got to tell you something that's interesting. Since we published the story, we've been getting a bunch of emails from people, just random citizens, saying that they are volunteering to pay the money, and that they can't figure out why the FBI won't pay the money. They're basically all saying, like, pay this guy and let's get the information. Let's get Nancy Guthrie home safely. It's not that simple. I get that people out there are generous and that they are willing to put their money up to try and solve this, but the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department have reasons that they are approaching this differently.
Yeah. Charles Wadabodier, thank you so much for joining us at this point. Wow, you've been on a lot to talk about all the many different incredibly bizarre and disturbing emails and notes you are getting. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Nancy Guthrie case evokes Zodiac Killer.
TMZ founder Harvey Levin, once again, a hub of understanding. Help me understand what I just told people about the sequence of what you've gotten and any distinctions you see among them.
Well, I'm focused on two things. Because I agree with you. I mean, he's from the Tucson area. There's just no doubt. I am focused on two things. This ransom note is, I will put it to you this way, Chris. The FBI is keenly interested in this ransom note, and I know this. Keenly interested in it. So the question then is, you're right. How does he? They're not really showing proof of life as far as we know, and the money has not been deposited. So why is it being ignored if they seem to be acting as if this is real? I can't answer that question. I am perplexed by it. But when you take that ransom note, which I believe the FBI has good reason to think it may well be real, then you look at these other emails we've been receiving, 3 of them this week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, from a man who says he knows who this kidnapper is. We got our
So wait, Harvey, help me understand something. The ransom note is separate. You don't believe it's from the same guy. Then you get 3 emails. You think those 3 are from the same guy.
I know the ransom note stands on its own. Separately, we have received 3 emails from the same person. And I know that because in each of those 3, there is a very specific Bitcoin address that we've been checking. So these 3 are coming from the same person. Wednesday, the person wanted $50,000 in return for the name of the kidnapper. Said it's going to be his last contact. Yesterday, he made a similar demand, got a little more specific. At about noon today Pacific time, we got a 3rd, and the 3rd is interesting, and I will tell you, the FBI is interested in this. I know that. And we've given it to them.
I wanted to go.
The ransom has now gone up to $100,000.
I just didn't know. I didn't have
and it's
the
gone up
finances
because
for it.
this person knows
And when I
that the
mentioned it
FBI has doubled the reward.
Last night when I was live,
the person begins by saying,
my viewers,
look to the FBI.
the viewers donated a lump sum amount to go.
So I'm going to go to TMZ because I don't really trust
very
you at
thankful
all.
to have the viewers.
So he wants the $100,000
to help us do this
his
stuff.
way. And the way he wants
Monitors tried talking us into it. They even said, "Oh, I'm sure the viewers would, try to help."
Worth $50,000.
But I didn't really want to ask my viewers for money.
Immediately deposit.
And then I mentioned it last night, and all of a sudden, donations came through. So I was very, very thankful for that.
He will immediately provide the name of the main individual along with his information for you to track. So I guess we can stop and talk about what does he mean by main individual, because by definition, he's suggesting more than one person is involved. That's the first time he's said something like this in any of the 3 notes that we've received. The second, then he goes on to say that he will not touch that initial $50,000 payment until an arrest is made, and once there is an arrest, he would expect the FBI good faith to deposit the additional $50,000 in Bitcoin. He says, and I think this is interesting, he is gambling both for his safety and his possible freedom. When you say possible freedom, it's almost as if he's saying, I'm kind of close to the flame and maybe they're going to try and implicate me. At least that's the way I read it. And then the last thing he says, and I'll actually read from the note, he says that the manhunt of the main individual that can give you all the answers, be prepared to go international. to me, that can only mean Mexico. So again, I am not telling you, Chris, that this is authentic, that this is actually a person who knows the identity and location of the kidnapper, but he has been persistent. He definitely has the attention of the FBI. Huge, I agree. And this is the latest what we got.
How crazy is it, Harvey, that while they can pull that video out of the metadata bin from some back alley of Google, you cannot find this guy. They can hide their emails. You know, in the old days, it used to be the ISP. They'd get the number, they'd go back to that desktop, and they were going to figure out who was using it. Now, they really can't find you. And crypto adds another layer of really, I mean, you put money in that account, you don't know who has the wallet. It's one of one. You know what I mean? There are no routing numbers. You know, there's no physical inventory anywhere. It's not like you can call a bank and say this guy works through you. It's really vexing.
I am so perplexed by this because it feels like, because, you know, I was in my 20s, it feels like the Zodiac Killer case where they just couldn't find any clue, and the guy was flirting with the media. And
for sure, George. If you go to sleep, man, just leave the live stream up. Let's go.
Find from anything that there are cameras everywhere. There are ways to track people. There is DNA. And, you know, it's funny because I was thinking this is like the bonanza for Dateline because there's so much evidence you can collect and create a show over because they're able to amass all of that. And yet, this feels like a throwback 40 years ago. I feel exactly the same way.
Technology works two ways. Now, I was saying when I came to you, you know, it's a sword and a shield. When that the guy looks to the layman like, oh boy, this guy really looks like he's dressed the part. But it's very identifiable clothing. I mean, even the jacket is drawing some attention, right?
So we have been spending the day looking for the type of jacket. We were able to identify the backpack pretty quickly, so we've been spending time on the jacket. So initially we thought it was an Aero Hex windbreaker, but we kept digging. We believe now that this is it's called an Athletic Works Fusion Knit Jacket. What is interesting about this is it's sold at Walmart. That backpack was also sold at Walmart. It has the same black horizontal stripe as the one that the kidnapper is wearing, same type of zipper. The material matches, the pockets match. So we have not confirmed this with law enforcement. I'm just telling you what we've done here all day. But it really looks like this Athletic Works Fusion knit jacket sells for $27 at Walmart, and the backpack was super inexpensive as well. But it's interesting the two of those items purchased at the same place.
You know, one other thing, Harvey, and I appreciate you, and you know, I'm happy for you that TMZ is being used as a hub this way, and that you're being as responsible as you are with it. I think that's you're doing a service to the investigation and frankly to the media. How do you reconcile this guy acting like an ass clown, but also being so casual and not in a rush and doesn't seem nervous as he's doing something that should absolutely worry him, and yet he doesn't really seem to have a plan when he's there messing around on the porch? It is a very odd combination.
Yeah, I mean, look, I am puzzled by a lot here because, you know, if that ransom note is real, this is a smart, methodical man who has plotted this and really thought it through. When you read this ransom note, the person I'm seeing seems bumbling to me. See, I don't even see him as casual. I see him as bumbling. That the guy walks up to a door not realizing that a lot of people have these cameras on their door, and he seems surprised, and he walks back, stoops down, grabs some bushes to try and shield the camera lens. That felt bumbling to me, and it doesn't align with a smart, tech-savvy type person, although he is covered from head to toe. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Harvey, you are the man of the moment. Thank you very much for helping us understand this. Look, Hopefully it's all connected. Hopefully it leads somewhere. And I appreciate the conversation. We'll speak again. Have a good weekend.
You too.
4 minutes. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get
so
fact-based,
freaking loud.
unbiased news for all
Oh
Americans.
my gosh, dude, that's horrible. Man. Scares me every time.
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious, and holy shit is it late. It took until 4 o'clock in the morning to get this podcast out to you. Okay, well, I wanted to record this on Friday the 13th.
Here we go!
But Friday the 13th rolled over into Saturday the 14th. It's now, like I said, 4 o'clock in the morning. And the reason that it rolled into the morning hours is because the activity in the Nancy Guthrie investigation went ballistic this evening. Following a SWAT action about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. 1 mile away from the house. And dozens of SWAT, FBI, sheriff's vehicles piled into this neighborhood. And dozens of deputies and agents piled into this neighborhood. And you're going to see a lot of that in just a moment. And Brian Enton was right in the inside of the perimeter, like literally in the perimeter. He was the first one on the scene. And he's reporting from inside the driver's seat of his vehicle. And we thought that was going to be the most sort of dynamic action tonight. And it kept going. Well after midnight, suddenly we were getting reports that 2 people were taken out of a house, a man and a woman.
It's all over the news,
and that there was a third person arrested at a traffic stop. And so cameras were trained on a white Sprinter van at a traffic stop for a while. Then the scene seemed to change to a Culver restaurant parking lot. And this is what I had to stay up so late for tonight. I still can't tell you what it all means and what actually happened, but here's what I know, just from the reporting and the pictures that are coming in from the scene. A man was being questioned in that parking lot, seated in the back passenger seat of a sheriff's vehicle. The sheriff's deputies were sort of blocking who the person was, but you could clearly see they were questioning somebody. And that's what we thought must have been the third person who was detained, at a traffic stop. And maybe it was a Culver, and maybe it wasn't that Sprinter van. And then it got crazier. The next thing we're learning is that there is what looks like maybe abandoned silver Range Rover. Certainly looks real dirty.
Okay,
like
this
it's
is from a podcaster on YouTube.
And it is parked in the Culver parking lot as well. And suddenly, agents are snapping lots of pictures of it, right? And people are trying to get pictures of them taking pictures, but we can't see inside the vehicle. And they are taking pictures all the way around the vehicle, and then they bring up 2 vehicles to sandwich either side of that silver Range Rover. And the next thing we see is tents going up to shield whatever it was they were looking at when they opened the back trunk of the silver SUV, of the Range Rover. And they held these, like privacy screens on either side so that reporters could not see
what if there was like
it was they were photographing.
Oh my god, I'm gonna speculate. I'm gonna speculate, guys. I'm gonna speculate. What if that Range Rover was a stolen vehicle that got ditched in that parking lot after the kidnapping, and there's kidnapping supplies in it?
There are a lot of reports that have been flying around.
I mean, that's just a guess. That's a speculation.
Saying that
but what if, man? That would be wild.
Can't put that together yet. With whether it was at a traffic stop, whether it was at
I'm just speculating.
Area,
what
whether
if?
it even happened at all.
What
but
if?
It has been a night.
I don't know. If that's the case, that's a new lead.
So before all,
but we don't know. They're not telling us anything.
Busy compilation day, all recorded for you. And so I think you should hear about all the other batshit crazy stuff that happened in this investigation today too. So here's how the day played out.
Could have been when they transferred.
Hi everybody.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious, and it is day 13 in the Nancy Guthrie saga. Nancy has been now missing for almost 2 weeks. It's been a day, and I'll tell you what, I'm recording this right now. It is 11:23 p.m. on Friday the 13th, and as I speak, there is an active SWAT event happening about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona. It's dynamic, it's rainy, it's dark, there are no streetlights anywhere, but I can tell you this, starting about an hour and a half ago, so about 10 o'clock Eastern, suddenly there was this rush of activity. SWAT vehicles and a mobile command center took off from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. We went through this the other night, right? We went through this. We saw the bomb squad, and we saw the SWAT vehicles taking off to an hour south of Tucson. They rammed the door of a guy and his mother-in-law and took him away and detained him and ultimately released him and believed he had a good alibi tonight. There is a very similar dynamic that's playing out, but it is only 2 miles away from Nancy's actual house. Brian Enton, he's everywhere. He never misses anything. He and Mo Moran, his photographer, are right there on the scene, watching it. They're inside the perimeter. They accidentally ended up inside the perimeter, so they're just sort of frozen in place, trying not to make any waves or make trouble. And they witnessed 24 sheriff's deputies' vehicles and FBI vehicles, as well as 2 armored SWAT trucks, and just a phalanx of SWAT officers who descended upon this home and actually took 2 people out, a man and a woman. Here's how Brian Enton reported this live from the driver's seat as he was trying his best to see out the rainy window in the pitch blackness with all these, vehicles who'd responded to this incident. Take a look.
There is an active SWAT situation happening right now. Earlier, I reported that the SWAT team was staging. They have now moved in on a house in Pima County. And again, we're keeping our lights off because we're very, very close to where this is happening. And we don't want to interfere at all. And we don't want to reveal our location, obviously. We don't want to compromise the investigation. But I know that they have already, from what I can tell, pulled 2 people out of the house. And I know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. That I have confirmed. Whether this is going to pan out into something significant or whether we're going to sort of see what happened the other night with the man who was detained and then released, that I cannot tell you. But the amount of resources here is massive. We saw dozens of SWAT members. We saw at least 2 SWAT trucks fully armored. There's the FBI that is now out here. There's the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And there's at least, I must have followed at least 24 sheriff's deputies and FBI cars into this neighborhood where I am now. So I wish I had more information. I have, again, confirmed that this is related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, that this is a SWAT operation, that they have pulled 2 people out. So I wanted to wait to come on until I knew that we were not putting any, law enforcement in jeopardy like before they went in. They have already gone in. So it was a man and a woman, and it was hard to tell because it's so dark, and some of this is from sources. Some of this is not what I saw a little bit of it, but I'm also hearing that from several sources in terms of who was pulled out, so I couldn't see if they were handcuffed. But I am told it was a man and a woman, and there may also be a traffic stop close by that's also involved, which I'm trying to sort of piece that part of the puzzle together right now. But again, I do know for sure that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
So vehicle after vehicle after vehicle after vehicle entered through the cones and into the area, the neighborhood where this dynamic situation was playing out. Dozens and dozens of vehicles, including 2 that were Pima County Sheriff's Office forensic vehicles. Super interesting. The search could take hours and hours and hours. It did the other night in Rio Rico. It took hours and hours. I don't think it wrapped up till around 3 a.m. Eastern time. But the Sheriff's Department decided at one point they were going to hold a news conference, like right there, out in the rain. And then that plan changed. So we have been waiting for an update. late into the night. At about 10 to midnight, the Pima County Sheriff said there'd be no press briefing and that there would be a written statement forthcoming. And so 2 hours plus later, we get this. And it's not very informative, but it says law enforcement activity is underway at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North First Avenue related to the Guthrie case. Because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available. So obviously they're working well together tonight. But that's all we have. A couple of things that I have on the agenda for the episode. Big notes today. So last night, if you watched my episode, Fox News had broken this big piece of news very late at night that they had high-level FBI sources that had told them that there was a glove found inside Nancy's home. And then there was also this beef that was ongoing between the sheriff and the FBI. And today, that whole thing is now reversed. The sheriff has come out after telling us he wasn't going to do any press conferences or give one-on-one interviews. He just started to do selective interviews. So I'm going to give you one really good interview that he did. That's coming up. And it's really Elizabeth Vargas with News Nation, former colleague of mine. She's really smart. She did just a fantastic interview with the sheriff. She really covered a lot of bases. And I'm going to let you see all of the things he said from his own lips. But, you know, first and foremost is he knocked down, that there's no glove that was ever retrieved from inside the home. Around the home, sure, in a vicinity. Not on the property, though. Number two, that there is no beef. Now, we talked a little bit about this off the top of the episode last night. Careful. Reporters love to seize one guy's words or one person's words, then blow it up really big, because it makes a really big headline. But, you know, it's nuanced. There's a lot of politics going on in that jurisdiction. Sure, there's some people who don't like their boss. That's not unheard of anywhere. I've certainly heard that about this particular sheriff's department, but to say that the FBI is not playing in the sandbox with the sheriff's department, or the sheriff's department is not playing in the sandbox with the FBI, I think overall, if you believe what the sheriff said today, that's overblown. But watch this space, because someone in the FBI may leak again what they think. But so far, he's done a lot of interviews, he said over and over. You're going to hear all of his words in multi-different areas and ways. Statements, interviews, all the rest. And then also, another note. I don't know, it wouldn't be the day 13 if we didn't have another note from some freak. Whether this freak is connected or not remains to be seen, but somebody sent another note to TMZ. So this would be 3 that Harvey Levin and his team have received. And this third note has some specifics in it as well. I'm going to get to that, tell you what TMZ has on this and what they've done as well with it. And then there's some really crazy video that was shared on a neighborhood app, and it kind of went wildfire through social media today of a mysterious looking guy about 6 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house, poking and prodding in somebody else's front entrance. Twice in the night. 2 different times. I'm going to tell you exactly what is happening with that video and with the police and what they think of it. Because it matters. It matters. They're taking it seriously. And then, I don't know, I really like this. Derek Kayea. I don't know how he pronounces his name. But that fella's in a world of hurt. He's the guy that authorities believe sent the bogus ransom requests straight to Annie Guthrie and her husband. He was caught in California. He made an appearance in Tucson, federal court. You don't want to mess with the feds. And we're going to show you, I guess you could call it the walk of shame if he's guilty. Holy shit, is this guy in trouble? His life is over, right? Anyway, I'm going to show you all of that. And again, I've got this phenomenal interview that I'm going to play for you with the Pima County Sheriff. And then some weird shit, like just a lot of weird stuff happened today. And I got a whole basket of it that I'm going to send your way. First, though, big thank you. And please, if you're watching for the first time and you're not subscribed, welcome. Nice to have you. If you have watched before and you're not subscribed, boink, hit the subscribe button. Do me a solid. Love to have you guys subscribe. Love to grow our community. It means the world to me. And I just thank you so much for coming and being here and allowing me to do my work independently. I don't work for a TV station now, so I can quote every TV station. I don't have to avoid what Fox or CNN or News Nation or whatever. I can tell everybody, I can tell you everybody's reporting. And so, because I'm an independent journalist, I want to thank my sponsors. They are making this possible. And Just Thrive has joined my team, and I really like them. I test and like all the products that I endorse, folks, and I do want to talk about something important real quick, if you'll permit me. Health and well-being, yours and mine. If your gut is off, everything is off. It affects your digestion, your energy, your mood, even your focus. Everything starts in your tummy. So when you have those struggles, your whole body feels it. And that's why I am trusting Just Thrive Probiotic. Just Thrive turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, which means better digestion and healthy immunity and more energy and even weight management. Thank you. Just Thrive Probiotic comes in capsules, berry-flavored gummies, so there's an option for everybody in the family. I like the gummies. You know, who doesn't like gummies? So here's my challenge. Try Just Thrive Probiotic for 90 days, risk-free. Visit justthrivehealth.com. I got you 20% off. You're welcome. Just use the promo code Banfield and see the difference for yourself. You can get a full product refund, no questions asked if you ain't satisfied. So take the 90-day Just Thrive Probiotic Challenge. Go to justthrivehealth.com/Banfield and be the best you with Just Thrive. Okay, let's go over some of the day, because yet again, it was a doozy. So at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Tucson time, Brian Enton reports that there's planes like circling overhead as he's doing a live shot for News Nation. And he says they are Pima County Sheriff's aircraft. They are known for doing surveillance, which is intriguing. There's no announcement as to what they're doing, why they're up there, but they were up there. So the search has gone to the air, at least today, at least at 4 p.m. local time. And then not long after that, Brian and a whole other bunch of media outlets reported that the mobile command vehicle and a SWAT vehicle were on the move. That happened about 5:30. And KVOA, as I mentioned, a local station confirmed that is connected to the Guthrie case. And so a lot of media followed, a lot of streamers followed, and responsibly, many and most stayed back so as to not, alert said target that, the popo's coming. And so that's still ongoing as I come to you tonight. It's 10 o'clock Eastern right now. Don't know what it's going to yield, but we got a really late yield the last time there was a door knockdown, raid. That happened around 10, 11 o'clock at night. Guy was arrested. Well, guy was detained, put in cuffs on a traffic stop. He had his family in the car, door dashing. They busted down the door of his home. They did a very long search and ultimately determined not the guy. He had a good alibi, the sheriff said. But a tip and some other things, other kinds of electronics, the sheriff's wording was odd. Other kinds of digital work led to that particular action. Don't know what led to tonight's, but we do know that there's DNA that is not Nancy Guthrie's DNA, and not anyone in her immediate orb, family or others,
quite a few mods on my team.
That was found inside the house.
Have a very awesome
what
team.
Kind of DNA? Good.
I'm very proud of my mods.
That's important.
They have joined the Daffy on Live
Really
team.
question.
Let's go! You guys will see more of them tomorrow or later today on the main live stream.
The kind of DNA
on Daffy on
you
Live.
get is in an
and
investigation.
Also my Facebook page.
Like
Daffy
one piece DNA ain't like another, and there's a great expression for it, and that is that DNA is a dirty word. I'll explain it in just a moment, but first, just so you know, Sheriff is confirming DNA in fact
I'm not
found
mad. I just flashed
in
him
Nancy's
because he cut me
home,
off, but
not related to her family or those that she has in her, direct.
Lots of shit happens when you party naked. Ask me how I know.
ABC reported that early on and said that DNA samples are being compared to samples taken from associates of Nancy Guthrie, according to Sheriff. Now, I want to give Matt Finn from Fox News Channel big props because he was first today. By my estimation, and I'm scanning pretty far and wide, but he was the first today to score an interview with the Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos, and knock down a lot of the story from yesterday. He'd done this big interview, and let me give you the highlights. no glove inside the house. And emphatically, no fancy words, no wishy-washies, no, getting around it. No, 100%. Sheriff's like, nah, that is just wrong. There was no glove inside the house. So here's how Fox News Channel opened one of their late prime hours with this exclusive reporting last night. Take a look.
And Jesse, I want to start with a little breaking news. A high-level source of the FBI has just confirmed to me that the Pima County Sheriff's Department has blocked key evidence to the FBI. We're talking about a glove found inside Nancy Guthrie's house along with some DNA. The FBI wanted that evidence so they could take it, analyze it themselves, send it to Quantico to get some faster return. The Sheriff's Department decided to keep that evidence and send it to a private analyst firm in Florida. So clearly that is not going to help the relationship here between the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff, which we know in the early going has been tense at best.
And Fox has really good contacts in the federal government. They're very connected to Kash Patel as well. I don't know if Kash is the source of that, but that was a sourced report. Multiple other outlets matched that reporting, and that was the headline of the night, only to be flipped on its ass today. And Fox News, Matt Finn, getting the different side of the story. So no glove was sent to that Florida lab. And by the way, if you were watching last night, turns out it was the Florida lab that I had named. The lab that the Pima County Sheriff's Department uses is in Deerfield Beach, Florida. And it is a very, very good lab with a really good track record. And that is the one apparently that they've used. That, I should say, came from good sourced reporting. I didn't find that out myself, though. Okay. So apparently they've been using this lab for over a decade. They got that stuff out fast. This is before the FBI comes in, because the FBI comes in the next day on Monday. This is what the sheriff has told us now, is that the FBI got involved one day into this thing. So it's not like, they were left out for days. They were brought into the fold on Monday. And remember what we had on Sunday. We had a missing grandmother. So time is of the essence, right? Chop, chop. I need this tested now. And so it kind of stands to reason that the Pima County Sheriff's Department would fire that stuff off to a private lab.
Hey, you're
fast.
looking for JLR,
Your state lab is way back now, awesome. Right? They just forget it. State labs,
great,
don't even get me started. They're so overworked, underpaid, and they mess up a lot.
I've run into JLR a couple times in Texas
people. It's just
when we were covering the Eagle Pass border crisis.
But
he was super cool.
Labs,
he was awesome.
Bam. You can get that done. You can get that back within 24 hours, if you pay. And I've got some details about money changing hands, reports of $200,000 being paid to that lab, then other reports saying it was pro bono, a little confusing there as well. But important that you know that was the plan. Get it to the lab in Florida, Deerfield Beach. They're really good at what they do. They've got an incredible track record, and let's get that back fast and just find out if there's somebody we can catch quickly. So the sheriff also said to Matt Finn, Fox News, it's bullshit that there's this massive war going on between the FBI and us, the Sheriff's Department. It's just not true. We're working well together. He said it is a kidnapping, still believe it's a kidnapping. Found a few different gloves around the area, but not in the property. Some of them miles away, some of them as far as Phoenix, right? No one is ever really eliminated when asked if anyone's been ruled out. This is what Matt was told. Also, again, more than one issue led the sheriff to the Rio Rico man, but he's satisfied with that man's alibi. Will not confirm to Fox that there was forced entry. Remember I told you on Tuesday of last week that my source said there was indeed forced entry, but every time the sheriff's been asked, he says, I won't confirm that. Of the criticism that the sheriff's office released Nancy Guthrie's crime scene too soon and opened it up too quickly. Originally, he said that's on me, but now he's kind of going back on and saying that's not true. They got what they needed. He said that anybody else who came in and investigated afterwards got what they needed, and then was asked, should you have cleaned the blood up outside the house? Now, I know the answer to that one. It's not the job of the police to clean up a crime scene. That's not what they do. So nobody should take swipes at the cops for leaving blood. That's the way it works, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, they're not lying.
Anyway, deputies, sheriff's deputies,
I've had friends that had a crime scene at their house.
Home of Nancy
Guthrie's home. A very tragic crime scene.
That is also something that the sheriff said is
to have the carpet
for
and
safety.
walls redone and everything.
It's not a signal that the sheriff left too soon, that they're back there. He said that was something that the family requested.
I can't talk about what happened.
On the allegations that the family members are involved.
It was a bad situation.
The sheriff said, quote, family's been fully,
still
100%
stings for all of us.
Whatever we've asked for, they've done. It was getting crazy out there with allegations about family, but in the same interview, he also said no one is ever really ruled out as of today. He also said that he's got a great relationship with the FBI. They're a good team. They're good people. Okay, so Elizabeth Vargas did this fantastic interview on Elizabeth Vargas Tonight on News Nation tonight. And she asked a wide range of these questions and more, and you'll get the differences in his wording, the differences in the questions, but I want to play that interview for you now.
Sheriff Nanos, I want to first talk to you about the DNA that you are testing. You have unknown DNA that you have found, DNA that does not match anybody in the Guthrie family, does not match anybody working for Nancy Guthrie inside her home. This sounds like this could be a significant lead.
Well, we found DNA and we eliminated some people, yes. And yes, it's significant when we find somebody that certainly matches that, for sure. But right now, there's a lot of significant leads we're working. I think that video was very key to us, and we're tracking down some things there too. So we as of, what's today? I'm sorry, it's Friday. So as of Wednesday, we had over 18,000 leads here. The FBI had some 15,000 leads there. We put that video out in less than a couple hours. We have almost another 5,000 leads.
Wow.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna pause this real quick. I'm gonna try to check something. So it's gonna be the video update is gonna be on pause. Oh, maybe not.
Keep calling us and sending us things, and because that's what's going to solve this case.
Presumably, you've run that DNA against CODIS, which is the database for people who've been convicted of crimes and did not find a match.
I don't know where they're at, but correct, we have no match. I don't know how. There's a lot of work to do with DNA and splitting it and mixtures and different things. Way above my grade. I just allow my team. They deal with this stuff all the time. They're the experts, the FBI as well. And we let them come to us and tell us what it is they need, and we help with that.
Did you find this DNA inside the house or outside the house?
I can't go there, I'm sorry.
But it was near the house. I mean, it wasn't, at some random place 2 miles away.
It was, the DNA we worked with was the DNA from that house that when we went out and processed that crime scene.
You, obviously, this door cam video was a huge, significant breakthrough for you. Are you also working on retrieving video from the Nest cameras that were inside Nancy Guthrie's home or perhaps in other places on her property?
I won't say where they were located, but I will say this. Yes, we have several cameras that we took and gained. That's part of the story was the sheriff's holding back from the FBI or whatever, and that's furthest from the truth that comes from. We came in that morning on Sunday or for evidence. My team says we're going to send ours to the lab. It's a lab we use. They're in Florida now. I think years ago they may have been in Arizona. I don't know. They put in a bid every year or every couple of years, and they win it. They're a good lab. They've done great work for us, solved cases before. FBI has a great lab. They've solved some cases for us. That wasn't the issue here. The issue was we submitted our evidence from that crime scene to there. We also had some hard evidence, what I consider hard, physical cameras, phones, computers, things like that. And we knew the FBI has the best resources for those items to be analyzed. And that morning, people said, oh, you waited too long. We called them that morning, 8 o'clock. They immediately said, Sheriff, whatever you need. And they were attached to it. In fact, you just have to look at the press conferences that day, or I think it was Tuesday, the day after. Who's standing behind me? The FBI. Right. The next press conference, FBI. So we have a relationship here with the FBI that is not just vital to the FBI. It's not just vital to my department. it is vital to this community. And that relationship has lasted for 30, 40 years, as far as I know. We've always sent people to work in their building with their agents. They've had people at our place to work with us. To suggest that this sheriff would tell the FBI no on anything, that's crazy.
So these reports that we have gotten that the FBI is frustrated, that they feel you're not cooperating, are completely false.
I agree, they're completely false. At this local level, I don't know what's going on in Washington. I respect Washington because they have a job to do too. That's my team, my FBI team here locally. That's their boss, and they have right to make decisions as bosses. I have bosses too. That's my community. And so we sit down with their local leadership here, the SAC and the ASAC from Phoenix and Tucson, and we talk about these things. I've spent more time talking to you, probably 10 times more, than talking to the SACs about this DNA going to their lab or our lab. It was nothing more than simply a matter of, I have a lab that has all of our evidence. They have our markers for the family and people we want, maybe it's the landscaper, the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send, and then we had another crime scene at a scene we did a search warrant on. All that stuff went to our labs. And so when they bought me the glove that was found some 2 miles away, they said, we'll send it to our lab. I said, well, why do that? Let's just keep it all in one place.
Keep it all in one place. Okay, we should say for our audience that the SAC is the special agent in charge at the FBI. Getting back to the other Nest cameras, when do you think we might see, I mean, I know this is an arduous process. Google helped out with the doorbell cam. When might we see the video from the other cameras?
You know, we looked at it and said, you know, the FBI, you guys take this on. Just like the ransom notes, they're great at that. They handle it. They deal with it. They got some of it back. What you saw, that one video, that's key. That front door video was so key to us. We're hopeful that the other cameras can be done the same with, but we've not heard. We know they were submitted, I think, to Google, and Google said, we'll try our best, but we've not heard back.
A neighbor, you put out an alert yesterday asking people to recheck all their security cameras, even their car cameras, because Teslas, for example, have recordings. You asked everybody to check from January 1st until February 2nd, which is a massive time frame. There has been video that has emerged from January 23rd, and this is from a home about 6 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. It shows a man on the front step at about 5 a.m. Are you investigating this? And do you know whether it's related?
So we have, like you suggest, a lot of video to go through. And this is one of them that we were alerted to, and we're looking at it. I allow the team, my team, the FBI team, those men and women who do the work, they take this as, it is nothing more than a lead, just like other leads. And they're taking it, and they'll do everything they can to work with it and see, does it tie into ours? Right now, the belief is not really, but we're not dismissing it. We're still looking into it.
And you also asked for a specific date. I believe it was January 11th for neighbors to search. Why that date?
Well, you know, I'm not real sure about all that with dates. I know we think of a search pattern. We come in, we fly over, we have ground troops, we do a search pattern. We come back the next day and we look at it, did we miss anything? And we kind of go over it again. And once we feel good about that, we expand that search pattern. The same with dates, time frames. Did we limit ourselves when we said, we want to know what happened between the 1st of February and the 2nd of February, or the 31st of January, the 1st of February? Maybe, but we know that there's more info out there, so we're expanding it. Is January 11th a specific date with specific ties to it? I don't know that. I allow my team to work, and they, trust me, they do tremendous work, and we do this.
Are you still treating this case as a kidnapping, or are you also treating this as a possible homicide?
So, yes, it's definitely a kidnapping. As for a homicide, We are working under the belief that she's still out there somewhere. The family believes that. I believe that. Why would we think otherwise? There's people say, well, there's no proof of life. Well, there's no proof of death either. Sometimes hope is all we've got. I've got a team of 400 officers out there from the state, the feds, the locals. They're working hard, not just for they're 24/7.
Yeah.
And they're out there right now as we speak. And they need to have that hope too. And they do.
In cases like this, it is standard protocol. Investigators first start with the small circle of immediate family and very close friends and eliminate them and then work their way out. Have you completely eliminated any member of the Guthrie family?
I will say this. I don't believe you eliminate anybody ever. Because take the gentleman in Rio Rico where we went and did a search warrant.
Right.
We felt comfortable with what he said. We checked into his story and we felt like, okay, maybe there's not, but you don't know that because what if the stuff we sent to the lab comes back and says, hey, you have Nancy's DNA here. So you can't really ever eliminate anybody. What we do is we chase that lead down to an end and go, is this it? Are we satisfied? As for the family, and this is really key to me, and the media and those on social media need to understand this.
Okay, let me understand.
You don't know the harm you do when you accuse somebody of something without any facts. And this family is suffering. They are grieving. And they have done nothing but cooperate with us all the way, every step of the way. My heart goes out to them. Have they been eliminated? Like I say, nobody's ever eliminated until we find who we're looking for. That video, someone knows who that is. That's who we need. We need somebody to tell us this is who this man is.
And very quickly, you brought up the glove that was found about 2 miles away. Do you think that glove was dropped by whoever took Nancy Guthrie?
You know, well, every piece of evidence, just like every clue, is vital. And I would never tell my community, oh, don't bother us with that. Don't bother. But that glove was 2 miles away. So we prioritize it. We look at it. We'd be crazy not to go and pick that up and look at it. But since then, we've had reports of gloves being found 5-10 miles away. We still go out there and grab those and we look into it and we prioritize it and prepare it for processing of evidence.
But you haven't discovered whether or not Nancy Guthrie's DNA was on that glove?
The glove was sent for DNA, and that's all I know right now.
You're still waiting. I'm sure if her DNA was on that sheriff, you would have been the first person to get that phone call.
I would hope so.
Do you have any doubt you're going to solve this case? Do you have any doubt we're ever going to know what happened?
No, I have complete trust in my team. This is a team of young men and women, and now we have several teams of young men and women who do this every day. I would put their work up against anybody. Their homicide rate solvency is probably closest to 100% of any city this size. We're going to solve this. We're going to find this person, and we're going to find Nancy.
Sheriff Chris Nanos, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
So in all, the sheriff's, the line that stuck with me from the sheriff today was there is no daylight between local law enforcement and the FBI here. Again, there is no daylight between local law enforcement and the FBI here. That's what the sheriff says. And to underscore it, he did all these interviews, and I know that people have been taking the piss out of him online saying, wait, no interviews being granted, no press conferences, and then, oh, here's my interview. I felt the same way. I thought, well, hold on, what is it? You're either doing interviews or you're not doing interviews, or you're selecting, friendlies. I'm not sure that he was selecting friendlies because Fox News, had that report last night saying that there's this acrimony, and he gave Fox News an interview. He gave Matt Finn the interview. So I don't know. I'm just here to report what I get. So Sheriff put out this statement, and it's far-reaching. I want to read it for you because there's things in it that weren't in some of the reporting. So I want you to have all the info instead of pieces of the info. Okay. Good afternoon, media partners. Investigation. He headlines each segment. So, investigation. The Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI continue to work jointly on this case. Our strong partnership is critical, and we remain fully committed to this collaborative investigation. Pretty strong language. To To ensure consistency and streamlined testing, evidence requiring forensic analysis is being sent to the same out-of-state lab that has been utilized since the beginning of this case. This decision was discussed with and agreed upon by local FBI leadership. Local field office guys.
What's up, Judy?
That's different than the feds up in Washington. So maybe there's some disconnect between the Washington folks and the locals. I don't know. But listen, that's really strident language. You know, strong partnership, fully committed to collaborative investigation, and also highlighting what he told Elizabeth Vargas, and that is that we started this investigation on Sunday because the locals respond. It's their job. It is the locals' job to respond to local crime and process a scene. And so when they got a missing woman and they've got some evidence, they're going to send it to the place they're used to using and the thing that they're going to get back fastest. So that makes sense that he would then put that in the statement. Let me continue. Evidence. Several gloves have been located during the investigation. The closest gloves were found approximately 2 miles from the home. Reports that a glove was found inside the residence or on the property are inaccurate. All collected evidence has been submitted for laboratory analysis. DNA other than Nancy Guthrie's and those in close contact to her has been collected from the property. Investigators are working to identify who it belongs to. We are not disclosing where that DNA was located. Leads. Next section. Investigators continue to follow up on all leads. The suspect description released by the FBI this week remains a key focus. However, investigators are not ruling out any individuals or possibilities. No suspect vehicles have been identified. Identified. It's a huge word. Identified to us. That doesn't mean that they don't have something on their own radar that they're just not making public.
That's true.
We ask the public to continue submitting actionable tips. All submitted videos are being reviewed.
Hello.
There was a statement that the sheriff made actually last night to Mary Coleman, local affiliate KOLD, when he did his interview with her, as we were all wondering, I thought you weren't doing interviews. Anyway, Mary Coleman did an interview, and at the end of her tweet, she said that the sheriff said they've got some really good leads. That stood out to me. They've got some really good leads. It's promising, right? You just want hope. In a case like this, yeah, it's mystery, yeah, all the rest.
Going to Tucson, Arizona.
You know, just think again. This is somebody's mother. Just imagine if this was yours. This was your mother. Hope is all you have to go on. And you just want every scrap of it you can get. So when I see a line like that, we've got really good leads. I seize on those things. I like that. All right, video requests, next section of his statement. The Pima County Sheriff's Department will send an additional message to surveillance camera users in the Guthrie neighborhood via the Neighbors app this afternoon, meaning today. And again, today is February the 13th. Pool service. This is important. One of the really batshit crazy things that happened today was that reporters noticed two pool service trucks driving into the home of Nancy Guthrie, into the driveway. And it's like, dude, hold it. This is a kind of a crime scene still. I mean, still searchers are happening. The tent went up yesterday. Why is the pool guy here? And 2 vehicles, right? Up went the drones and caught the pool cleaners just doing their job back there. And we all thought, what the actual? And the sheriff heard your concerns. So in the sheriff's statement, mentions pool service. At the request of the Guthrie family, routine pool maintenance was conducted at the residence today. That's all he said. At the request of the Guthrie family. Let's be frank, guys. You can't let the house fall apart. The house still has to be looked after, and you can't let a pool not be looked after, especially in that heat and the rain today, etc. So that's what the sheriff just addressed, that issue. And then this again, media briefings. Getting tired of reading this. There are currently no press briefings scheduled. The sheriff has granted a limited number of one-on-one interviews today, I'll say, and will not schedule additional interviews through the weekend. We understand media interest is high. However, due to time constraints, not all requests can be accommodated. We encourage outlets to coordinate with their local affiliates when possible. Look, I get it. We are a pain in the ass. Honest to God. Ask any sheriff's department across the country, any police department across the country, ask the FBI. We are a pain in their ass.
Absolutely.
trying to bring the public transparency,
news, media,
that exists and doesn't exist is a hard job, and it takes dogged efforts. When there's a big story like this and the media descends en masse, it's just amplified, and it's hard. It's hard to deal with people like us. And when I say us, we are your gateway to getting whatever information there is about a story like this. And we're all in this together, right? This isn't us against them. These are our agencies. We pay for them. They're our security agencies. We're hoping that they're taking care of us the best we can. I think everybody's developed quite an affinity for Mrs. Guthrie, whether it's because of the story itself or whether you're a fan of Savannah and you're really moved by the photos of her with her mom. Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be? But we all seem to really care a lot. And I have been in this business a long time, and I see when certain stories like Gabby Petito really gripped people. They care, they're worried for the welfare of the missing person. And so I get it. Okay, so I said DNA is a dirty word. And Matt Murphy, who's got a great book called The Book of Murder, I encourage you to run out and get it, because he's a smart guy and he's super analytical. He does not talk out of his ass. Matt Murphy said today in a segment on News Nation that DNA is a dirty word among investigators, and that's because not all DNA comes in the same delivery packet, right? And I don't want to upset you because I'm going to talk very clinically with regard to criminal justice, but if DNA comes from semen, that's a different story. That is a different kind of DNA, right? If DNA comes from blood, that is a different story. That is a different kind of DNA.
All I know is it's a seed.
If there is just DNA, say, on the front entrance of Nancy's floor after you pass the front door, if that's the DNA, well, that's different, okay? Because there's such thing as touch DNA, right? DNA transfers very easily. So we shed skin cells and hair cells and all sorts of stuff all the time. And I'm just going to give you a scenario. I'm going to give you two. Start with this one. Delivery guy sweating like hell because it's, Tucson. And he's got a package and he's ringing the doorbell, or he drops it on the front doorstep of Nancy Guthrie's home. And she opens the door eventually, she picks it up, or she takes it from him, right? And she throws it on her front hall table, or she puts it on the floor, or she puts it on the kitchen table. It is quite possible that his DNA is now in Nancy Guthrie's home. Does that delivery man have any reason to have been inside Nancy Guthrie's home? No, of course not. Does it mean he's been in Nancy Guthrie's home? No. That's why DNA is a dirty word, because things get dirty with DNA and they transfer into places that they might not otherwise have ever been. And here's a better example, and Matt actually brought this example. He said he had a case once. California. The woman is dead. Fingerprints all over her fridge, right? DNA, fingerprints all over her fridge. We got the guy. And they get the guy. But he's all the way over, I think, on the East Coast. He's a long way away, anyway. If I'm getting the story slightly wrong, Matt, I'm sorry. But they figure out that this guy has never been to California. So how are your fingerprints and your DNA on her fridge, sir? And said sir worked in the actual production line of the fridge, in the manufacturing of the fridge. So, dude had his hands on the fridge, probably putting it into the box that ended up getting shipped to California. Touch DNA. It can make its way all over the place. And it can be rubbed off on one thing and then from that thing be rubbed off onto something else. So I just caution you about the kind of DNA that was found. And the location of the DNA. The sheriff said the location of the DNA. That's critical because the location of the DNA is also important. You get a guy's DNA on her bed sheets, different than the front hall floor or table or kitchen table, right? A little harder to have touch DNA rub off. Not impossible. Again, I've taken my FedEx packages upstairs with me and cut them open, thrown the package onto the bed. I'm sure you have too at some point. So just remember that shit can go sideways easily with DNA, but the kind of DNA that doesn't often go sideways is...
Hey, Samantha, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. This is birthday song. I'm singing from Arizona. Let's go. Hey. Happy birthday, Samantha.
Another Matt Finn story from today that I found very interesting. Matt,
whoa. New raid happening now.
Dropped It Serious tonight.
What? How do you know?
How do you know? Really good work, by the way.
How do you know there's a new raid happening now? Where are you getting this news?
Bananas work. Just such good work on the story. But I also know that they got about 35 people, maybe more at this time, in the Tucson area, helping them to cover the story. They've really descended.
I don't see anything online about that.
Hence, they're doing really good work. But Matt Finn,
happened last night. That's all I know.
News,
nothing else.
Said in one of his tweets today that catching a vehicle on camera.
Hey, happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
There's a scenario in which the Guthrie getaway car may not have been clearly recorded on a traffic camera.
Fox is playing a loop.
And I know what you're saying.
Fox is playing a loop from last night.
How is that possible? There's cameras everywhere. In this day and age, there's effing cameras everywhere, right? There's flock cameras everywhere. Flock cameras seem to get under people's skin. Other people.
That's your happy birthday. Happy birthday to your daughter.
How on earth
Let's
could
go.
this guy have driven? Because you're not carrying Nancy on a bike or on your back out of this very, very dark. You're driving. So how could that car not have been registered somewhere? Okay, well, here's what Matt Finn said. It's very smart reporting, by the way. City of Tucson tells Fox News that it doesn't use traffic cameras to record vehicles. Right? That's important because...
Happy birthday to everybody.
What they're trying to say here is that our traffic cameras measure dynamics of traffic so that maybe the signals can change quicker, right? You ever notice that sometimes your light's really long? Well, there's vehicle surveillance that can assess that, hey, this traffic's very heavy going this way, so let's shorten up those red lights and get this traffic flowing faster. And that's effectively what Matt was saying the city of Tucson said about using traffic cameras to record vehicles, to assess the live patterns. Sure. Pima County says that it does have cameras that record, but that they're not perfect, that they are imperfect and may not catch license plates. That's a piss off, because why bother? Why are you recording the vehicles? I mean, okay, maybe we'll have remember the white Elantra? We didn't have a plate on that either, but we had a white Elantra. So maybe it won't catch a plate, but it might catch a car. Nearby Oracle Road, a lot of people have made hay about Oracle Road, which partially connects Nancy's neighborhood to Annie's neighborhood, her daughter. That is a state route, but Arizona DOT, Arizona Department of Transportation, says it has cameras, but they also don't record. Again, I guess that is for traffic flow, for assessing the traffic flow. But there was this commenter on Twitter today that I found interesting. I can't back it up because I don't know this person. I looked at their bio and it didn't look like they had, anything that indicated they would know a lot about this, but they did say that regarding flock license plate readers, Tucson has about 175 of them, including several on North Oracle Road. I can't tell you that that's true, but I was interested just to hear that because another commenter said that local politics in Tucson has affected traffic cams, that traffic cams used to mail out tickets to people, but that, there was a lot of backlash and there was a local ballot measure that repealed that. So that's interesting. And then going a little further, one of the commenters said, take a look at this website, deflocktucson.com. So I went to the website, deflocktucson.com, and it is an anti-surveillance group that was started just this past September 2025 at the University of Arizona. They are just anti-surveillance. They don't like the Big Brother. A lot of people don't like the Big Brother neighborhoods. They don't like to be under surveillance without people being able to be aware of that. They think if you're going to be under surveillance, there should at least be signs saying you are under surveillance, so you don't feel like you're, again, just under Big Brother's watch. So deflocktucson.com suggests to me that there is a lot of flock activity in the Tucson area. Why you can't get a read on someone coming out of a neighborhood that's got like one in, one out, one ingress, one egress, I don't know. Okay, Sheriff Chris Natus. I'm jumping around a little bit because I collected a lot of information throughout the day and it may not be in perfect order, but Sheriff Natus told News 4 Tucson that the Florida lab is analyzing samples that were given voluntarily and those from the crime scene pro bono. You know what that means? Free. But the Reuters report said that he spent $200,000 on the DNA tests. Now, I can't make hay of that. All I can say is that News 4 Tucson got the comment that there was pro bono work, and Reuters got comment that both things can be true. Maybe there's some pro bono work going on, and maybe there's also a $200,000 bill for additional work. I think there's a shit ton of testing that's going to go on with this case. A lot. So, and $200,000, by the way, is not a lot. DNA testing is not cheap. It's not quick, and there's a lot of it that's needed. And so if you have, kind of like if you want to get your order faster from Amazon, you pay a premium. It may be a lot of that as well. So interesting just to see that reporting. And thank you, News 4 Tucson, for getting that. Very interesting. Okay, so now let's go. I feel like my chain gets yanked, and I think you do too, all day. One moment you're seeing something on Twitter, and then it's making the cable news outlets, and you're like, oh my God, this is related. And there's this guy 6 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home, and he's seen on the front porch of someone else's home. Again, 6 miles away.
Yep.
He's seen it 3:30 in the morning.
Yep.
And he's seen it 5 in the morning on January 23rd. This was posted on a neighborhood app. Okay. A lot of people were showing this guy his face. They were digitizing his face. They were spreading all over social media, and I'm digitizing it because there's resolution on this. First of all, I saw what he looked like, and it did look like he could be the guy in the mask. I mean, he's got a goatee, right? He's got that, and he's got the build, and he's got dark hair, you know, the eyebrows. But apart from that, anybody could be in that fucking mask. The mask covers everything. So there's like an artist who drew up this is what I think the guy looks like based on, you know, his eyes and his mouth. But I had to guess that everything else that was covered up. I'm like, really? Really? So, you know, anyway, the sheriff actually was clear on this, on Elizabeth Vargas. He was very clear. I'm going to read for you exactly the words that the sheriff used about this guy, because huge clue in something that just kind of went by very quickly. I'm going to read his exact words about that video in just a moment, but first, again, huge thank you to you for supporting my channel. Click subscribe if you would. I would so appreciate it. Thank you. It's very easy. Apparently you just push a button. That's what I'm told. Also, big thank you to Morgan & Morgan for being a sponsor, because they make this possible. And I don't think I have to tell you, having a good lawyer, super important in life. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. They've got over 1,000 lawyers. Holy Dinah. They've recovered over $25 billion with a B for more than 500,000 clients. So, yeah, track record. In Florida, one of their clients got $100 million after the insurance company suggested maybe $1 million. Yeah, 100 to 1 odds there. Another client in Pennsylvania got $29 million after a $500,000 offer. And in California, hold my beer, the client got $425 million. That was awarded by the court. So, any idea what your case is worth? You can find out. You can start a claim, and it only takes 8 clicks on your phone. I'm not kidding, 8 clicks. Fight for what you deserve. If you're injured, you can start your claim by going to forthepeople.com/Banfield. That's forthepeople.com/Banfield, or just click the link below, or scan the QR code on your screen. And good luck to you. So the sheriff was asked about this video from January 23rd, 6 miles away, that it had everybody like freaking out today. And he said it's nothing more than a lead. And they're taking it, and they'll do everything they can to work with it and see, does it tie in? Right now, the belief is not really. But we're not dismissing it. We're still looking into it. Right now, the belief is not really. That's really interesting. Okay, now to some of the TMZ reporting today. They have received this third note from Scum of the Earth, whether he's or she, whoever it is associated with this crime or not, whether they're just parasites trying to, extort a family in the worst moment of their lives. So the third note is now a person who has said that they're upping their price. 1 Bitcoin was what they said in the first note. Second note was, I'm not being taken seriously. And now the third note is, I'm now upping my price to $100,000 instead of the one Bitcoin, which is $67,000. Now, this is the third note in a series of 3, but don't forget, TMZ also received a 4th communique, an alleged ransom note that asked for $4 million on a Thursday, and if that deadline wasn't met, $6 million on a Monday. TMZ has said that they check the Bitcoin account on that, by the way, every day, and that there's been absolutely no movement, no money, nothing. But they received this series of 3 notes over the last couple days, and the third one came today from the same person, and they know it's the same person because they include the same details that TMZ has not released to the public. So they know it's the same person. They've used an email address and a name, and apparently the email address and name are different every time. And they've upped the price again to $100,000 for information. They said they know who has Nancy, and they know the condition of Nancy. That's something else that they said. And they said this quote, this is important.
That is the moon.
I was listening to Charles Ladebaudiere on this. He said, he's the second in command at TMZ. He said, when he gets the initial payment, he will give up the name of the main individual.
What do you guys think?
It's interesting wording.
You guys like the zoom
when
on
he
this
gets
camera?
the initial payment, he will give up the name of the main individual.
That's why I wanted to go, because
Does
I
that mean
heard they're
there's
pushing people
more
pretty
than
far
one
back.
individual?
Now when I'm
And
driving,
you're just
it's
going
a
to give
little
up the
blurry
main one?
because the camera's bouncing
So
a
this is
little bit.
conspiracy? Or is this all bullshit?
Some Ashley
Anyway,
lady
the price has gone up to $100,000,
Yeah.
and apparently this guy doesn't like police, says he's too scared. He's got a litany of reasons why he won't go to the police with this and wants to go to TMZ with it. Okay, another piece of information that came out today that was interesting. Brian Enton had an interview with a former Pima County undersheriff named Rick Castigar. He didn't have a lot of good things to say about Sheriff Chris Nanos. Here's the quote. Nanos has an exorbitant ego. In one case, he told the FBI that he's the better investigator and doesn't need their help. Take a look at this interview. And you know, I have heard there's a lot of politics that are playing out among the Pima County Sheriff's Office folks, prior and current. There's a lot of ugliness going on. So there you have it. There's a guy who's not fond of Sheriff Nanos. Something I saw on a Twitter account called Nerdy, I actually see him every day. It was a photo, but I haven't been able to find out where the photo comes from. And it's a photo of Nancy's front door since the white tent went up yesterday. And he pointed out that the Nest bracket mount, you know, what was left behind after the camera was removed. The language has been different, right? My source said it was smashed. The sheriff has said it was tampered with and disconnected. But in any case, that Nest bracket mount is gone in this photo. So I'm trying to find some other reporting that shows that. That's the only photo I could see today of Nancy's door, but this was after the white tent was erected and then removed. And they'd taken that bracket mount off of Nancy's front door. Okay, now to the moment you've been waiting for, I hope anyway. This guy, Derek Kayaya, I don't know how he pronounces it, 42 years old, makes a court appearance. I guess he had to come from California all the way to Tucson for a federal court appearance, but there's video of him leaving court, and the reporting is he was let out on a $20,000 bond with an ankle bracelet. I don't have that report on my own. I do have this, though, from the U.S. Attorney's Office, the District of Arizona. California man charged with transmitting a demand for ransom made an initial appearance today in federal court in Tucson. That is the U.S. Attorney Timothy Courchain. Derek Kalela, I don't know, of Hawthorne, California, is charged with transmitting a demand for ransom in interstate commerce and without disclosing his identity, utilizing a telecommunications device with intent to abuse, threaten, or harass a person.
I just checked my cameras. It's pitch
According
black
to the
at home
criminal
in
complaint,
Bakersfield, California.
Kayaya is alleged to have sent the demands via 2 text messages to a missing person's family on February 4th, 2026. He's also alleged to have made a 9-second phone call to a family member. Through the course of the investigation, it was found that Kalela was acting as an imposter, trying to take advantage of the ongoing situation. The U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI will continue to hold this defendant accountable and any other individuals who seek to interfere with federal investigations or profit from the victim family's grief. A criminal complaint is simply a method by which a person is charged with criminal activity and raises no inference of guilt. Any individual is presumed innocent until evidence is presented to a jury that establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. case number 2604209MJ. Derek, if you did this, you're going to the pokey. And, you know, you'll have your day. Either you'll have a day before a jury or you will be making a deal.
Look, make sure you guys smash the like button.
I don't know what your background
is. And if
is
you guys
like,
are new, subscribe to this channel and go check out my other channel.
To do something that,
you can find all of my socials pinned in that link tree right there on YouTube. Okay? I have another YouTube channel that's much bigger than the one we're on right now. The reason why we're on this channel is because it's my backup channel. That way, if there's any copyright stuff, it's on this channel. I use this channel for drives, going to and from locations. And then my other channel, I will actually live stream the actual scenes on. My other channel is much, much bigger. We're closing in on 100,000 subscribers on my other channel.
I would say Tucson.
Usually average 1,000 to 2,000 viewers, sometimes way more. So if you guys don't mind, subscribe to this channel and then look up Dad's Gone Live. DADS Gone Live. My main channel is called Dad's Gone Live.
Right?
I do appreciate all of you guys that are jumping in here. We got a lot of people in here. I was kind of not expecting anyone to watch this live stream as we're driving down the road. But here we are.
And what if that balaclava was purchased alongside any of the other items that are seen on this video, right? Cluster purchasing. I've seen it happen before. It's, you know, Brian Walsh put all of this stuff together, you know, for chopping up and disposing of his wife on Walsh. But people do that. They buy all of their preparatory material in one fell swoop or in one or two fell swoops. That balaclava to me is going to be the end of this time. And I just wanted you to see a couple of examples of the balaclavas that are for sale. When you see it in night vision, you can see the texture of it, right? My feeling is that it's black because it shows up lighter. Black shows up lighter in the night vision. And you can really see the texture, you can really see the seams around the eyes. It's just fascinating to get a look at them as potential purchases, and there's not that many of them, right? Yeah, they're kind of dime a dozen, but again, do something. So another thing I wanted to talk to you about tonight was foliage. I've been going back and forth on this a lot. And if you
I actually just sent her video. She's got about 6 minutes left anyway, so let me turn it up.
Look at them as potential purchases, and there's not that many of them, right? Yeah,
yes.
Kind of dime a dozen.
I've been playing multiple YouTube channels.
So another thing I wanted to talk to you about tonight was foliage. I've been going back and forth on this a lot.
Cassandra! Hey, let's go!
When this
Thank you! I appreciate you a lot.
Puts his hand over the camera.
We are 27 miles out.
Clench his hand slightly.
I drove straight
I'm wondering
through the
if he's trying to pull it off, but he realizes he cannot get his hand in between the bracket and the camera. There's just a couple millimeters between these Nest cameras. It's hard to get a key in between. That's how narrow it is. So you're not going to get your fingers in between if you want to yank it off. So I'm sensing that he was maybe putting his hand on it, seeing if he could pull it off, and realized, oh, I can't. Then he turns around, looks down. I think he's got the mouth light because it seems to illuminate the ground in the vestibule area. Sees there's nothing there. Goes out to the foliage, and then he pulls up on
live
that
now
foliage,
from Fox.
Right? A lot of people have.
We come on the air with some breaking news as we continue to follow the latest in the search for Nancy Guthrie. We do know 3 people were detained late last night. That's according to Fox News. And Fox reports the source giving this information says after receiving a tip, authorities detained 2 males plus one of their moms. The source said a warrant had been served. The source cautioned that during a warrant execution, technically everyone is detained. Meanwhile, officials with the Pima County Sheriff's Department said law enforcement activity is underway at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North First Ave related to the Guthrie case. Because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available. So that was a post there that was shared to X from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. We also do know a Pima County Sheriff's SWAT vehicle was seen leaving the active law enforcement area about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. I'm going to ask my producer to get that up here, that SWAT vehicle image that was also shared to social media. The departure comes after a long line of additional vehicles, possibly law enforcement, was ushered into the area where authorities have been operating following earlier warrant activity. Officials have not released new information about the operation or who may be involved. Now, just to quickly recap here, this comes as a press conference still not being announced from officials as of this morning. Also coming after a busy few days in this investigation, where earlier this week, if you remember, video and photo surveillance footage was shared with the public, and a white tent was put up outside of the entryway to Guthrie's home and quickly taken down. But I wanted to share this here with you. This is some of the footage we're getting in from overnight there, as late last night, police activity could be seen 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, and local police and several unmarked vehicles, including forensics and SWAT teams, could be seen gathering 2 miles from that home there in Tucson, Arizona. And Arizona Sheriff's Department says it received more than 4,000 calls 24 hours after videos of a masked person on Guthrie's porch were released. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie first reported missing on February 1st, so we are now officially at the 2-week mark here.
That's crazy.
To share
She's
more
80 years
about what
old.
we know so far and what we still don't know is Bobby McDonald, former Secret Service. And thank you so much for joining us, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Bobby, we do appreciate it.
Good morning. Always great to be back with you.
A lot to discuss here, obviously. Let's start with this. Why have we not had a press conference? Pima County putting out on social media, we'll have an update for you when we feel it's appropriate to have an update, but at this point, this feels like a big development. So why are we not getting a press conference?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm not sure that I have a good answer for you. I think that the Pima County out there has decided to kind of shut down their communications to the public with respect to the fact that their early on communications efforts really didn't go very well. And now you've got that combination of the FBI little rift, if you will, that's out there. It's a little bit troubling. Look, I'm all about keeping information close to the vest when we're in the middle of an investigation, but we're 2 weeks into this now, and we're dealing with an individual who is related to a very notoriety person in our society. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're not getting anything, but I am happy to see that a search warrant was effected last night, and hopefully that's going to be moving us in the right direction.
Yeah, and Bobby, before I continue with my questions here, I did want to put this up on the screen, as we do like to have our viewers write in and ask these questions. So if you have a question about this case, please scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. We're going to be answering these questions live here throughout this interview with Bobby McDonald. So once again, open up the camera app on your smartphone, tap and scan that QR code, or you can head to livenowfox.com/connect. Please weigh in. We'd love to hear from you. All right, Bobby, let's continue, though. So I just want to get into the technicalities of what some of these terms that we're hearing from law enforcement are. When authorities say 3 people were detained during the execution of a warrant, what does that typically mean in terms of this investigation?
Make sure you guys subscribe.
So when that warrant is obtained, that we have to go through a magistrate or a judge that has to sign off on that warrant. Police have to indicate that they're looking for something specific within that house that would be related to the case that they're investigating. So when that warrant is effected at the house, those individuals are identified and are asked to hop over there into the dining room and sit down, and we'll get back to you when we find either what we're looking for or when we're finished going through your home looking for the items that we're looking for. So they are not arrested at that point, but they are being detained at that moment at that location for the actions that are going to be taken by the police department.
If you go to my homepage on this
And as I shared here, I feel like we have slowly been getting more information after waiting for quite some time to get information to come out about this. I just had up on our screen here that surveillance video that was released earlier this
channel, and also go follow my other channel called
My question to you, Bobby, why are there no timestamps on this surveillance video? Does that play a factor into this?
The timestamps with respect to Ring cameras or Nest cameras, these are for personal use. So their algorithms and technology, unless you're asking for it or you purchase that aspect of it, really don't have timestamps necessarily. They're more for security purposes. Obviously, this snippet is known now to be involved in this case, and it would be great if we would have some timestamps. But a lot of the technology with the assets and tools that we use in our homes or around our businesses don't necessarily have that technology involved.
Yes,
right?
they
and I
do.
just wanted to quickly recap for our
security
viewers who are just
systems have
tuning in here as we do
timestamps.
wait some viewer questions come in. We
Arlo,
saw this
they
was
have
released here, that
timestamps.
backpack that police
Every
put
single
out just
camera
the
I've
other
ever
day.
had has
But I
had a
also wanted to
timestamp.
share
Oh
this
my
here,
God.
and this was this white tent that we saw go
This
up
is
just a few
Fox.
days ago outside of the
I'm going to
entryway
argue
to
with
Nancy
that.
Guthrie's
Every
home.
single
That tent was
security
taken
camera I've
down
ever
a
had
short time
has had a
later. I mean,
timestamp. It's
I
been
think
very
we're talking
accurate.
just maybe 2 or 3 hours at that point, because we were bringing this live to
Coming
our
from
viewers.
somebody with cameras
What
like
do you make of that? Why
the
would
victim.
a tent be going up outside of the entryway to the home where that footage was recorded and then taken down so quickly?
You know, I think when we look at this investigation, and we're 2 weeks into it now, we've got the home of Nancy Guthrie, we've got the home of the daughter and son-in-law. There just seems to have been a little bit of disjointedness in this investigation. And investigations don't always go according to script, or as we see on a 30 or 60-minute TV show, on Friday night. So they have been all over the place a little bit, and it does look a little disjointed. But obviously there was some nugget of information, some nugget of evidence there that they wanted to obtain, or they wanted to test, or something was found in that area, and they were able to effectively decide its relevance in a short period of time.
Now, something else I wanted to ask you here. We heard from Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos as he denied claims that his department had not been cooperating with federal authorities after reports law enforcement there had withheld key evidence from the FBI. But we did see this post here from the Pima County Sheriff's Department, as this was just put out a couple hours ago at this point. And you and I were chatting before this interview about this key line here that reads, because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available. So what does that mean to you here? Does that mean that they are now working together? What's the significance of that post?
Well, as I said yesterday, we need to have a federal nexus for the FBI to be the lead agency here, and I'm not sure that we have that yet, but the Pima County folks could certainly defer to the FBI to become the lead. So that comment right there indicates to me that there is some little bit of a rift going on, or they have turned the corner and are starting to work together a little bit better. It's unfortunate that the optics of that are very poor, where we should be focused on finding Nancy Guthrie and working together. There are a lot of officers and agents and technicians and doing a lot of hard work there, 12-hour shifts, a lot of meticulous work. The Pima County Sheriff's Office also has to continue its daily protection of its county. So there's a whole lot going on out there, and we really need to get the focus and stop having us talk about the rift that may be going on with those agencies, and let's focus getting back to finding Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah, and for our viewers just tuning in here, we're just sharing this news that we're learning overnight. 3 people were detained. Bobby, my question for you, at what point does a detention potentially turn into an arrest? And if 2 males and one of their mothers were detained, what might that suggest, if anything, about investigators' focus going forward?
Yeah, I'm not sure the gender makes a whole lot of difference in this case, but what has to happen is we have to get probable cause to get that warrant to get into that house. That's a positive to me, that the investigation has led us to some information that has brought us to that probable cause level, and now we can get in the house and look for evidence and interview those people if they're willing to talk to us. Once we get some evidence that would lean us to commission of a crime by those 3 people, those 4 people, or whoever else may be involved, then we can move to the arrest status. They're going to be looking for a number of things in there. Phones, clothes, is that backpack in there? Is that mask in there? What else is going on in that house? Do the neighbors know anything about those people? In other words, we've started another mini investigation, if you will, within the big investigation of Nancy Guthrie, and we've got to zero in on those nuggets of information so that we can keep this thing rolling. We're 2 weeks in right now. We've got to keep the focus on getting Nancy Guthrie and continuing to move this in a positive direction so we can get resolution.
And Bobby, we are getting these viewer questions in.
I will be going live on my main YouTube channel.
From Michael.
Dad's Gone Live. This is just the one I use when I go out of town on trips. I use this for while I'm driving. The other one is the one I actually go live on. At the scenes.
A lot going on here, and again, it's
make
tough
sure you
to
go
say
follow
that
Dad's Gone Live. DADS Gone Live.
Those nuggets of information,
YouTube.com/@Dad's Gone Live.
Once we arrest somebody, then we've got to continue to build the case.
It's got a blue logo.
Evidence that was taken.
I have like 96,000 subscribers on there.
We've got to make sure that all of our I's are dotted and all of our T's are crossed. The investigation doesn't end at an arrest. The investigation will continue all the way until either we get a guilty plea in this case or somebody goes to trial and is found guilty. So still a lot of work to be done.
Absolutely, and I feel like this next question kind of piggybacking the one you just answered there, and this one is from Jessica saying, at what point are they treating this as a homicide?
We're going to need to see a body pretty soon for us to go to that level. You know, a homicide is taking the life of another. So again, once we see some evidence of moving into that definition, that's when we can treat it as a homicide. We still have to be treating it as a missing person or an abduction or kidnapping at this point until we get some proof of life or unfortunately proof of death.
YouTube.com/.
Now this is an interesting question that I'm going to pull up here. This one is saying, can Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker...
You can also click on that link tree to follow my main page.
Still living, but we do know, Bobby, that that pacemaker did connect from technology there that morning, correct?
That's correct. It did disconnect, I believe, when she was taken from the residence. So, yeah, I'm not sure how that works with respect to the phone, the wrist phone, or her pacemaker. Maybe there is evidence that we're finding now that they're able to retrieve. Again, a lot of things going on here with a lot of different ways to find people, and this may be one of the ways. I'm not, unfortunately, an expert in that area, and I do not know the answer to that question.
All right, Julian, do we have another question that we want to pull up? All right, we're pulling up another question here. Why weren't there any car tracks to follow up on?
Well, a lot of the terrain out there is very hard-packed. It's almost like a cement, so it's not overly sandy and doesn't necessarily show up on any tracks on the ground. So it's a very difficult aspect of this particular location. That's the same situation with people's footprints leaving in and around the cacti and other vegetation around the house, is that a lot of times there is nothing to see. Plus, we've also had they've had some rain out there today. Again, that was from 2 weeks ago, but yeah, just not a lot of evidence in that regard to be able to take us to a vehicle.
I really wonder.
Residents to then some people.
Does her pacemaker?
I think we do have one more that I wanted to share.
Does her pacemaker have to constantly be recharged?
Continue in the
Does she have to constantly recharge her pacemaker?
Let's pull this one up.
If not, if it's got a long-term battery on it that connects to Bluetooth,
are there any efforts?
Why can't they just grab her cell phone, open the pacemaker app, and then drive around Tucson at like 5 miles an hour up and down every single street and see when her phone connects to her pacemaker app?
I'm sure they're working on all of that, but I think the
that's just my thought.
Again, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Since last night, I don't think we've seen enough information from that individual to give that person the credibility that they need with respect to the information they have. There's also a reward out there. So the question is, why are you not going for the reward?
So why don't they just grab the cell phone and drive around
crypto deposit into
with
the
the pacemaker app pulled up?
I think that individual really needs to speak
drive down every street
the
in Tucson.
information that they have.
Drive down every street within a 50-mile radius.
Authorities can chew on and then figure out if that's credible information. Let's get going. I don't think the authorities are going to just rely on an email that says,
I don't know. That might be a stupid idea.
And if you deposit into
anyways, we gotta get off in about a mile and a half.
Yeah,
we're
I just wanted
about
for
7.6
context to
miles
put
out,
up
guys.
that post there from TMZ. Now, transparently, that was from yesterday, but that is what we're referring to here, answering that question. Bobby, I did want to ask you, we do know that several tips have come in, thousands of tips.
Welcome to the armpit of Arizona. Let's go.
How does law enforcement work through that? How do they know if a tip is credible? I mean, what is the thought process there? If you've got thousands of tips coming in, how do you work through that? How do you even begin to really investigate what might be credible and what might not?
Well, the authorities have to rely on all that information. They have to triage it to see how
you have to be within
credible
like 200
it is
feet, right?
on the front end of the information, and they have to meticulously go after all of those tips to figure out if they are credible and if they're not. It's a painstaking process. If it has to do with videos, they have to go each frame of the video. If it's interviewing people, they have to go interview those people. They then have to try to corroborate the information that they're giving, and is that information going to be helpful to the investigation? Then they have to make sure that that information is given to all the agencies that would need that information. They need to make sure that it's given in real time, quickly, and in a credible fashion so that the investigation can continue to run its course. Information is great, but it's not very good if we don't get it to the people that we need it to get to, and we have to get it to them in a timely fashion. So all of those tips, all of those individual nuggets of information, all of those interviews have to be conducted, and they have to be conducted in a very quick fashion. So when a lead comes in and it has a little bit of good information, a little bit of credibility, officers and agents have to respond immediately.
Why don't
Whether
they take
it's
your
5
cell
minutes
phone
before their shift
to
was ending
points
or
of
5
interest and
minutes
see if it
after it
connects to your
started,
pacemaker?
they've got to get out
That's
there
how
and
you
get
know
that
if you're
information,
within 100
sort
feet
it
of the
out,
body.
chew on it, see if it's good, see if it's going to keep the
I mean, my
investigation
Bluetooth
going,
goes out
and
pretty
then move
far.
on to that next tip that hopefully
And there's other
might be
things you
the
can do
piece
to
of the
possibly
puzzle
amplify
that gets us over the
Bluetooth on the
finish
cell
line.
phone.
Yeah, and
I don't know, it's just a
as we've
thought.
been saying here, we have not gotten a press conference from officials. I imagine, Bobby,
You'd think that the FBI would have thought about that.
of the information that they are receiving and working through, they are not sharing with the public.
And I'm not saying body isn't like she's dead or alive. I'm just saying body like near
investigation
her.
here. But
You know,
how careful do law enforcement agencies need to be at this stage to avoid jeopardizing a potential prosecution?
Inside of her.
Absolutely, excellent question. That's exactly right. We've got to be careful that we do everything by the book, that we treat all of these people who are detained properly with probable cause before arrest. We've got to make sure that we're getting all of our evidence collected. We've got to make sure that we're not screwing it up and getting in our own way. And that can happen. And especially an investigation of this type, with this notoriety, with it being 24/7 on the news every day, we're talking about it, we've got to be extra careful. We need to do that in any case, but we need to be extra careful to make sure that we're doing everything possible to not let this get away from us and possibly allow for a non-prosecution or a non-guilty verdict of the person and or persons that we're going to ultimately arrest in this case.
And Bobby, I know we've had you on for a while, but before I let you go here, I do just want to share some of the video that we have been getting in here overnight. I also wanted to share this, that a Range Rover was towed away from a Culver's parking lot in Tucson yesterday evening after it was involved in a traffic stop during a law enforcement operation in relation to this. And I just wanted to ask you, what can you glean from this? What does this mean in terms of the investigation, if anything, to you?
Yeah, again, another tough one. It's interesting that this happened. They obviously took some photos. They detained an individual inside there for questioning. I'm not sure if that person is still detained. I believe, if you correct me if I'm wrong, that they did tow that car away. So they must believe that there's some evidentiary reason to take that away, or there's some connection to the case. Look, with the person we had detained the other night, we got a flurry of information, and then ultimately it didn't pan out on anything. And that's going to happen. We need to continue to be vigilant, but we also need to get lucky in this case. It's okay for investigators to get lucky.
It is 49 here in Tucson.
Get some pieces of information that are going to help us go along here. So again, the hard work has to continue.
We're in Tucson, Arizona right now.
Information or an interview with an individual after detainment is not a part of it. Well, it's not a part of it, and we acted properly. We had probable cause to stop that car. We had probable cause to detain and interview that person. If nothing comes of it, nothing comes of it, but that doesn't mean we don't stop working hard. We continue to go out and look for evidence and people who were involved in this case, and let's get Nancy Guthrie home.
Kansas City.
Right, and just reading my notes here from Fox News, the driver of the vehicle was detained by law enforcement for questioning, taken away from the scene. Unclear if that person remains in custody as of this morning. Bobby, before I let you go here, anything else that you want to share about this? I know there's so many pieces to this, and we're getting so much information out overnight. Is there anything you think I might have missed?
No, your questions were spot on. Look, there's a lot of hard work going on out there. I'm sure there's a lot of frustration between the Pima County officers who are on the ground and the FBI agents who are on the ground. If there is that rift between the leadership of those two agencies, there's no place for that in this case. We need to be working hard. State, local, federal partners, we work together all the time. We're all law enforcement. It really doesn't matter who's signing your check at the end of the day. We've got to get out there, work together, bring the tools that each agency has, bring the expertise that each agency has, bring the personnel that each agency has, and continue to work hard every day and go find Mrs. Guthrie so that we can get some resolution to this case. And for the family, we can't forget that the family is the victim in this case, and they've had an incredibly tough 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us this morning to break it all down for us. We truly appreciate it. I'm sure we're going to have you on again as we continue to wait here to see if even more information is going to come out today. Thank you so much.
A pleasure. See you next time.
Okay, let's discuss the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. First, let's get the latest from those who are investigating this. This is the latest update from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. They say the department and the FBI continue to work jointly on this case.
It is a pretty
Our strong partnership is critical, and we remain fully committed to this collaborative investigation. To ensure consistency and streamlined testing, evidence requiring forensic analysis is being sent to the same out-of-state lab that has been utilized since the beginning of this case. The decision was discussed with...
I'm going to redirect you guys to my main channel when I end this.
Leadership.
I'm going to schedule the other live stream and I'll redirect you guys.
Have been located during the investigation. The closest gloves were found approximately 2 miles from the home. Reports that a glove was found inside the residence or on the property are inaccurate. All collected evidence has been submitted for laboratory analysis. DNA other than Nancy Guthrie's and those in close contact to her has been collected from the property. Investigators are working to identify who it belongs to. We are not disclosing where that DNA was located. All right, so some new things that we're learning there. Seems that there is some unidentified DNA in the home. Appears that there was not a glove found inside the home. That was something that Fox News Digital reported last night. We do know that the Pima County Sheriff has pushed back against any reports that are indicating that there's a rift between the feds and local authorities during the investigation, so they make sure to make it clear up front that they remain fully committed to this collaborative investigation. They do say that they're sending some of these pieces of evidence out of state. They've been using the same location to do those tests out of state. The decision, they say, was discussed and agreed upon by the FBI. Several gloves have been located. We don't know how many gloves, but they say that the closest one was found about 2 miles from the home, and they just make it clear that no glove was found inside the home, which is something that Fox News Digital, again, was reporting last night. They are refuting that. The Fox Flight team is live in Tucson right now. A live look at the Guthrie home. The Fox Flight team has been keeping an eye on any and all movements as investigators continue to track the latest in the case. Jamie Copenhaver standing by here with me. Jamie has been a great resource as we've got a lot of questions. We know the viewers also have a lot of questions, Jamie. Before we get to the viewer questions, you were listening as I was reading that update from officials that just came in. So we're learning a little bit more about the investigation. Firstly, what's the significance of them finding and confirming that unidentified DNA is in the home?
Well, I think it's a forward momentum in the case, Austin. You know, it's been speculative that was other blood or fluids in that home other than Nancy Guthrie. But, you know, we've all sat back and speculated and wondered. So, you know, to that, the sheriff just came out today and acknowledged they were unknown fluids or DNA that was located in the Guthrie home. So, you know, at least that gives some confidence in terms of crime scene techs and et cetera on collecting that DNA.
We were talking with TMZ earlier today. They say that they received another email from somebody who claims to know who has Nancy Guthrie. They're asking for money in return for that information. There's no way to know if this is legit or not. This question coming in from Marco in Arizona saying, has forensics been able to trace the origins of the emails being sent to TMZ? Has IT forensics been able to trace the origins of the emails being sent to TMZ? Why is TMZ being emailed rather than Pima County Sheriff's or FBI? The first piece of that, Jamie, is it possible to track the location of where an email was sent from?
Absolutely. We saw that in the second letter, Austin, when that that entire FBI unit and local law enforcement went to that house in California and in effect the arrest of the guy that was trying to scam and you know, just good old-fashioned greed of taking money on the Guthrie case. So, yeah, I mean, there's some fraudulent stuff going all around on this case, but luckily for us and the Guthrie family, FBI is on top of that and the analysts are on top of it. So we've seen one arrest affected. I would suggest possibly a second or a third based on giving false information to federal agents on these emails.
So how are they going to be processing the gloves?
Holy cow.
This statement that was released,
all the news
says
people
there's
are right here,
several
dude.
gloves. How do you make these pieces of evidence as valuable as possible? How do you get the most you can out of them?
You know, we saw that play out yesterday, that black glove that was collected on the side of the roadway. So, you know, agents went out there and very meticulously collected that glove and bagged and tagged it. As it stands now, that glove ended up in a Florida crime lab. So what you're going to do is look for any touch or inside DNA. You know, keep in mind, if you're putting on a lactistic glove, you're going to pull that glove off backwards, sort of inside out, if you will. So let's hope in this case that's how it was removed from whomever wore that glove.
I think we're pulling up to the possible Airbnb right now.
DNA
If I'm
and
correct.
maybe in that glove for lab
Pretty sure
testing.
this is the
So
Airbnb.
I have a lot of confidence that they're going to get something from that latest glove yesterday.
Yeah, Emily in New Hampshire says, how quickly will they get DNA results back from the glove and or items
Thank
within
you.
the home?
Helping pay for gas expenses.
Yeah, I mean, they quickly identified
Oh, yeah, look,
that blood that was located on the front porch to
media
be
and stuff
Nancy
right here.
Guthrie's
Holy
blood.
cow.
So we know that only took about 2 days. There are crime labs that are going to rush certain parts of this investigation. But unfortunately, I've talked to a couple of crime scene people. Some of the stuff you can't rush. It just takes time, right, for the science. But if it's blood or something like that, they can do a DNA comparison. Keep in mind, they've already taken swabs, I would assume, from the family, friends, and co-workers or service workers that attended that house at the Guthrie. So they had those samples on standby, and all they had to do is compare that to see if it matches anyone that that voluntarily submitted their swabs.
So you and I were texting before we came on air here. Something interesting happening. We're hearing from multiple reports. Fox is reporting this as well. It seems that a mobile command center relating to local SWAT teams down there is
I bet these neighbors are sick and tired of this
already.
already.
We don't have much more than that, but in general, when those things are mobilized, what are they up to?
You know, they're either a search warrant, or perhaps, you know, when I hear mobile command center, that perhaps tells me or telegraphs Austin, it could be something evidentiary-wise that they're going out and process in the field. The SWAT element, you know, we've heard multiple reports from some YouTubers that they were following the SWAT van to a certain location. You know, we saw that play out a few nights ago when that individual was detained, and obviously SWAT went in and executed what we understood a warrant to be. So, you know, are we going to see that play out here shortly? To be announced, but certainly someone's on the move out there.
557 viewers
which,
already?
you know,
Holy
that
cow.
gives us great confidence. Let's see this case move forward and hopefully get
So
some
we're like
results
2 miles
soon.
away from, I believe, from the Nancy Guthrie location, like her actual home.
One just about in Arizona. Donna with this. Donna asking, have they pulled the black box from the cars that were towed for investigation? They pulled everything from Karen Reed's car in the Reed case. They found out everything and everywhere her car had gone, the times and the speeds, even what was said in the car. Is it possible to get that from most types of cars?
On a great question. I haven't heard any of the questions related to the black box on the car. So, you know, let's go back to the leak. I think it was the fifth visit to Annie Guthrie's home. They were in the garage area. They were taking a lot of photographs and processing that garage. So I can assure you that if the vehicles had a black box and it was applicable in this case, they've already downloaded, if you will, or uploaded that data from those cars. To
all these news guys are staring me down. Do they think I'm a cop or what?
Also, in addition to the cars, you know,
they really act like they're like staring at me like I'm a cop.
It's my understanding the family has been very cooperative in terms of cooperating, giving devices over to federal agents for a data dump, if you will. So, you know, the car and any devices are all at play here, and I'm sure they've already downloaded all the above.
Let me,
which will, you know, once again, eliminate people from the circle of suspects, perhaps.
Yeah, I believe we have another question here, ready to roll through.
All right, guys.
This one coming in from Michelle in Mission VA.
I do have my press pass.
Michelle asks,
oh, that's her actual home.
Explored if there's a connection with the Scottsdale
I look like what, dude?
Crypto,
the suspect?
Teenagers were potentially
I look like the suspect? I have a beard.
Posts a link to a local news article.
I don't have a goatee. I have a big ass beard, bro.
Tie things that might
no
have
way.
a connection. You know, you could maybe even call it a loose connection. How do police?
No way. I ain't gonna get detained. I ain't getting detained. They can't detain every guy with a beard. That's crazy. I gave myself a pat on the back. Yeah, they all looked to me super weird, dude. I was like, damn, what did I do to you guys, man? That's funny, though. I'm not mainstream media, and they probably don't like that. Crazy Gate, I don't know what that is. Are we waiting for Nancy to walk by? I mean, I don't know. It'd be kind of cool if she just walked by, but I don't think so. Yeah, I'll leave my Ozark backpack in the truck. Okay, I'm gonna get this ready right here, guys. We're right around the corner. Okay, let me get this set up. We're going to redirect you to my other YouTube channel, Dad's Gone Behind the Scenes. Or Dad's Gone Live, I'm sorry. Let's edit. Go redirect. There we go. Save that. All right, guys, I'm gonna redirect you guys to my other live stream that's about to start, and you guys will be started up here shortly. So I just got to switch out YouTube channels. So I'm going to switch it out. So I will be back online in about 5 minutes on my new channel, and you guys will automatically be redirected there. So I'll see you guys in a few. Thank you so much. Much love, and thanks for watching, and see you soon.